be opened. Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 8 petitions.
Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
Délégation et
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Leeds-Grenville.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 12th report of the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage in relation to the main estimates 2015-2016.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions, motion. Presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo-Cowichan.
And I have 3 petitions to present. The first petition is on an act to amend the Canada Shipping Act, Bill C-638. And in this bill, in this petition, the petitioners outline that derelict and abandoned vessels pose an environmental risk and a navigation hazard, and regulations must be made to establish measures to be taken for the removal, disposition, or destruction by the appropriate authority. And therefore, they call upon the House of Commons to support Bill C-638, an act to amend the Canada Shipping Act.
Brilliant bill.
The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is the Fair Electoral Representation Act. And here the petitioners are calling on the House of Commons to immediately undertake public consultations across Canada to amend the Canada Elections Act to ensure voters can cast an equal and effective vote to be represented fairly in Parliament regardless of political belief or place of residence, are governed by a fairly elected Parliament where the share of the seats held by each political party closely reflects the popular vote, and finally live under legitimate laws approved by a majority of elected parliamentarians representing the majority of voters. And in the final petition, Mr. Speaker, the petitioners call on the Canadian government to ensure that the right of family farmers to use seeds is respected. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Langley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to present some petitions here. The first notifies the House that tragically 11-year-old Grace Wenin was tragically killed by a drunk driver, a person who chose to drive while impaired. Gracie's family was devastated. Families for Justice is a group of Canadians who have lost loved ones to an impaired driver. They believe that Canada's driving laws are much too lenient. They want the crime called what it is, vehicular homicide, and they're calling on the government to introduce legislation that would require mandatory sentencing for those convicted of impaired driving causing death. Mr. Speaker, second petition highlights that over 200 million girls are missing in the world right now. This gender imbalance is called gendercide. 92% of Canadians believe that sex selection is wrong, and they're calling on Parliament to condemn this discrimination against girls. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Rouge River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a petition on behalf of many people all around Scarborough. They're calling for the creation of a Canada public transit strategy, which, because Canada is the only OECD country that does not have a national public transit strategy, and it's estimated that over the next 5 years there will be an $18 billion gap in transit infrastructure needs. The petitioners are calling upon the government to enact a Canada public transit strategy which seeks to provide a permanent investment plan to support public transit, establish federal funding mechanisms for public transit, work together with all levels of government to provide sustainable, predictable, long-term and adequate funding, and establish accountability measures to ensure that all governments work together to increase access to public transit. And I know in my riding of Scarborough-Rouge River, this is very, very much needed. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to present to the House a petition signed by many of my constituents respecting the right of small-scale family farmers to preserve, exchange and use seeds. This is a petition that has been actively promoted by an organization called Development and Peace, and it calls on the Government of Canada to adopt international aid policies that support small family farmers, especially women, and recognize their vital role in the struggle against hunger and poverty. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Beaches, East York.
you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to present a petition to the House today with respect to violence against women. And the signatories to this petition, Mr. Speaker, want to draw to the attention of the Government of Canada that women were 11 times more likely than men to be victims of sexual offences, that Indigenous women in Canada are 7 times more likely to be murdered than non-Indigenous women, and that nearly 1,200 Indigenous women have gone missing or have been murdered in Canada, and that Canada has clear domestic and international obligations to address violence against women, including the United Nations call for all countries to have a national action plan to end violence against women. So, Mr. Speaker, the signatories are calling upon the Government of Canada to create a coordinated, comprehensive and national action plan to address violence against women and launch an independent national inquiry into the deaths and disappearance of First Nations, Métis and Inuit women. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to table 2 petitions today. The first is asking for a decrease in credit card fees and to put a cap on ATM fees of 50 cents. And also to limit fees to persons receiving their bills online. And the second is on the right of farmers to reuse and sell seeds.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have 3 petitions today, Mr. Speaker. The first is regarding prostitution, and the constituents note, Mr. Speaker, that the most recent legislation on prostitution was declared unconstitutional by the Supreme Court, and they call on this House, therefore, to declare sex with a woman, man, or child to be a criminal offence, and that it also be a criminal offence for pimps, madams, and others who profit from the proceeds of prostitution. The second petition is from petitioners across the country who request that no genetically modified fish or fish eggs be sold in Canada, Mr. Speaker. And the third, Mr. Speaker, is regarding gender selection abortion. And the petitioners note that the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation aired a piece which showed that there were ultrasounds being done, and if the fetus was found to be female, the female would be aborted, and they call on the Parliament of Canada to condemn discrimination against girls occurring through gender selection pregnancy termination.
Presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions. Questions on the order paper, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills, commons. The third reading, resuming debate on Bill C-12, the Drug-Free Prisons Act.
8, the Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure today to rise and speak in support of Bill C-12, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, or, as it's been labelled, the Drug-Free Prisons Act, though I'm often confused how this bill is going to make our prisons drug-free, but at the same time we are supporting it. And, Mr. Speaker, at this time I would like to take a minute to acknowledge the amazing work being done by the critic in this area, and that is the Member of Parliament from Esquimalt, Juanda Fuca. He has done absolutely a thorough and a very, very detailed analysis of this piece of legislation, and the work done at the committee was done to try to strengthen this legislation so that it will actually do what it purports to do. But as we know, our colleagues across the way are not really up to listening to any experts or advice on how to improve bills. So, but the member from Juanda Fuca on this whole file of public safety has put in, I would say, gargantuan amount of work in order to deal with real issues for Canadians and to ensure Canadian safety in a real way. And it's interesting today, Mr. Speaker, that we're debating this bill on the day that we're going to have the budget presented. Now, we know that the budget has been delayed. I don't know if it's been delayed because the minister just didn't know what to put in the budget, or whether they were busy developing their communications or free advertising plan on the tax dollars. But the budget has been delayed, but we're looking forward to seeing it today. And I'm really hoping that I look at that budget today, that we will see significant investment in what this government purports their agenda to be. My colleagues across the way often like to see themselves as, the champions of public safety. But often what we have is a lot of rhetoric with very little funding that goes along with programs they announced or lack thereof, and often has been accompanied by cuts as well. And this particular piece of legislation, despite what the title of the bill says, Drug-Free Prisons Act, I would say is a baby step. A baby step we do support, but let me tell you that it is not going to have the kind of impact that my colleagues across the way seem to think it is going to. Because this particular bill will not tackle the real issues that our prisons are facing. What Bill C-12 does is it adds a provision to the Corrections and Conditional Release Act that makes it clear that the parole board may use positive results from urine tests or refusals to take urine tests for drugs in making its decisions on parole eligibility. Let me assure you, Mr. Speaker, that my understanding is that this is already being done. So what we're doing is taking a practice that is already in play into legislation, and that's a good thing. And what this does, it gives clear authority to an existing practice, and a practice that we do support. But this practice by itself and on its own is not going to address the serious issues we do have to tackle, which is drug addictions, mental illness, and the very fundamentals that are leading to more and more people ending up in prisons rather than in treatment. Bill C-12, as I've mentioned a few times, the bill itself is, the title itself is misleading, and we know that this government has a penchant for coming up with some pretty outrageous titles for bills, and all-encompassing. When you actually dig in to the bill, what you find is very little substance there, and that's what we're finding with this bill. The title sounds great, but when you get into the bill, all you have is the government codifying a current practice of the parole board. The parole board, right now, retains its discretion as to what use it makes of this information, which is exactly what it's going to remain. Now, it always makes me proud to sit on this side of the House with my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, because we have been steadfast in our support for measures that will make our prisons safe, while the Conservative government has ignored recommendations from corrections staff and the correctional investigator that would decrease violence, gang activity and drug use in our prisons. And, Mr. Speaker, we're not the only ones. Experts in the field, which we know that this government is allergic to data and experts, but however, most of us know that when we are dealing with the complexities around drug addictions, that we have to pay attention to what we know and to the knowledge acquired by the experts in this area. And the stakeholders agree with the NDP that this bill will have a minimal impact on drugs in prison. Remember that this bill, it's about granting parole and what the parole board is going to take into consideration. It has very little to do with what is actually going to be happening inside the prisons. So once again, our government, the Conservative government, is using legislation to create an opportunity to pander to their base and pretend that they are doing something without real solutions to the issues of drugs and gangs in our prisons. And I would say, Mr. Speaker, and I would go so far as to say, that the government is actually making our prisons less safe by cutting funding to correctional programs such as substance abuse and increasing the use of double bunking that leads to more violence. Our priority as parliamentarians should be ensuring community safety by preparing ex-offenders to reintegrate back into society once released, addiction-free and less likely to reoffend. And I looked very carefully at this legislation, Mr. Speaker, because as a mother and now a grandmother and a lifelong teacher and a counsellor, both in a high school and for the school district, I know what a difficult task we have ahead of us as a society as we try to tackle drug addictions. There are no simple solutions. In my city of Surrey, in beautiful British Columbia, in the last 38 days, we have had 23 shootings. And on Sunday, what we all feared happened. A fatality of a 22-year-old losing his life. And so my community, the community of Surrey, like other communities across Canada, care very, very deeply about addressing the issues of violence, the issues of gangs, and the issue of drugs. No parent out there wants to see their young daughter or son engaged in the use of drugs or to be involved in any kind of criminal activity. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that when these kind of events happen in our community, these tragedies, it shakes us to the core. It shakes us to the core and makes us want to hug those around us. And right now, my heart goes out to the family, to the parents, uncles, aunts, cousins, brothers, sisters, but also to the whole community as they deal with this latest round of gun violence. And it's because we want to have real solutions, Mr. Speaker, that we actually want to tackle the real issues. We want to start taking a look at the underlying issues. We need a real strategy on mental health. Not just talk, real strategies and actions being taken on mental health that happens in a multifaceted way. And, you know, Mr. Speaker, many people will say, oh yeah, that's over there, it has nothing to do with this topic. But let me tell you, we know that our prisons have, the majority of people in our prisons are there because they were convicted of crimes related to drugs, and many, many of them because they suffer from mental health issues. So unless we start tackling mental health issues in a serious way, I don't think this baby step is going to help us to achieve a safer society or to make our prisons any safer. And we're looking that under this government, it's sort of a, let's see how many more people we can put into prisons, even if we have to double bunk them. And the mandatory sentencing, which has led to more people being sent into prison. And, Mr. Speaker, I absolutely believe that we need to have policies that do mete out punishment that fits the crime, but we also need to make sure that we have rehabilitation. But before we even get to the crimes and people ending in prison, we need to take a look in our communities. We need to take a look in our school systems. We need to take a look at the kind of programming that is needed. I look at the public school system, Mr. Speaker, which has been, I would say, under attack for many, many years. And I look specifically at British Columbia, where a lot of the preventative work we used to do on drug addictions in our high schools is so difficult to do today because the number of counsellors have been removed and a lot of the money that used to be available for prevention is no longer there. Then I look at the community of Surrey and I look at the kind of support system we have for our youth in our communities. I look at how many counsellors per student there are today compared to when I came to BC, when there was 250 in my district anyway of Nanaimo, 250 students to a counsellor. And now I'm hearing that the number can be as high as 800 to 1,000. And then we look at all the pressures on our children through social media, through the internet. And we know, because we've dealt with many pieces of legislation in here, and yet at the very same time as that is happening, we're cutting short on a lot of the support systems that used to be available. In BC, in my school district, we used to have some of the most progressive, stellar programs to engage youth in a positive way. It was called Action Nanaimo. And then we used to have a Steps to Maturity program, which actually dealt with kids' self-esteem, which dealt with communication skills, which dealt with the issues of bullying and how to deal with that. None of those programs exist today, Mr. Speaker. And this is where we have to have all levels of government and communities working together to provide our young people with the kind of supports they need, so that they don't then end up getting into trouble, whether it's mental health or through the drugs. And they don't end up joining gangs and getting engaged in trafficking drugs. We need to make sure that we have for our youth the scaffolding they need to steer through the many, many challenges they face in our society today. And Mr. Speaker, I would say the same is true of those people who are in our prisons today. It's very easy to sentence somebody to go into prison. But if once they are in prison, we don't provide them with rehabilitation, then, Mr. Speaker, we are not doing a service to our society. Mr. Speaker, let me throw in a figure here that absolutely will be shocking to most people. To send a person and to keep a person in confinement, to have them in prison, the cost has risen to about $80,000 to $90,000 a year. We're prepared to spend that, Mr. Speaker, as a society. And it always, always amazes me that despite the fact that we have examples before us that if mandatory sentences, if putting more people into prisons would get rid of drugs and would get rid of crime, then the US should have no crime and no drug problems. And yet, what we are very good at under the government across the way is following examples that we know are not good. Instead of looking at evidence, where the US is sending experts up here to learn from us about our rehabilitation, we would rather just blindly copy the US and keep putting people in prisons. But at the same time, Mr. Speaker, when they get into prison, we don't provide them with the very resources that they need in order not to reoffend. And it's been quite outrageous to sit in this House and listen over and over again to the rhetoric of the government across the way when they have failed. And as a matter of fact, not failed to increase the funding, they have actually even cut the funding to programs that would provide support for those in in prisons. Hospitals too, Mr. Speaker. I've recently had the, I shouldn't say the privilege, I have a 90-year-old mother. She was in the hospital, and I had to visit the hospital, and despite the amazing work being done by the staff at the hospitals, I would say they're facing major challenges as well. Now, to truly address the issue of drug use in prison, we need to have a proper intake assessment of an inmate's addiction and then provide the proper correctional programming for that offender. Without treatment, without education, and without proper reintegration upon release, a prisoner will likely return to a criminal lifestyle and possibly create more victims. And what we have then, Mr. Speaker, is what has come to be known as the revolving door. With the mandatory minimums, our population, prison population is increasing, while at the same time, governments, both federal and provincial, are closing institutions. And I would say that it's been quite disconcerting how the services for mental health have been impacted. Now, there have been 55, Directive 55 from the Correctional Services of Canada, which establishes procedures to normalize double bunking. That's kind of weird to me. You know, like when I was young and I went out to youth hostels, double bunking was kind of fun. But I cannot imagine double bunking in prisons, Mr. Speaker. Once again, Mr. Speaker, I know you've given me the signal of 1 minute, and I thought I had only done 5 minutes out of my 20-minute speech. Let me say this, Mr. Speaker, that we do support this. It's a baby step. But without investment in prevention, without investment in education, without investment in treatment, without investment in rehabilitation, all we have is words, Mr. Speaker, and our communities deserve far more. So I hope in the budget that we are going to see presented today, we will see a real infusion of funds to address prevention, education, mental health issues, rehabilitation, and supports, real supports for an effective reintegration policy that will make a real difference and will lead to safer communities. I would say, Mr. Speaker, there is no better investment than in the education of our children. And I would urge governments at the provincial level at this time to please make that a top priority, because our children are our future and they are worth every penny we invest.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to focus my question based on what the member's priority through her speech has been, and that has been with the issue of education. And I agree in many different ways in terms of just how important education is. The leader of the Liberal Party, a teacher by profession, has talked a great deal about the importance of education. Talked about how important it is, for example, that we look how we fund First Nation education, and that we need to do a lot more in terms of providing the resources. Earlier today, I actually met with representatives, including Paul Olson, president of the Manitoba Teachers Society, where we talked about the importance of education. If we don't recognize how important education is to the children of our country, we do sell short the potential that those children, many of which, will end up on the wrong side of the law if in fact we are not more proactive in encouraging our provinces who have the administrative responsibility of education, but also, Mr. Speaker, we need to recognize the important role that, as a national government, that we can, in fact, play. We need to ensure that there's a sense of equity across the country dealing with education and the issues such as mental health, such as programming that allows for nutritional well-being of young children, even before they go into educational system. And I'm wondering if she can maybe provide comment if we had a proactive national government dealing with those types of issues, that we could actually prevent more people from going into prison situations, and if she can just kind of expand on that point.
Member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his, I would say, a very, very important question. And let me respond this way. There are areas that this federal government does play a key role in education, and that's the education of our First Nations people, our Aboriginal communities. And when you look at the number of people who are in prison, there is a very large percentage from our Aboriginal communities. And there is a lot of preventative stuff that could be happening by investing in early childhood education, by investing in quality education, by investing in nutrition, prevention and education programs, and truly in strong and inclusive community building. And it's always easy to say, but that's not our mandate, as I've heard some of my colleagues across the way say sometimes. But let me say that once people are in prison, it is our mandate. And yet here is an amazing figure of 7 institutions surveyed in February 2012. Only 12.5% of the total offenders were enrolled in a core correctional program, with a waiting list to access these programs exceeding 35%. You know, Mr. Speaker, they say you should always start at home. Start fixing what you can fix. And here we have a government that has made cut after cut to our services of providing rehabilitation and education. And what we're seeing now, right here, is the fact only 12.5%. You have waiting lists of people in prison who want to take rehabilitation, who want to take the education programs, who want to get out of drugs. But you know what? We've made so many cuts, not we, the government, the Conservative government has made so many cuts that they're even being denied rehabilitation. That is disgraceful, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member from Nanaimo Cowichan.
Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for that speech. And of course, as she pointed out, the NDP is supporting Bill C-12. But there's a misnomer in the title. The short title is Drug-Free Prisons Act. And in the annual report of the Office of the Correctional Investigator from 2011-12, he pointed out that a zero-tolerance stance to drugs in prison is an aspiration rather than an effective policy. It simply does not accord with the facts on crime and addiction in Canada or elsewhere in the world. Harm reduction measures within a public health and treatment orientation offer a far more promising, cost-effective and sustainable approach to reducing subsequent crime and victimization. I wonder if the member could comment on that statement. I know she did raise the issues around the need for rehabilitation in her speech, and I wonder if she could comment on that statement.
Mr. Speaker, I always like to relate some of the big issues to, you know, what happens in your families and how we raise our kids. I think if me telling my kids, or any parent telling their kids, you must not do drugs, if that alone would get rid of the drug problem in this world, I don't think we would have that issue in Canada today. I know how hard the parents work, so zero tolerance is a great aspiration to have. It's a great aspiration to have. But until we achieve that, I would say that we have to have real expert-based, based on expertise of those who deal with these issues, based on the research and based on what works. We have to have a multifaceted approach. Just telling people not to do drugs and hitting them on the head with a baseball bat and sending them to prison isn't going to get rid of drugs. What is going to get rid of the drug problem is when we invest in education, we invest in rehabilitation, and we invest in reintegration into our society.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires de l'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my colleague from Newton North Delta for her very well thought out speech that goes to the heart of the problem, i.e. how to prevent, how to do prevention, how to face the challenge of incarceration, given all the problems inherent in that. And in connection with the very short study done by the committee, there was a lot of criticism about the lack of resources for dealing with these issues, because it's all well and good to set a goal of dealing with trying to crack down on the supply, but there's a demand problem too. There's two sides to the equation. So you want to try to detect problems when people are first incarcerated. You want to try to provide them support to help them recover from their addiction. So I'd like my colleague to elaborate a bit on the recommendation the committee made and the Correctional Service made. The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
You know, Mr. Speaker, whenever I talk about drugs, whether it's in our communities or in our prisons, I'm always amazed how people just want simplistic solutions. It's almost as if all of us are looking for a magic pill, that we can have that magic pill and suddenly we will be rid of the impact of drugs on our families, our communities, and our society as a whole. And, you know, the correctional investigator has stated numerous, and there have been numerous reports, that the correction systems risks unintended consequences when simplistic solutions are applied to the complex issue of drugs in prisons. So what they talk about that we really need is proper assessment of prisoners on intake. Like, okay, somebody has got into problems, they have now been sentenced to prison. So let's do an assessment as to what got them there. If they have mental health issues, when did the drugs kick in? Are drugs involved? So you have to take a lot of those things, and, you know, you've got to start looking at some of the causes at that time, because our prison system isn't a one-way street. It's supposed to be one where we believe in rehabilitation. That's the kind of penal system we have. So you've got to have a proper assessment. And then you've got to identify specifically the problems that can be targeted. And then you've got to have services of rehabilitation programs so that you can better reintegrate them once they're back into society. And once they're released from prison, then we've got to have a reintegration process that is scaffolded with a multitude of services so that the likelihood to reoffend is reduced. But once again, no simple pill. This is a complex issue. It's going to take investment but resources, and every dollar we invest in investment brings us back thousands of dollars in savings.
Reprise du débat. Honorable député d'Abitibi.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to say before I begin that I'll be sharing my time that the member for Beauport-Limoilou, you know, as you have heard said by my colleagues opposite, or colleagues rather, in the official opposition, I will be supporting Bill C-12. It's not a bill that contains bad measures as such, but the question is whether or not this bill will really make a difference. There is some doubt in that regard. We support the bill. However, whether it will achieve the objectives it sets out, I wonder. As you have undoubtedly noticed, the title of the bill deals with drug-free prisons. It's a bit misleading as a title, because it's a bit utopic to think that with a bill containing 5 clauses, including one dealing with the short title, so it's on 2 pieces of paper, that with something that short, we would be able to eliminate drugs in prison with 4 clauses to amend the Act. Now, we can also say that essentially this bill is redundant and it confirms the common practice already contained in the Act. Now, the commissioners on the parole board already have discretionary power when determining whether or not an inmate can be granted parole, or to take into account the results of a urine sample, or if the inmate refuses to provide such a sample. So this discretionary power already exists. They can use these discretionary information in their decisions on the parole board. Now, even if the commissioner can, or the commissioners can now, or board members can take into account drug testing results, well, that very fact will not eliminate drugs in the system, in the prisons. To be effective, the government must invest money, and it must follow up on the reports produced by the correctional investigator and the federal ombudsman, reports that have been published over the past few years. Nothing in the bill leads us to believe that the government has listened to experts, and I seriously doubt that this afternoon's budget will announce an adequate increase in funding to fight drugs in prisons. So in summary, this bill simply confirms rules that are currently being used. The member for Victoria clearly underscored to this fact last December in referring to the decision-making policy manual for board members produced by the parole board. Section 8 of that document, which deals with the criminal record, social background, and release, it states that information gathered during an evaluation of the above-mentioned issues take into account the document dealing with the drug use, any positive results from a urine test, or the refusal to provide a urine test during the parole period. So all of this information is used. Now, the current crisis affecting the prison system is such that there is drug use, many gangs are present, and they try to recruit gang members within the prison system itself. Some of these problems could be eliminated if we were to use the measures proposed by some witnesses who appeared before the Justice Committee. But there is a serious shortage of resources for rehabilitation. The budgets for organizations dealing with these issues have faced serious cuts by the Conservatives over the years. And in fact, if we want to eliminate drugs from prisons, we need to take action on the ground and fight addictions. We need workers, resources on the ground to work on these issues, and that currently is not the case. Many drugs cause addiction, so even if people know full well that they might well spend more time in jail, if they use drugs, they won't be paroled or granted parole when they're in prison. The addiction is such that the person will continue to use these substances, even if it can increase the risks for them individually. So for that reason, it's important to take action on the ground. We need to have addictions programming. Another problem in the prison system, and how could I put this? Well, it's because we're in a situation where it's not oftentimes like large cities where you can seek out services in the prison system. If someone has an addictions problem, a self-identified addictions problem, they're shooting themselves in the foot on the inside. But if they succeed in hiding it, they don't face the negative consequences of the addiction. So it's a highly complex issue, and if we want to step in and do something on the ground, we need specialized addictions experts, and to have those types of experts, we need prisons to have the funding they need to deal with these issues. The Correctional Service of Canada has admitted that the $122 million invested by the Conservatives since 2008 in mechanisms and technology to prevent drugs from entering our prisons have yielded no results. 122 million, no results. Why didn't the government do anything when it was made aware of that? Why didn't it review its policies and operational approaches? A high percentage of Canadian inmates are using drugs. According to a report entitled Drug Addiction, Perspectives of a Member of the National Parole Board, which was drafted by, in fact, a member of the National Parole Board in the Ontario region, Mr. Michael Crowley, he said, clearly drugs and alcohol are a serious problem for inmates and offenders on parole. It is estimated that 70% of offenders face drug addiction and addiction problems requiring treatment, and that more than 50% of crimes committed by these offenders are linked to the use or abuse of alcohol or other drugs. So what we know is that, for the most part, unfortunately, offenders are using drugs. Oftentimes, people who've committed crimes have addictions issues. So prisoners who are added to the system often already have addictions problems. Those figures are quite shocking. They illustrate the shortfalls in terms of government investment on inmates in order to resolve this problem. In addition, because of the famous mandatory minimum sentences, the prison population has increased. The number of inmates has exploded in Canada, even if the crime rate continues to drop. And to wrap up, Mr. Speaker, I would say that mental health issues are also part of the problem. This is a growing problem that, in conjunction with addictions issues, make the situation even more difficult. Inmates with mental health issues may have a tendency to want to try and treat themselves using drugs within the prison system. That creates a very difficult problematic. So I think that it's important to understand that if we do want to have drug-free prisons, we need to be realistic. The funding needs to be invested, resources need to be put in place, and we need to understand as well that the problem of drugs in prisons will not be solved with a bill containing 4 clauses. We're supporting this bill and the 4 clauses because they are consistent with the practices that are already being used, perhaps somewhat more informally than in the past, but nonetheless, we are aware and we have openly stated that Bill C-12 will not eliminate drugs in prison, and that much more will be needed in order to solve this problem. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Honorable Deputy de...
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. On C-12, as is the case with many bills, the title of this one is quite surprising because it's so vast and broad and sweeping, and it attempts to deal with an issue, but it's hard to believe that with the clauses contained in the bill, it will be possible to achieve what the title actually says it will, to eliminate or create drug-free prisons. I'd like to know if my colleague could clarify what she thinks about the short title. These misleading titles that are added to bills, because the outcome is not at all, or has nothing to do in many cases, with the actual title of the bill, the short title. So I'd like to hear her views on the Conservatives' approach and use of these titles, short titles for bills, which are all fine and well and beautiful, however, in reality, do not reflect the situation. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, the Conservatives do tend to try to pull the wool over people's eyes in Canada. They talk about legislation using a title saying that it will resolve a number of issues when that's not the case. When there are several clauses missing or when other problems will be created, they are trying to make Canadians believe that they're managing a problem by saying we tabled a bill, like in this case, on eliminating drugs from prison, drug-free prisons. But in fact, the bill isn't complete enough to resolve the problem. So people who don't understand the bill or who don't read the legal aspects of the bill won't understand the impact, and they'll simply think that the Conservatives have taken action, but that's not the case. And I think that trying to pull the wool over Canadians' eyes is an example of intellectual dishonesty towards the people that we're supposed to be representing.
Well, member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have a government that is willing to spend $80,000 to $90,000 a year incarcerating prisoners. We see that they spent over $100 million already on trying to stop drugs getting into prison, and it's failed. The problem is a lack of vision in terms of how to deal with the serious issue of drugs that are affecting our communities. In the city of Timmins, we've set up a fentanyl task force to deal with the heavy impacts that the abuse of fentanyl is having. And one of the key things that's come forward is the need to be able to track the fentanyl patches. So these are opioid patches. My colleague is a nurse. She will know very well about fentanyl. But without a barcode or a serial number that would be put on by Health Canada, the police are unable to track the source of the patches. So if we're having patches of 100 coming into the city of Timmins, these are very lucrative for gangs. But we need to be able to do the preventative approach to be able to stop this kind of heavy-duty opiate being brought into our communities and then affecting people who may not have otherwise ever gotten into drugs. I know certainly some wonderful young people who've been affected by fentanyl, people who've died from it, people who had their lives ahead of them. So I'd like to ask my honourable colleague what she thinks about the need for these coherent, grassroots, preventative approaches to prevent these kind of drugs, number one, from coming into our communities and keeping people from getting involved in the drug trade, and also being able to stop by going after the gangs who are trading in these fentanyl patches.
The
Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue, you have 40 seconds. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, there's the illegal drug use issue, but there are also drugs that are used based on prescription drugs, and it's unfortunate, but sometimes there are people who will go to another person, their grandmother's medicine cabinet, and take out medication and drugs, and that will often have more of an impact. Oftentimes as well, what we realize that if we were in a position to replace those bad habits with some kind of a positive approach, we could have an impact on drug use among young people. So if they had an opportunity to participate in leisure activities, There have been studies that have shown that this provides better support to communities, and young people have an opportunity to participate in activities and all kinds of things, and that reduces drug use among them. But drug addiction and drug use is a serious issue. It's something that requires the involvement of the community to succeed in fact, eliminating the problem.
Resuming debate. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start by thanking the member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue for agreeing to share her time with me so that I too can have an opportunity to speak on behalf of the members or the people of Beauport-Limoilou to Bill C-12. The title of this bill is an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act. So it's an act to amend an act, but there is also an abusive title, in my view, which sends out quite a troubling message. And I'd like to go back to that, Mr. Speaker. The short title that the Conservatives tend to use to garner attention, in this case, is the Drug-Free Prisons Act. Now, Mr. Speaker, like many people, I worked hard to eliminate dandelions in my grass, for example. Now, I wouldn't say that it's a battle that's lost ahead of time because, well, when you see the dandelions come back, they come through the back fence into the backyard. They're all over the place. So I'm trying to draw attention to the unrealistic ideas in this bill and the fact that witnesses weren't listened to when this bill was before committee. Many witnesses underscored the fact that this bill, despite its value and the fact that we need to support it, and I would point out that the NDP will be supporting this bill
on the principles. This bill is not inventing anything new, and it won't solve the basic problem. But I want to really go back to the message sent by the Conservatives. It's quite ironic to see that they haven't had a word to say since this debate has started. We've been here for about an hour, and we can see that they remain seated and they're refusing to even listen to the concerns that we might have and the points that we might be, or the problems we might be pointing out, rather. And these problems will not be solved by the passage of this bill. And the message in the end, by giving the bill this title, the Drug-Free Prisons Act, and particularly when we read through its 5 clauses, they're sending a message to the people who are in the institutions. If you have a drug problem, they're being told, you won't get parole if you don't meet these conditions. But as far as dealing with your addiction problem, don't count on us. You are going to find yourselves alone to deal with that. And that's exactly what the Conservatives have been doing for years and what they promise their base. That is to say, repression before anything else. And as far as any means being available to help people to deal with these problems, the issue of choice doesn't come into it. The message is don't count on us to spend a penny on this in order to help you try and imagine a future where you might not have this dependency. And this is really unfortunate because on top of ignoring what the situation is in the prisons, they're facing serious problems in that environment and these problems could result in them not being granted parole. And it will be difficult for them to reintegrate into society. And on top of that, the Conservatives are saying that the very people concerned here, the people in charge of the prisons, who indeed have put forward proposals to help deal with drug problems in the prisons, and in order to deal with other very serious problems as well that result in drug addiction, such as mental health problems, which is a real scourge affecting a great percentage of the prison population. And in fact, I would like to give you a really troubling statistic, which really illustrates the scope of the problem in Canadian prisons. And in 2011, 69% of women in prisons and 45% of men received mental health treatment. So they did receive some treatment, so it gives you a very good idea of the scope of the problem. But in a certain number of cases of mental health problems have perhaps not even been dealt with. So it just gives you an idea of how serious the problem is and how it goes so far beyond the pure repression that that the Conservatives are doing here. And I'll not mince words. They're making capital hay. They're making hay out of the problems, I should say, that our prisoners have in their institutions. Another thing I've become aware of, when we look at the people in charge of the RCMP fighting against terrorism, I'm on the Finance Committee. I'm pleased to be a member currently, and we're doing a study on the funding of terrorism initiatives. But what's really troubling, and we had already heard this at the Finance Committee, but it was confirmed at the Senate Committee on Public Safety, if memory serves me well, the RCMP is really robbing Peter to pay Paul. They're taking funds away from investigators working on organized crime cases to deal with terrorism cases. And everyone heard this. The Conservatives heard it as well, but they chose to ignore it. And in the votes that we have appropriations here, there's $1 billion that has not been spent by the RCMP and that remains in the consolidated fund. So in the end, the RCMP, like our correctional services, don't have the means necessary to be able to play their roles and deal with terrorism and other serious problems. The RCMP, as well as correctional services, particularly correctional services, just don't have the means to fight against mental health problems and drug addiction in prisons. And unfortunately, their budgets have been cut back at source. So the claim the government makes that drugs are being effectively fought against in the prisons doesn't hold water. I hope that my colleagues will stand up and say something in the House today and will intervene in this important debate, because this is further evidence that the Conservatives, despite the grandiose titles that they give their bills and their claims when they go out and meet with their base and their supporters, well, I will allow myself to say this. The people in the prisons are collateral victims of this fight against drugs. What they should be doing is emphasizing prevention, because when people are grappling with addictions, when they have mental health problems, and when their health problems and addiction problems are not taken in hand, well, obviously, the person just gets deeper and deeper into their difficulties, and their state of mind and health is further degraded. It becomes more and more difficult for that person to get out of that hole alone, especially when we talk about mental health issues and drug addiction problems. It becomes a dead end. The person, when they finally get out of prison, because, as we've all know very well there is a life after prison for most of those people. When they try to reintegrate society, it becomes an obstacle that they just cannot overcome. And once again, the Conservatives don't recognize that. They don't see the victims they don't see them as victims in all of this. So we're now prepared to answer questions here in the House. I'll support the bill, but I hope that the means to really help with these initiatives will follow. And I don't expect any results anymore from this government. I thank you very much. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Brossard-La Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Beauport-Limoilou for his speech on this bill, which is really important when we talk about prisons and the vision of public safety that we have in this country. My colleague really put forward an interesting analysis of the Conservatives' way of doing things, but I'd like him to expand on the NDP's vision of things when we talk about dealing with public safety issues and problems, and when we talk about prevention, when we talk about investing in social programs, what can we do to deal with this? Because I think we're aware of the fact that we need to have some public safety program in Canada, but what can we do in the NDP to better protect people? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. I thank my colleague from Brossard-La Prairie very much for his question. And I wanted to say at the outset that I don't want to repeat what my highly esteemed colleague from North Delta said earlier, particularly in terms of education and promoting hope that we might have when we invest in our young people and when we invest in the population in general, giving people hope for a better future. But I'll take this opportunity to talk about the budget that is coming further today. As I said, I'm a member of the Finance Committee, and unfortunately, as was the case with previous budgets, this will be the 10th budget tabled by this government, and it will once again be one of pessimism and dead ends for most of the people in this country. Most of the people will just feel that they are dealing with problems that can get worse. People will just lose hope in terms of the future, whether it's for themselves or their nearest and dearest. And that is really unfortunate. The Conservatives have said that if you avoid drugs and if you don't already have a good job, we're going to punish you for your poor choices in life, rather than trying to be inclusive and offering opportunities to people, to offer people opportunities to make real choices. Well, instead, the Conservatives have always reduced the choices available, and they'll continue to do so in this budget. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech, and I thank him for having said things very clearly and spelled them out clearly as to how the Conservatives look at issues and take them and make them political, and talking about the disdain they have for certain parts of our population, such as people who are offenders in institutions. So, continuing in that vein, there are policies for prisons that do not put the emphasis on the fact that these offenders could get out from under these addictions. This could be something that could happen while they're in the institution, but their programs aren't there to help them. Whereas the policy would just simply be to tell them to deal with it themselves. We have no resources to offer you. But if you want to get out earlier, deal with your addiction. So those who won't have had any resources to help them won't get out, and they'll still be stuck with the same addiction. So what kind of sense does that make? Some offenders will still end up getting out of prison and still be addicts. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou, you have 40 seconds. Thank my colleague from Sherbrooke for his question. And that reminds me of something I heard when I was a new member here. I was able to speak to a correctional services officer to talk about what the reality is in our prisons. And as he said to me, what is typical of this Conservative government is to ignore the fact that there is life after a person has done their time. And many people come out of our prisons completely abandoned because they weren't taken in hand, they weren't given an opportunity to rehabilitate themselves. And whether it's the correctional investigator or others have also said the same kinds of things. They have serious concerns about how the situation has degraded, and it's only going to get worse, unfortunately, in the coming years. And I repeat once again, and I really speak out against the degree to which the Conservatives should be ashamed of how they are not speaking today. They are remaining mute. And I think when they have to defend their pitiful record in the next election campaign, they will remember moments like this. Thank you. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to continue in the same vein, and I'll have a lot to say about the fact that the government is silent on this bill here today. But I'll start, first of all, by praising the members of our committee who sit, the NDP members who sit on the Public Safety Committee. They have had to do a colossal amount of work recently, and so I thank those members from Esquimalt-Juan de Fuca, Alfred Pellan, and Compton Stansted. And sometimes when we stand up to deal and speak to certain bills such as this one, they've been there. And we are often frustrated because we could do so much better. Frustration because colleagues before me said the same thing. When we see snore-inducing titles like Drug-Free Prisons Act,
Free Prisons Act, ça nous laisse, ça soulève.
That really that induces a lot of hope, and we think, oh my goodness, that might be wonderful. And then following that, we have to be realistic. I expected to see another boring title. This is a complex issue, and here we see in 5 little clauses. So there are 4 basic clauses after this boring title, as I said. The Drug-Free Prisons Act. Well, it reminds me a bit about when we studied the prostitution issue following the Supreme Court's decision, which once again was given a ludicrous title. And the government wanted to abolish prostitution in Canada, and then therefore, in their opinion, we wouldn't have the problem anymore. And of course, it is the world's it is a profession that is still blossoming as far as I know. So when I was here to listen to my colleagues, I'm so happy they were here to be able to do this. I'm happy to be here today, but in the riding in the last 2 weeks, it's often much more interesting to be in the riding than here in this chamber, because we have the feeling that here in the chamber, people watching us must be discouraged. They must be as discouraged that we are as well. Sometimes we just feel like we're preaching in the desert. There's only one side of the house that's thinking about issues. And people realize this because it was the case in many places. That last week was Volunteer Action Week, and I met with all kinds of people in Gatineau who are doing extraordinary work in all kinds of different areas, including helping people who have drug addiction problems, people who are former prisoners and are trying to get back into society. And when we sit down with them and say for next week I'll be able to speak to this next week on the issue of the fact that the federal government intends to eradicate drugs in prisons. Well, if you could hear the laughs that provoked, they're not serious. How do they think they're going to do that? Well, I said they claim in Clause 2 that if an offender has been granted parole under Section 122 or 123 but has not been released, and the offender fails or refuses to provide a urine sample when demanded to provide one under Section 54, or provides under that section a urine sample for which the result of the urinalysis is positive, the service shall inform the board of the failure or refusal. So there's Clause 3 as well. If the board is informed of the matters under Section 123.1 and the offender still has not yet been released, the board shall cancel the parole if, in its opinion, based on the information received under that section, the criteria set out in paragraphs 102A and B are no longer met. And they said, okay. I said, okay, there's Clause 4 as well. The releasing authority may impose any conditions on the parole, statutory release, or unescorted temporary absence of an offender, and that it considers reasonable and necessary in order to protect society and to facilitate the offender's successful reintegration into society. For greater certainty, the conditions may include any condition regarding the offender's use of drugs or alcohol, including in cases when that use has been identified as a risk factor in the offender's criminal behavior. Okay. Then there was Clause 5. The Governor and Council may make regulations providing for anything that by this part is provided by regulation. So they laughed their heads off. They said that's going to do away with drugs in prisons. Well, explain to us how that's going to happen. And I said, I have no explanation to offer. This is a bill that is a total miss. It is useless. In other words, we're going to take away your parole, and no one can be against virtuous actions. But once again, there's an opportunity here for having done something good that will have been lost by this government. For 4 years we've been here, Mr. Speaker, and now for 4 years we've had these snore-inducing titles that they give their bills, and I think people are starting to realize this. The best example is probably C-51, among others. When we saw how there was oh my God, all of the polls told us we were on the wrong side of the fence on this, and the NDP were pro-terrorists. We really couldn't be taken seriously in terms of public safety. The government was right.
And the third party in the bloc were a bit more timid, so they sided with the Conservatives. Everyone was on their side because people thought that was the right thing to do. But our role, and this is how I motivate myself, Mr. Speaker, when I see how quiet the Conservatives are being, sitting on their hands, and the Liberals too. And at report stage and third reading, we should, on behalf of our constituents, have something to say. Not necessarily on every single bill, but when we're talking about getting rid of drugs in prisons, I can't believe that elected officials here who are supposed to represent Canadians have nothing to say on this topic. We all, or almost all of us, have jails or detention centers or penitentiaries. They're all over the country. Can't we speak to people, our street outreach workers, young people, people who work with inmates? Because if we're really going to do our job and bring safety to our communities, we have to know what we're talking about. You have to be able to read a bill, explain it to people, discuss it, and listen to those reactions when people say, are you serious? You think this is really going to solve anything? Where's the money? The money to support all that. They've cut programs in recent years, so this is not serious, Mr. Speaker, and this is what people tell us all the time. So we know what we're talking about. We're saying loud and clear to the government, we do our job at committee. We say, if it's good, we say it's good, and if it's ridiculous, we tell them so. And we'll get a great example of that this afternoon, I'm sure. If all the government does is trot out one nice-sounding sentence, I'm anxious to see what they're going to do with the budget around justice and public safety this afternoon. Because people are talking about this, and I'd really be surprised. I'd love to be surprised. But I think this government believes its own advertising. They think they're amazing and outstanding, but they need to fund programs that stand a chance of being actually useful or helpful to people with drug problems in prisons. That's one thing. If you can prove in someone's urine or blood that they've taken drugs and then they're going to lose their parole. But do we just want to punish people here, or do we want to release people who have been rehabilitated? That's what you have to really look at. This government shows very little concern for these questions. And it's ironic, on the Justice Committee, at one point, one of the first bills that came from the Conservative benches was C-583 that dealt with fetal alcohol. I would say that it was a bill of substance. It did something other than merely punish. It attempted to deal with fetal alcohol syndrome, which a lot of inmates suffer from. And the idea was to try to find solutions suited to their individual problems and needs. And there was unanimity. It was nice to see, but what did the government do? They forced the sponsor to withdraw the bill so that a study could be done, and we did study it. We did a serious study given the time constraints because the Conservatives did limit the amount of time we had. But I'm looking forward to the final conclusions of that and the recommendations. But based on my experience, that's all that's going to happen. They're just going to encourage further study. And that's what the Liberals used to do before the Conservatives. It was amazing to see how nothing changed. It was 6 of one, half dozen of the other. When we switched from Liberals to Conservatives, nothing changed. It's the same old runaround. So here we have an example today of when I meet with people in my riding in Gatineau, when people, their reaction is, what is the point? What's the use of being in a parliament if people don't even bother to stand up and debate the bills before them? If you look at the title that says, this is going to create drug-free prisons, and if this wasn't just a slogan and a self-congratulatory short title, how do they expect to pull this off? How do they expect to accomplish this feat? It's very frustrating. It's also frustrating, but luckily things balance out in Canada. Luckily, our democracy has an executive and the judiciary, the three branches of government, the executive, the legislative, and the judiciary. So on the government side, they have the Department of Justice available to them. They can consult them ad nauseum. They can get legal opinions from the brightest legal minds in the entire country, but they don't even take advantage of that. They keep coming up with bills that are challenged in court. They go all the way up to the Supreme Court, and the courts reject them. And then the Conservatives say that the courts are being activist, that it's judicial activism. But the courts are simply saying, no, you can't do that. We have laws in this country. There's a Constitution. There's a Charter of Rights and Freedoms. You can't do whatever you like. You can't do as you please. You have the power to legislate, but there are limits. There's a framework. And if you go beyond that, then you will be unsuccessful. So we have a Constitution. We have to respect it. We have to respect our founding legislation. That's hardly judicial activism. The courts, unfortunately, are put in the awkward position of having to counterbalance the excesses of the executive. There was the Schmidt case against the Attorney General of Canada. Apparently the government issued the order to disregard the charter and just go ahead. And That's hardly any way to proceed. That's not a government that's taking its role as lawmaker seriously, and it produces the results it produces. When you wind up in front of the Supreme Court of Canada, that's what happens. So this is a file that's going to end up at the Supreme Court. This bill, in my view, will accomplish absolutely nothing, not what it claims it will accomplish, and unfortunately, it will just delay things that could be done to make the situation better. Because if you listen to people who appeared at committee and told us what it would take, what would be needed, instead of cutting rehab programs, instead of cutting back on support for people with serious problems, drug problems, when they get out of jail, we could actually make some headway here. But when I look at all the mandatory minimums in all these bills with longer and longer periods of incarceration attached to them, well, they don't really want to put these people into rehab until they're nearing their release date. So if sentences are longer, then people won't necessarily be getting access to rehab immediately. They may just wait until their release date is within a year or two. So what type of individual they've gotten, their drug problem has worsened, they've become hardened in that longer period of time before they get any treatment. So how is this going to make our communities safer when those people are eventually released? I'd like to think that people, when they're released, they've been rehabilitated. It's not because I'm a bleeding heart. It's actually a bit selfish, Mr. Speaker. I want to make sure those people are not a threat, not to me, not to my friends, not to my community, and not to me myself. So what's going to produce those results? What will produce the desired results? But that's not how this government thinks, I don't think. We weren't born yesterday. We've seen this government in action. We know their habits. We'll probably see in the budget this afternoon tons of things that they've been ridiculed. They ridiculed us for suggesting things, and they're now going to steal them and put them in their budget. Once again, to trumpet their fantastic agenda as if they're the best government Canada ever had. They'll try to cover up all the years leading up to this when they couldn't balance a budget, when all they did, according to the economists, was push Canada deeper into debt and undo all that was accomplished in the 90s. But with this budget, they're going to try to cover that all up and make people forget what came before. And I don't know if this is what they're trying to do, or if it's because some Canadians support them. But even those who consider themselves tough on crime or believe this government when it talks about being tough on crime, I say, read this bill that claims it'll get drugs out of prisons and make them drug-free. It takes 1 minute to read this bill at the most. If anyone thinks that this tiny little bill is going to solve the problem, I don't think anyone could seriously believe that C-12 is going to create drug-free prisons. That's what I call misleading the public, misleading Canadians, and in my opinion, it's shameful for a government that claims to be serious about crime. If they think they can pull this over on people, then they're mocking Canadians. And it's unfortunate because C-583 was a sensible bill. All the useful legislation this government has shunted aside. And with all the time allocation and so on, People are no longer fooled by this government's tactics. In the last couple of weeks, I've been speaking to people. People are aware of what's going on here on the Hill. And with C-51, we managed to get the message across. Initially, there was a certain amount of support for C-51, but now Canadians have seen through it and support has dropped for this bill. We're the official opposition. We're doing our job. We don't do our job based on polls. We're serious about this. We approach it with seriousness. We're communicating with our constituents. We're not like the Bloc. We're not like the Liberals who have decided to continue supporting the Conservatives, because ultimately there's not much to differentiate them. But we are taking our job seriously. We're taking the time to explain this legislation to people. The budget, the Conservative budget, is going to involve hundreds of millions of dollars in advertising during the hockey games, saying how great this budget is, but people won't be fooled. People are going to tell this government, stop trying to pull things over on us. We don't believe you. Thank you. Questions and comments?
Questions and comments. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Ahunsik. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague on her excellent speech. She really put her finger on a number of major problems, particularly the pointlessness of this bill. It's not going to get drugs out of prisons. I can tell you from experience, because I worked in penitentiaries, this is a daily struggle to try to keep drugs from getting into the prisons. People are very creative about getting drugs into prisons. And the users have multiple problems. So the goal, if you want to try to get drugs out of penitentiaries, 100% drug-free, well, you're going to help people stop using. That's the root of the problem, is the addiction. So I think this is something, however, that is virtually impossible to pull off, because there are so many variables that this bill doesn't even tackle. My question for my colleague is, doesn't she think this bill is not only useless, but it also dredges up things that already are out there, like drug tests and canceling parole when it's known that an inmate has been using drugs? When I read this bill, I see that it's pointless, but also that they're already doing this in the system. Did she arrive at the same conclusion? The honourable member for Gatineau. Absolutely, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Ahunsik for her question, and I'd like to congratulate her on her work, because as a criminologist, she has inside knowledge, which is priceless and which is highly appreciated, because it enables us to make reasoned decisions. So I'm happy to hear from her. I would have liked to hear from others. I have colleagues who were police officers, colleagues who worked in detention centres. That's the beauty of working in a parliament with 308 voices representing different backgrounds, individual, diverse backgrounds, people who have field experience. When I read this bill, like my colleague from Ahunsik, my thoughts were, oh, come on. Are they trying to pretend that this is not already being done in the field? Of course it is. Parole boards are not newbies. They're not imbeciles. They're already doing this kind of thing. If there's one thing you take from my speech, it's that just tabling a bill with such an inflated title as Drug-Free Prisons Act. So the Conservatives are going to go around the country saying, we tabled Bill C-12 to get drugs out of prisons. We're taking serious steps to eradicate drugs in prisons. Well, they know that Canadians aren't going to take the time and trouble to go looking for C-12 and reading the bill. So that's why I read it out. We're going to show people what this bill actually is. Stop taking people for idiots. Look past the propaganda short title. Look behind the short title and you'll see there's nothing there. And if you look at the Conservatives' records, it's one defeat after another before the courts. All their bills, it's been a colossal failure, their law and order agenda. It's just wasting paper. It serves no purpose other than to have photo ops and press conferences where they pat themselves on the back, but they're not actually solving any real problems. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I'd like to thank my colleague from Gatineau for her speech. She wasn't shy about calling it like it is, and I'd like her to confirm the impression I got from her speech, and that is that tomorrow morning, so to speak, when this bill gets royal assent, this bill's going to have no impact. It will make no difference in the prison system. That's what I thought when I read this, and I want her to tell me whether that's right. Once this gets royal assent, there's not going to be any change. It's not going to make any difference. Nothing's going to change in the operations of the parole board. So what's the point? What's the use of this bill, if I understood correctly? The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad my colleague from Sherbrooke sees me as someone who tells it like it is. And the message in my speech is beware of people. Don't be afraid, people who will tell you one thing. Don't be afraid to take a second look. Look behind the short title. When I meet with people in Gatineau, I say, don't just believe what they tell you. Look deeper. Don't be fooled by a catchy title like drug-free prisons. And my colleague is right. Once this bill is passed, this will have zero impact, maybe a 5% impact at the most. And it's unfortunate. They could have done so much better with this, because in a lot of justice bills and public safety bills, beyond the title, if the government made a real effort to follow up on one of these catchy titles with a genuine program, if we saw some serious finances, serious financial support, and people too, people power. So if these things were resourced properly, maybe they'd be a bit more credible. But all this is hot air, big words on paper with no follow-through, no concrete follow-up. So, and people, the witnesses are often too polite, but when they appear before us, and including volunteers who work with inmates in jails and detention centers, people who help drug addicts and so on, they know what the situation is when they see that they say, look, we do all this work, volunteer work. You guys in government have incredible resources at your disposal. You could make the world so much safer, and yet you come to us with such crap, such lousy legislation. And that's what they say. That's what the witnesses say. And if the government were to actually follow through with some serious support for these, that would be great. I would be the first to congratulate them. But when I see the reactions of the people in the field to C-51 and this and other bills, I say, watch out, because the Canadians are going to stand up and say, enough is enough. And I suspect that's going to happen around October 19th. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know my colleague has a lot of experience in this area, and I'm wondering if she can give us perhaps a bit more explanation on the legal aspects of how this bill may or may not do anything to help reintegrate folks that go to prison back into society. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Then our deputy gets to know vous avez une minute.
Okay, well, interesting question, because when I read the clause in Bill C-12, all it is, it's about the possibility for the board to test somebody before they're let go on their probation, and if they have drugs in their system, they withhold the liberation. So it does absolutely nothing to make sure that a person doesn't take drugs. So that's the problem. It's like the member from Ansick was saying, what do we do to make sure that there's no drug coming inside the jail? How do we make sure that a person who's got a drug problem can get out of that problem? There's nothing, but they call it a Drug-Free Prisons Act. I mean, if that's not laughing at people, I don't know what it is. So there's so many aspects of the situation surrounding drugs in prison that are not addressed with C-12. It's an insult to anybody's intelligence to claim that it is going to create a drug-free prison.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Surrey North.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As always, it's an honour to rise in this House to speak on behalf of my constituents from Surrey North. In this case, Bill C-12, which is an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, the so-called Drug-Free Prisons Act. Mr. Speaker, before I get to the title, because I think the member before me was talking about that it's almost laughable. Actually, I was laughing when she pointed that out, because there is nothing in this bill that has taken any concrete steps to prevent drugs either entering the prisons or any concrete steps to help those in prison to get off drugs they may be on. So, Mr. Speaker, what does this bill do? There's only one small aspect to the bill, and it's a small bill. It's 3 or 4 pages. It's not detailed. The only thing that really changes with this bill is it adds a provision to the Correctional and Conditional Release Act that makes it clear for the parole board to use positive results from urine tests or refusal to take urine tests for drugs in making its decision on parole eligibility. So, Mr. Speaker, that's all it does. Basically, it gives legal authority to the parole board to be able to use drug tests or urine tests of the prisoners to determine eligibility for parole. Here's the kicker, Mr. Speaker. This basically, the practice is already in place. The parole board already does this. So the only thing it does is gives them legal authority. So nothing else changes. So that's the laughable title of this bill, Mr. Speaker. It's called a drug-free prison. I have yet to have any Conservative get up in this House, try to explain this to this House. None of the Conservatives are getting up, or the Liberals for that matter, trying to explain this to us as to how this is going to make less drugs in our prison, Mr. Speaker. If they were really concerned about preventing drugs, there would be more concrete effort taken in order to, on the demand side of drugs in prison, Mr. Speaker, rehabilitation, those kinds of initiatives, Mr. Speaker. Yet there's nothing in this bill that will lead us to hope that one day we will have a drug-free prisons. I think it's a great aspiration to go towards that, go towards drug-free prisons. However, the Conservatives have shown, they come up with these hollow hollow titles of bills, somehow pretend that they are, things are going to happen. And Mr. Speaker, I was talking about yesterday. We had the Opposition Day motion. We were talking about the oil spill in the English Bay, and the Conservatives have been toying around the idea of a world-class response, Mr. Speaker, and we saw what happened in the English Bay when the toxic oil was spilled in English Bay. It wasn't a world-class response. Somehow, 6 hours to reach to a spillage is a world-class, Mr. Speaker. This is how they frame things, Mr. Speaker. They'll come out with a fancy title. I have to give them one thing, Mr. Speaker. They are very good at coming up with some fancy names for their bills. But the problem is the bills themselves, the legislation itself is hollow. It actually doesn't address what we need to address. If they were really concerned about addressing issues in drugs in prisons, they would bring more concrete proposals to this House, and we would be happy. We have always supported having concrete initiatives in order to ensure that we have safe prisons, we have drug-free prisons, we have prisons that's good work environment for people that work in those very, very difficult situations, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I had a chance to I've been to prison, Mr. Speaker, and I want to rephrase that. I visited a prison. I happened to be on the Public Safety Committee, and we were studying this very issue of drugs in prison. And we had a number of hearings. We heard from the corrections staff. We heard from experts. We heard from many, many stakeholders throughout Canada. And, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that majority of those people that were at the committee, they were of the opinion that we needed more rehabilitation in prison in order to curb this menace in prisons. Mr. Speaker, I know that Conservatives don't like facts and figures, and they even have trouble in regards to when it comes to business and economics. When it comes to supply and demand, Mr. Speaker. And I'm going to get into that in a minute, Mr. Speaker, but I want to go back to the amount of money this government has spent trying to prevent drugs going into prison and what the result was. And this, in 2008, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives decided to invest over 3 years, $122 million. I'm not joking here, $122 million into bringing in I would say toys, other sniffer dogs, ion machines to prevent drugs going into the prison. So $123 million was spent on interdiction of drugs into prisons over 3 years. Mr. Speaker, the result of that 3 years of spending a substantial amount of money was that the urine test that was done in the beginning of random urine test of the prisoners and the random test that was done at the end did not show any difference. That meant basically the amount of drugs that were in prisons before were still in prison afterwards, even after spending $122 million on interdiction. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, the very programs that would help these individuals get off to drug rehabilitation were being cut at the same time. So when we're talking about supply side, we're talking about demand, on one side, they're trying to cut the supply, yet on the demand side, they're not helping those very individuals to get off the drugs, Mr. Speaker. So sometimes I wonder if they actually understand what economics is all about, or law of diminishing return, or whether it makes sense to do this, Mr. Speaker. So that was a result of 3 years of interdiction by this government, Mr. Speaker. I had a chance to visit those prisons. I visited 2 prisons up in Kingston, medium security prisons, and I also went up to the prison up in Harrison Lake area, Kent, and also Masqui prison in Abbotsford. And I had a chance to actually sit down with the prisoners in a group I went in with the warden. I asked the warden to step outside. So, I'm together with a number of prisoners. Some of them were committee members representing other prisoners. We sat down, and I asked them point blank out, Mr. Speaker. I said, okay, what has changed in the last 3 years? When they started this interdiction of spending $122 million of taxpayers' money up till now, can I get drugs in the prison? And they said, yeah, sure you can. What type of drug would you like, Mr. Speaker? This is the response from these individuals inside. And I said, okay, what has changed? They said, well, the only thing that has changed is that the price of drugs has gone up by 5-6 times what it was before. You can still get those drugs. You can still are able to access those, but the price has skyrocketed to 5-6 times. So, Mr. Speaker, that was a result of the effort by this government to stop drugs going into prison. Then I asked the next question, Mr. Speaker. I asked him, I said, okay, surely, you want to get off drugs, or surely you don't want to be taking this stuff when you go outside. You want to be clean. What is needed in order for you to be off these drugs? Look at the demand side of it, Mr. Speaker. And they clearly told me. They clearly came out. They said, well, we need programs that will help us to get off these drugs, rehabilitation programs. And they told me that, when we come into majority of the population that goes into prisons, 80-90% of it has some form of addiction, Mr. Speaker. Those are the facts that are, well documented. And when you go into prison, and they're saying that there's no rehabilitation services to get into, no programs to get into right when they get to the prison. So how are they supposed to manage in there, Mr. Speaker? That was their question. How are they supposed to manage them? So they wanted some programs available to them right when they get to the prison, so they're able to access those services and get off these drugs. And thus, there'll be less demand for these drugs, and we can reduce the supply of drugs coming into prisons. The only services that was basically, Mr. Speaker, one way or another, once a prisoner does their time, they're going to be out in the society. I think we have a captive audience here where we can provide these very services, very rehabilitative services, programs that will help them get off these drugs, that will help them to reintegrate into society when they are released from the prison. It becomes much easier to reintegrate if they're off this substance or off any drugs that they were taking before they got to prisons. As I said, Mr. Speaker, high percentage of prisoners are addicted to either drugs, alcohol, or some form of drugs when they get to the prison. So, Mr. Speaker, so that's the record. So if we are really serious about curbing the use of drugs, the drugs in prisons, we have to also look at the supply side, demand side, which is helping those individuals get off the drugs. And yet, this government has made the very cuts to the programs that need this rehabilitative services, that needs this investment into these programs that will help curb drugs in prisons. And, Mr. Speaker, today is a budget day. It's a budget day. I know this is going to be the last budget for this government, because they won't be presenting the budget next year, Mr. Speaker. I can assure you that, because I've heard from my constituents, I've heard people from across this country that this is their last budget. So they have an opportunity. If you're really concerned about curbing drugs into prisons, you have an opportunity, a last opportunity. Let's make an impact. Let's make an impact. Talk to your finance minister. Talk to your prime minister. Talk to your cabinet colleagues. Let's make this real. Let's make that investment in this budget to ensure not only that we have rehabilitative programs in the prisons, but also in our communities. Mr. Speaker, there's been over 20 shootings. Over 20 shootings in my hometown of Surrey in the last over about 35 days. Mr. Speaker, that's very disturbing. That's very disturbing to me as a father. That's very disturbing to me as a representative from Surrey North, this is happening in my backyard, Mr. Speaker. There's a gang war going on. There's issues with the drugs deals going on. There's a turf war going on with a number of young people. And unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, what we had feared happened just the other day. We had one young man that was killed, and there's fears of more violence that's going to escalate from this this tragedy on the weekend, Mr. Speaker. So I urge the government to invest in the very programs that is going to make our communities a safer place. Instead of coming up with these hollow bills, hollow, laughable names of the bills that do actually nothing to make our communities safe. Let's make real investment into our communities. Let's fund programs. I have a bill in this House, private member's bill, Mr. Speaker, a motion that is asking for long-term and sustainable funding for youth gang crime prevention programs. I know this, Mr. Speaker, because I've talked to service providers in my communities that help youth and that provide services to at-risk youth. And what they've been telling me, Mr. Speaker, is the very programs that are funded through the Canadian government are being cut by this government over the last number of years. If we are going to make investment in our youth, investment into safer communities, it's these kinds of programs that we need to ensure that we make investments time after time. And the results, I've talked to these individuals that provide these programs to at-risk kids, and the results were fabulous, Mr. Speaker. Some of these youth were actually, there's about 80–85% success rate for these youth to be able to graduate from high school. And yet, I've seen in my own community this government making cuts to the very programs that will help our youth to get on the right path, that will help make our communities safer. If they were concerned about making our communities safer, Mr. Speaker, again, they have instead of having hollow, laughable bills being presented in this House, they have an opportunity. Their last opportunities, I've said before, because they are not going to get that opportunity next year, Mr. Speaker, to make that very investment, commitment that they formed when they came into government in 2006. They were going to do things differently than the party in the corner over there, the Liberal Party, Mr. Speaker. Yet they have failed to do that. They are basically doing the same things, shuffling chairs on a table on the Titanic, basically, Mr. Speaker. It's not helping. If they were really concerned about ensuring the safety in our communities, they would be making these investments. As you know, Mr. Speaker, this bill, again, it does not do, it's got a very narrow scope that simply gives direction to the parole board to be able to use, legally, to use urine samples, if they fail to provide urine sample as a tool to deny them parole. But as we know, Mr. Speaker, and as I've said before, the parole board has been using this practice. And so there's nothing concrete in this bill, this Drugs-Free Prison Act, that will actually enhance or provide for safer working conditions, safer prisons, drug-free prisons. There's nothing in here, Mr. Speaker. There's absolutely nothing. Yet the Conservatives have come out with this fancy name that'll have you believe somehow, magically, out of the sky, that we're going to have these drug-free prisons, Mr. Speaker. And frankly speaking, Mr. Speaker, this is their 10th year in government, and I think they're running out of any ideas, any sort of new ideas how to actually provide for Canadians, whether it's safer communities, whether it's providing services, whether it's enhancing our health care, whether it's working towards having a pharmacare program and a daycare program, Mr. Speaker. You know, Liberals have been promising a daycare program, a child care program, since 1972. They haven't delivered that. This government said that they would have hundreds of thousands of spaces available, yet they haven't delivered. And we have an idea, Mr. Speaker. We will be bringing child care program throughout this country, across this country, once we form the government in 2015, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I see the member chairing, and he can be sure that we will be forming the government in 2015. One of the issues that that comes up often, and we've heard this at the study when we were doing the study into drug-free prison, is if Conservatives are truly interested in drugs use in prison, they would provide tools, investment for CSC to have a proper intake assessment of inmates' addiction, and then provide the proper correctional programming for that offender, Mr. Speaker. Without addiction treatment, education, and proper reintegration upon release, a prisoner will likely return to the criminal lifestyle and possibly create more victims. And we know, Mr. Speaker, it's a common sort of knowledge that when a young person is brought into the prison system, it's a university for them to learn higher crime from other gangsters and stuff. And gangsters not only are a problem, as I've said, in my part of the town, but they're also an issue in the prisons. So, Mr. Speaker, I know I have very little time, but this is an issue I think we need to address. If we were serious about addressing this issue, we would be looking at rehabilitation investment. We would be looking at investing in our communities, the very communities that are part of, across this country. And yet this government comes up with the hollow titles, try to pretend somehow they're actually doing something. And that is all, Mr. Speaker. It's basically, this is a very small little step. Yes, I will support this, but at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, the practice they're proposing is already being practiced by the parole board, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. I thank my colleague for his excellent speech and also for having shared his experiences in his writing and the experiences that he had when he went and visited a prison, a penitentiary. And I'd like to hear him expand on whether or not he really feels that it was a missed opportunity on the part of the Conservatives to have a bill with this kind of a title, but to only put 4 clauses into it that only repeat what are existing practices in the correctional system. So is it indeed a missed opportunity for the Conservatives? They might have put real, tangible measures in place to prevent our prisons having more drugs in them. So there could have been much more done. And it's an opportunity that really is a missed one when we know, other colleagues mentioned it, that it won't have the desired effect, as mentioned in the title of the bill. So is this something that they might have done? And here on being budget day, are there other opportunities that are available to the government to really address this issue?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, the title of the bill is very misleading. Misleading in the sense that, drugs-free prison, I think we all aspire to have that. But actually, in this bill, there's nothing in there that'll actually going to help to have drug-free prisons. The only component that's in this bill, Mr. Speaker, it allows the parole board to be able to use drug samples in prisoners' bloods to deny them parole. And that's already happening. That's a practice that's being being used by the parole board. So it's a missed opportunity, and the member is absolutely right. I think that what's happening now, today being a budget day, this government has run out of ideas. They have run out of new ideas to actually come up with some concrete ways how we can make our prisons a safer place for our correctional workers, a safer place for reintegration of these individuals back into the society. Instead, they come up with these fancy names that have no impact whatsoever on actual working of the prison or any sort of elimination of drugs. So, of course, Mr. Speaker, the official opposition has always advocated for ways to reduce harm, reduce drug use in prisons, and we will continue to do that. In 2015, we will bring real concrete actions, real concrete proposals to ensure that our prisons are safe, not only for workers, but also for the prisoners.
Questions and comments? Honourable Member Timmins James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, I listened with great interest to my honourable colleague. There's so many people working on making safer streets, dealing with recidivism, making sure that we actually get people out of the drug trade and making sure people don't get involved in drugs. And we have this Conservative government. I think this is a perfect Conservative bill. It meets the three criteria. One, it has a ridiculous title that means nothing. Number two, it won't change anything because what it's claiming to do is already within the parole board. And number three, the big kicker, they've already spent $122 million, a waste of $122 million, and haven't changed anything. So they're going to stand up again and bang their head against the brick wall that they've created in their prison attitudes, without ever coming forward into this House with one coherent, reasonable response that will actually cut down the drug trade and bring down the rates of recidivism. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, with his experience in Surrey and what he knows in dealing with drug issues through his portfolio in the House, why he thinks it is that this government continues to show such tired, out-of-touch ideas, and maybe it is time that Canadians finally did throw these guys out.
The honourable member for Surrey North.
Thank you. I couldn't have summed it better than the member from Timmins Bay. This bill, Mr. Speaker, is got a fancy title, yet it has no meat in there. It pretends that it'll do something which it doesn't really do. And that's what's been happening with the Conservative government over the last 4 years that I've been here, is they pretend on doing something. It actually doesn't do anything. And the member's absolutely right. This government spent $122 million, Mr. Speaker, over a 3-year period to eradicate drugs from prisons. And what was the result, Mr. Speaker? The result was zero change. And Mr. Speaker, I went into the Correction Services reports, annual reports. I checked out the drug, alcohol, or drug levels, random drug testing they do, the rate of drug in prisoners was same as before this $122 million, and after. There was no significant change. So here's a government, the experts been telling them that if you're looking at on the supply side, you also have to look at the demand side, which is prevention, which is rehabilitation. Yet they're putting this whole chunk of money on the supply side, which had no effect in the amount of drugs getting into prisons. But on the demand side, they were cutting the very preventative programs, very programs that rehabilitated, that would have cut the supply if there's no demand. I know, Mr. Speaker, this is hard for the Conservative to comprehend, something which is simple as, supply and demand. And the member's absolutely right, Mr. Speaker. This government has run out of ideas. It's time, and I think Canadians will show them the door come October 19, 2015.
Questions and comments? The honourable member Scanable Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend from Surrey for his comments. Crime is a big issue for many Canadians. I would say in particular because of some past in his part of Canada and Surrey, it's a top-of-mind issue for many voters. Yet in dealing with this issue, it's important to bring our best intelligence and our thoughtfulness around what to do about crime, be it crime that's committed once in prisons or it's leading in. My question is for him is about this particularly annoying statistic for the Conservatives, that and it shouldn't be annoying because it's good news, that for a number of years now, 15 or 20 years or more, crime rates in Canada have been steadily dropping. Violent crimes, property crimes, steadily. All statistics across the board, murder and whatnot. And yet at the same time, when the Conservatives got in, and I would argue more for political reasons, they needed to make crime an issue, the incarceration rate has gone up. So before any of the measures that Conservatives brought in, crime rate was dropping. It continues to drop even though they bring in these new laws and they're supposed to change this, that, and the other. And the one thing that has changed is incarceration, which is an incredibly expensive thing. You know, you run more than $100,000 a year per prisoner. 150,000, my friend tells me, for Fed maximum prison. And yet you have a government unconcerned with whether their measures are actually working, but just wanting to spend the money and lock up more people. So if crime is dropping, then let's look at the things that actually work. If incarceration rates are going up, let's look at who's being incarcerated and try to find out how to prevent the crime in the first place. Wouldn't that be the most ideal crime-fighting tactic any government could take on? Thank you.
The honourable member for Surrey North.
The member from Mosquito Bulkley Valley hit the nail on the head, Mr. Speaker. Absolutely, we need to take proactive approaches to crime in today's society, and prevention is the best investment any government, any society can make. Mr. Speaker, there's been a number of shootings in my town of Surrey over the last month, over 20 shootings, and we've had a young person that was fatally killed over the weekend. And there's fears in my community that this will further escalate. What is needed, Mr. Speaker? What is needed is not only we need more police force that this government promised back in 2006, what we also need additional preventative programs, preventative investment into communities in order to ensure that our young people are not getting into these types of activities. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, I've talked to many, many organizations at the ground level where the Conservatives have failed to make these vital investments into our communities that will make them safe. Mr. Speaker, there's many, many studies that have been done. This is not, you know, Kijiji facts. These are academic studies from the States and from Canada, where a minimal investment in crime prevention programs gives you a huge return at the end. As the member pointed out, it costs a lot of money to keep these prisoners in place. We're spending up to $150,000 a year, but a fraction of that invested early on into our gang prevention programs, into our communities, will make Canada a better place for all Canadians.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank you for the opportunity to play a role in this debate. It's, I think, an important debate, although the bill itself is rather modest in scope. It's rather expansive in title, mind you. It claims to be the Drug-Free Prisons Act, but it actually amends a practice that's currently being carried out by the Parole Board, which is to take into account either a failure to take a drug sample or the results of a drug sample testing for someone who's about to be released on parole. So it doesn't actually change very much, except put into law a practice that already exists. But it is an opportunity, Mr. Speaker, and this is why I think New Democrats today are spending some time to talk about this, to talk about the approach that this government has taken, not only to legislation in general, but also, in particular, legislation as it relates to crime and punishment and the treatment of offenders. Because I think, you know, we can be magnanimous today and say everybody in this House would like to have a safer society. We'd like to have safer streets and communities. And the question is, how do you go about that? And is the government's approach one that works and actually creates safer communities, or is it not? We on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, in particular New Democrats, believe that this government is an absolute failure when it comes to this issue. They're great at the rhetoric. You know, we got one here today. You know, the Act to Amend the Corrections Conditional Release Act is the long title. The short title, the propaganda title, the inaccurate propaganda title is the Drug-Free Prisons Act, and they're good at propaganda. And they actually put propaganda into the names of legislation. Now, I don't know if this is unique to this particular government. Maybe the Liberals did it too. I don't remember that far back. I wasn't here then. I was here back in 1987 when the Progressive Conservatives were in power, but I wasn't here during the Liberal regime. But to call this act the Drug-Free Prisons Act is an attempt to fool people. And there's an old saying, Mr. Speaker, common enough, but we don't hear it that often these days. It's a bit of an old-fashioned saying. It says, you know, you can fool some of the people all the time, and you can fool all of the people some of the time, but you can't fool all of the people all of the time. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, you can't fool the majority of the people all the time, and this government is going to find that out in September of this year. But let me go back to the first part of that. You know, you can fool all of the people some of the time, and this government believes that it can get away with that with titles like this. They believe they can fool all of the people some of the time, and so by putting it in a bill, say this is called the Drug-Free Prisons Act, they can make people think that this bill is going to remove drugs from the prisons. Well, this government spent $122 million on interdiction programs over a 3-year period from 2012 on, the same period that they took $295 million out of the correction system.
Ridiculous.
And what did the result? Did it create drug-free prisons? Absolutely not. Not at all. In fact, there are just as many drugs in the prisons these days as there was then. So, is what they're doing, is their approach working? No, Mr. Speaker. If I may quote from the Office of the Correctional Investigators, Howard Sapers, a very renowned expert on this matter, one so renowned that this government decided not to renew his appointment after serving this position for, I think, some 8 years or more, and doing a magnificent job, dispassionate, fact-based, evidence-based advice to government. He said as follows in his annual report in 2011-2012, a zero-tolerance stance to drugs in prison is an aspiration rather than an effective policy. It simply does not accord with the facts of crime and addiction in Canada or elsewhere in the world. Harm reduction measures within a public health and treatment orientation offer a far more promising, cost-effective and sustainable approach to reducing subsequent crime and victimization. And again, the John Howard Society, working very hard at this group, basically say that it's not a realistic goal to even have. So they've really got the question put wrongly, and they've got the wrong answer. What we're really trying to do, Mr. Speaker, to create a safer society and safer communities is to reduce the number of victims of crime. You know, the crime rates are going down. We know that. You wouldn't know that from the emphasis that the government places on it, but the crime rates are actually going down. The prisons are getting more and more filled. The conditions in prison are getting worse with double bunking, etc. And, you know, one of the consequences of that is that we don't have safer communities. If you have people in prison longer, if you don't have programs, and I'll get to that in a minute, if you don't have programs to assist with issues such as drug addiction and substance abuse, and those prisoners are eventually released into society because they're not going to be there forever. They have a sentence, they serve their sentence, and then they're out. If they go out into those communities without those problems solved or tackled, they are going to be a bigger danger to society, and there will be more victims of crime. Now, that's just plain logic, Mr. Speaker. I know it interferes with some members' opposite's view of humankind and how we should deal with criminals. And I practiced law for many years, and I practiced criminal law for a number of those years, and I understand the system. There are principles of sentencing, and the idea of sentencing is to fit the sentence to the crime, and the purpose of sentencing is to there are a number of factors taken into consideration. It's we need to deter crime, we need to punish crime, but we also need to rehabilitate the offender so that we have safer communities. Those factors are taken into consideration. Once they get in prison, those factors should be put to work. They're removed from society, and we now want to ensure, as best we can, that the rate of recidivism, it's called, but it's a complicated word for a very simple thing. We don't want these people who are in prison to commit crimes when they get out. And how do you do that? Well, if you're going to spend $122 million in a period in which you're to try to interdict and prevent drugs from getting into prisons, totally without serious effect, and then you spend approximately $10 million, I think it was $9 million to $11 million over the same period. You spend that much on substance abuse programs in our prisons. Now, that really doesn't make sense. It was estimated that at this point in time, or when this bill was going through committee, that 2,400 prisoners in our correction system were awaiting to get access to a substance abuse program. 2,400. And what happens, Mr. Speaker, and this is one aspect of it in a way, because if they're in prison, they don't have access to a substance abuse program, they have access to drugs, because we know that drugs are in the system, but those prisoners with no access to a drug substance abuse program end up coming out of prison eventually without their addictions dealt with, without an opportunity to control their addictions, and without an opportunity to move forward. Those are going back into the streets, without the ability or the opportunity to be able to be better serving members of society. And that's, that's really what we're dealing with. I think one of the comments that was made by representatives of the John Howard Society said that this bill will not eliminate drugs from the prison, but it seems to be a tactic to ignore some of the real issues in prison, such as mental illness, double bunking, and prisoner self-harm. Prisoner self-harm is one that I think we're all very reminded of, as a result of a very tragic story, the story of Ashley Smith, a young woman who died in prison at the age of 19. She was first arrested at the age of 14. And I think her offense was to throw crab apples at a letter carrier. I believe that was the original thing that got her in trouble with the law. And she ended up into what turned out to be a death spiral from age 14 to age 19, down and down into desperation and maltreatment by the prison system. And there's been reports on this. A very tragic case, well investigated, well reported on, but tragic nonetheless, where she ended up killing herself, Mr. Speaker, under the watchful eye of corrections officials who were told not to interfere while she was strangling herself in the prison. That's what it came to in that particular case, Mr. Speaker, a sense of desperation that cried out for reform, cried out for change, and that change is still required to take place, and we're not getting it from this government. What we're getting instead is increasing the crowding in prisons, the closing down of some of special facilities that were dealing with mental health cases in prison. We do know that we're talking about drugs here in prison, that a very high percentage of the offender population that abuses drugs is also currently struggling with mental illness as well. And we don't have adequate programs in the prisons for that. We have the Conservative government closing down treatment centres for inmates dealing with serious mental illness. This is something that's a very serious problem, and I think this, in many times drug abuse and substance abuse does co-occur with mental health problems, and there are some figures that support the size of this issue. In 2011, for example, it's estimated that 45% of male offenders and 69% of female offenders had received a mental health care intervention prior to going into prison. So that shows a level of serious need within prisons to provide access to care, access to programs, and a sense that if you can get out of prison. If prison can, in fact, be a positive experience for some people who are in desperate circumstances, if the programs are available. You know, we do have we need to have an attitude that recognizes that, yes, there's individual responsibility that occurs with crime. There's nobody suggesting that everybody in prison is there because of somehow they've been wronged. But we do know that there are socioeconomic factors. We do know that there are people with serious needs that aren't being met in society, whether it be drug addictions that they have no way of dealing with, or whether they be mental health issues that are improperly or inadequately addressed in our society. And we do know that there's high unemployment in many parts of this country, and we have significant problems in the Aboriginal communities as a result of many factors, which I won't go into here. But you know, so we do have a whole series of issues that leads to the situation that we have. We can't just say the answer is to increase the sentences, which we've heard a lot from this government, to put in mandatory minimum sentences as a deterrent to people committing crimes, which we know doesn't work, and even has been recognized very recently by the Supreme Court of Canada as a fact that the research shows, and is confirmed by the Supreme Court of Canada, accepted by the highest court in the land in a recent decision, that deterrence, when mandatory minimum sentences as such do not, in fact, deter crimes. In fact, there are situations where, and you know, this government is anxious to continue to make prison a situation which is negative, not only for the prisoner, obviously, but also for correctional guards. When you start talking about 0 opportunities for parole forever, what does that do for the safety of correction officers when somebody in a prison has no hope whatsoever of ever getting out and nothing to lose, frankly, in the sense of something that could offer them hope, or offer them some, at least, if it's a faint hope, it still offers some sort of hope. If you change the metrics of that and say to this person that no matter what happens, no matter what you do, you're not getting out of here ever, your circumstances are going to be worse, so how does that help the safety of correctional guards? I think the answer is pretty obvious. It does not at all. So we have to do something different than what this government is doing, because what this government is doing just frankly doesn't work. We support this legislation because it's legislation that does in fact put into place in legislation the practice that already exists. So we're okay with the legislation. We'll accept having it. We're happy to see it passed, but we don't want to let this opportunity go when we're passing a piece of legislation that's called the and the long title is called an Act to Amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, which is fine, but to call it the Drug-Free Prisons Act is clearly a misnomer. It's clearly a propaganda title and clearly wrong. In fact, we moved to amend it in committee. There was a motion made in committee to amend the legislation, and of course, the motion was not allowed. And so, we tried to fix it. So I want Canadians to know that even though we're supporting the actual terms of the legislation and what it stands for, what it says, we don't like the title. We tried to change it, and it was ruled out of order. And it was ruled out of order because there was no amendment to the bill that would lead to a change in the title being required. So what do we have? We have a situation where there are likely at least 2,400 inmates of a prison population of perhaps about, I'm not sure exactly, at the March 14th national penitentiary population, well, it was 15,000 in 2012. So if 20% of them, nearly, 2,400 people are waiting for a program for drug abuse and substance abuse, then we've got a serious problem, because those people, if this legislation is followed through on it, it leads to them not being released, they'll stay in prison longer. They still won't get the programs, and then eventually will have to be released when their sentence ends. When that happens, and they don't have access to the programs, we're going to have a continued problem for our society, because despite the claim that this government is caring about victims, and I think we all care about victims. In fact, we care about victims to the point that we want to see fewer of them. And one way to do that is to ensure that people who are incarcerated get the rehabilitation programs and support that can lead to have a greater chance of leading to less crime when these individuals get out, and that they can participate better in society. And some of our other programs, when we talk about a mandatory, a $15 a day minimum wage in this country, that's really designed as well to allow people to have a decent opportunity to make a living and support themselves. When we talk about other programs that we are promoting now, that's also about making sure that individuals who are in circumstances like prisoners getting out of jail and wanting to be productive members of society, if they've been properly rehabilitated, have opportunities out there, that the chances are much better that they won't be victim, that they won't reoffend. And there was a lot of talk about supporting victims and victims' bills of rights, but this government has done nothing to help the Criminal Injuries Compensation Board program that was existing in this country for many years, that the federal government supported 90-10 in terms of dollars when they were being established, that did provide victims of crime with actual compensation for losses that they incurred as a result of crime. This government has done nothing about that. They've done nothing about that. They brought in their victims, a so-called Victims' Bill of Rights, but they didn't do anything on the plus side to help in providing something that would help them with the problems that the crimes cause for them. So we have a system here where the government, we want. I have 1 minute left, so let me tell you what we want. We want prisons a safe workplace for correctional staff. We want prisoners to be rehabilitated. We want to have them access to government programs so that when they are released, they are in a better position to lead a crime-free life. And if part of their problem is mental health, part of their problem is drug addiction, then rehabilitation programs can fix that and help fix that. We need to put more money into prison programs to make that possible. Thank you, Mr.
Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Chambly-Bordeaux. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I think it's very interesting to take this opportunity to point out that the Conservatives say that they're the best, but this is a good example, and I think the member talked about this in his speech. When you think about mandatory minimums, even in the U.S., Republicans, which the Conservatives like to copy, even the Republicans have decided that this is not a good way to reduce crime in communities. So when it comes to drugs in prisons, I think you have to look at the health dimension. Obviously, there are people with addictions in prison, and I don't know why we wouldn't be looking at solutions from that perspective, how to deal with their addictions, how to start treating those addictions, help them recover, help them kick their habit, because as my colleague said, this would help prevent recidivism. The best way, and that's the best way to protect victims, is to make sure that people don't reoffend, that they're not predisposed to reoffending. So I think rehab is the way to go. So perhaps my colleague could elaborate a bit on the fact that although new legislation is being passed, very little is being done in terms of resourcing, in terms of funding the prisons to provide more support. And I'd like to hear a bit more from him on that. Thank you. The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for reminding the House that, in fact, what this government is doing here is bucking the trend. The trend had been in the United States, for example, to be far more harsh on prisoners, more use of mandatory minimum sentences, more use of solitary confinement and other methods, and they've recognized that that doesn't work. In fact, so the trend, even in some of the more, let's call them right-wing states, more states that have had a tradition of being so-called tough on crime, as this government likes to call itself, they're recognizing that some of the messes that they chose, in fact, lead to greater crime in their communities and leads to less safe communities. So it's a bit of an enlightened approach, even for those who take that particular ideological point of view. And so I'm hoping that, because this government doesn't seem to get it, that I'm hoping that when the government changes in the fall, that we'll have an opportunity to put more resources into ensuring that rehabilitation programs are available, that prison conditions are more conducive to rehabilitation, and so when people leave prisons, they will be better citizens and less likely to commit crimes.
Questions and comments? Honourable Member Scarborough Rouge River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech, and he's always intelligent when he is helping people with everything. The NDP has been steadfast in our support for measures that will make our prisons safe. While we've seen from the Conservative government, it's ignored recommendations from correction staff, the correctional investigator, that would actually decrease violence, gang activity, and drug use in our prisons. And multiple stakeholders across the country agree that this bill will have a minimal impact on the drugs that are actually in our prison system. And we know that recently there were cuts to the Correctional Service Canada. That was recently this government cut $295 million to the CSE's operating budget, which likely impacts the already small portion of the funding that's dedicated to the core correctional programming, while they've invested $122 million into failed interdiction tools, even after the stakeholders, once again experts in the field, stated that drug-free prisons are not achievable, and and experts have said that we do need to be investing in rehabilitation programs for our prisoners, and this government has consistently shown that that's not something that they're interested in. And I recall from my honourable members, from my colleagues' speech, that we do need to be investing in more programming that's going to support our prisoners, so that when they do leave the prison system, recidivism is actually lowered rather than maintains the same rate. So I'd like my honourable colleague to comment on that, please. Thank you.
The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her intervention. Yes, it's a serious situation when, in fact, what the government is doing is making things worse and less safe for our communities by taking the money out of the prison program that could be used for substance abuse programs, in this case we're talking about, or other programs that would help to rehabilitate offenders, to help them with mental health issues that they have, to provide substance abuse programs, and to leave us all in a situation that when someone comes out of prison, that they're in fact in better shape than when they went in. We don't want them in the same frame of mind and with the same problems that they have, problems that can be addressed inside prison. We don't want that to happen, because we do want it to be a positive experience. Instead, what we've got is money out of the system, conditions becoming worse, and not good for society.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've been in the House since this morning and listening to the debate very carefully. It's almost deafening that the government side, the members of Parliament from the Conservative Party and the party, third party, Liberal Party, they're not participating in this debate. And I'm sort of wondering, why is that so? Is it because, surely if the government's presenting a bill, they would want to defend it, they want to be, rooting for it. Is it because it's undefensible bill because it's actually the title of the bill actually doesn't really address the real issue of drugs in prisons. It in fact just changes, legalizes or provides legal avenue for parole board to use urine samples to deny parole, which is already a practice. So you think a bill like this would, the government would get up and cheer and defend it and let the world know, let Canadians know what actually is happening in this House of Commons. Maybe the member would care to comment on that, Mr. Speaker.
Well, member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member for Surrey North makes an interesting point. I do see members opposite there, apparently unwilling to get up and talk about this bill, and I suspect there's one reason why, because I don't believe really anybody over there is happy to get up and try to defend the fact that they've called this bill the Drug-Free Prisons Act when it does nothing of the kind and in fact has no relation to having drug-free prisons at all. In fact, I think the member for the Yukon in the committee recognized as much by acknowledging that the title was a bit of an overreach. So that's a pretty big admission coming from the other side. In fact, it's more than an overreach, Mr. Speaker. It's something that's really indefensible, and that's why on the other side we don't see anybody get up and try to defend it.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague again for his earlier remarks to my previous question. And following in that similar vein, we know that mental health is a significant problem in our communities across the country. And when prisoners are entering their intake interviews, there are quite a significant number of prisoners who are going into our prison system with identified mental health issues. And what should I instead of complaining, I'd like to hear proposals or propositions of how we could actually make changes. So I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, what should we do as responsible legislators to ensure that the occurrences of mental health issues, mental health concerns within our prisoners as they're exiting the prison system can actually be reduced rather than increase or maintain the same? Because that's what we're seeing according to many studies. That's what we're seeing is that mental health is continuing to be a problem rather than being resolved or worked on while our prisoners are in the system. Thank you.
For St. John's East, a short answer, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll just quote Catherine Latimer, the Executive Director of the John Howard Society, who talked about what do we do for people who are going out on parole. She said, we want to enhance the likelihood that communities would be safer. We do that by a supported, targeted parole reintegration scheme that looks at the needs of the individual and how to support those needs. And on the way into prison, Mr. Speaker, when individuals are taken into prison and assessed at the beginning, there has to be a program that assesses the addiction problem and providing a proper correctional program for that offender. And without addiction treatment, education, and proper reintegration upon release, a prisoner will likely return to a criminal lifestyle and possibly create more victims. That's what we're trying to prevent here.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Nanaimo-Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise today to speak to Bill C-12, an act to amend corrections and conditions release. And, of course, as others have pointed out, the short title is the Drug-Free Prisons Act. And as other members, other New Democrats have indicated today, that we are supporting this very narrow bill. And, of course, people might wonder why, if we're supporting it, why we are rising to speak on this bill. And part of the reason that we're rising to speak comes down to the short title, the Drug-Free Prisons Act. Nothing in this bill will contribute towards a goal of drug-free prisons. And one would think that given the Conservatives' approach to being tough on crime, that part of their interest would be that any legislation that they bring forward would actually have a goal of keeping our communities safer. And so part of that goal would be that when people are incarcerated, when the justice system has found them guilty and they're incarcerated for whatever their misdeeds were, that part of you would presume the Conservative goal would be to ensure that prisoners are rehabilitated so that they can be reintegrated back into the community in a safe way and thus keep our community safer. And of course, I think that all of us in this House would argue that one of our roles as well is to ensure that federal employees have a safe workplace. And we would assume that any legislation that we bring forward would consider whether or not the workplace for correctional officers, men and women who serve in the federal penitentiary system, that is also a safe workplace. And I would argue, Mr. Speaker, that nothing in that bill achieves those ends. Now, I'm turning to the legislative summary because I do think it's important to highlight what exactly it is that this bill does and presumably why the bill came about. And reading from the legislative summary, it says the bill requires the Parole Board of Canada to cancel the parole of an offender who has not yet been released if the offender tests positive in a urine analysis or fails to provide a urine sample and the board is of the opinion that the criteria for granting parole are no longer met. The bill also clarifies the legislative intent underlying Section 133(3) of the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, which authorizes a releasing authority to set conditions on an offender's parole, statutory release, or unescorted temporary absence to provide that conditions may be set regarding the offender's use of drug or alcohol, including when that use has been identified as a risk factor in the offender's criminal behavior. Now, Mr. Speaker, there is a long history of drug use within the penitentiary system, and the legislative summary quotes some of that background. And under a section called the presence of drugs in the federal penitentiary system, it says that prevalence rates of substance abuse for persons involved in the criminal justice system are much higher than those in the general population. According to the Correctional Service of Canada, in Canada, 80% of offenders entering the federal prison system are identified as having a substance abuse problem. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to repeat that number. 80%. 80% of people entering the system have a substance abuse problem. Now, that should be sending all kinds of warning bells off for everybody in this House who is considering legislation. The summary goes on to say the presence of drugs within the federal penitentiary system is not a recent phenomenon. Problems associated with drugs in the penitentiary system were noted in 1990 by the Federal Court of Canada in Jackson versus Joyceville Penitentiary, when the court found that the evidence clearly indicated that unauthorized intoxicants in the prison setting create a very serious problem, including a greater risk and level of violence that affects the safety and security of prison institutions for both staff and inmates. In 2000, the Subcommittee on the Corrections and Conditional Release Act of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights tabled a report entitled A Work in Progress, the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, in which it noted one of the issues that arose in virtually every correctional facility visited by the subcommittee was the entry, presence, and use of drugs in an environment where they are not supposed to be found. The subcommittee also learned that the brewing, distribution, and consumption of alcohol are serious problems in many correctional institutions. The consequences of the presence of alcohol and drugs in correctional facilities can be devastating both to the correctional environment and to what corrections personnel are trying to achieve in working with offenders. Now, Mr. Speaker, I think probably people who have listened to this debate would presume that the collection of a urine analysis for drug testing is something new, when in fact it has existed within the penitentiary system for a number of years. And I'm not going to go over all of the history of this, but in fact the mandatory urine analysis within the penitentiary system began in the mid-1980s. And so it's been going on for decades. There's been some changes to it because of some court challenges and some human rights issues, but essentially the collection of urine analysis for drug testing has been within the penitentiary system for a number of years. So what currently exists? And again, according to the legislative summary, it says authority to collect urine samples. Today, the CCRA authorizes the collection of urine samples within the institutional setting in the following prescribed conditions. And I'm just going to read the prescribed conditions without the explanation because I only have 20 minutes. So there has to be a number of things present. Reasonable grounds, random selection, when required for program activity involving community contact or a treatment program, testing to monitor compliance with conditions to abstain from the consumption of drugs or alcohol, consequences of a positive result or a refusal to provide a sample, and consequences for offenders on conditional release. So, Mr. Speaker, that's the current situation before we get have C-12 before us. So there already is this method. So in terms of drug-free prisons, and I'm going to talk a little later about how effective the programs have been, you might gather that they haven't been, and how little this is going to contribute to this. So with the changes to the legislation, what will now happen under Bill C-12 is Clause 2 of Bill C-12 amends the CCRA by creating a new Section 123(1), which states that the CSC is required to inform the parole board when an offender who has been granted day or full parole but has not yet been released, has failed to or refused to provide a urine sample or has had a positive urine analysis test. Clause 3 of the bill adds a new section that states that if the parole board has been informed of an offender's failure or refusal to provide a urine sample or positive urine analysis result, and the offender has not yet been released, it must cancel the offender's parole, but only if, in its opinion, the criteria for granting parole provided for Section 102 of the CCRA are no longer met. Clause 4 of the bill modifies Section 133(3) of the CRA to direct the consideration of a condition regarding the offender's use of drugs or alcohol following an offender's failure or refusal to provide a urine sample. And Bill C-12 gives the parole board clear legal authority for the imposition of a condition regarding the use of drugs or alcohol by adding that, for greater certainty, such conditions may include a condition regarding the offender's use of drugs or alcohol, including in cases when that has been identified as a risk factor in the offender's criminal behavior. So, Mr. Speaker, what you have currently is a situation where Correctional Service of Canada already does the urine sampling and drug analysis, and now you have this communication link with the parole board so that it may be considered when granting parole. You'll notice that nowhere in there does it talk about rehabilitation or treatment while offenders are within the correctional system. So how this contributes to a drug-free prison, it escapes me. I just cannot find anything in the legislation that will create an environment which will reduce the use of drugs in prisons, which would presumably lead to better reintegration into society and more safety for prison staff who are having to deal with these inmates who may be intoxicated or under the influence of some sort of drug. Now, Mr. Speaker, it's interesting that this issue has been raised in any number of venues, and I'm going to quote from a report in April 2012 called "Drugs and Alcohol in Federal Penitentiaries: An Alarming Problem." And this is a report of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. And in that report, there's a section entitled "The Impacts of Drug and Alcohol in Federal Correctional Facilities." And the report states, upon admission, 80% of offenders have a serious substance abuse problem, and over half of them reported that alcohol and drug use was a factor in the commission of their offense. Mental health problems were also highly prevalent among inmates in the correctional system. Experts note that drug addicts and inmates with mental health issues generally have complex problems to contend with, such as a concurrent mental health issue, drug addiction, and alcoholism. Dr. Sandy Simpson, the clinical director of the Law and Mental Health program at the Center for Addiction and Mental Health, said that substance abuse is a driver of mental ill health, and it is also a barrier to recovery, wellness, and reducing recidivism. This is all the more alarming since when anywhere up to 90% of a standing prison population will have a lifetime problem of substance misuse or dependence. The Commissioner also raised this point with the committee, noting that this dependency does not magically disappear when they arrive at our gates. And Mr. Speaker, for anybody who has studied the correction system, they're well aware that these substances are legally available within the correctional system. And so just because, I think there's some theory out there that just because you go into a prison that you'll go cold turkey and you'll somehow magically be relieved of needing or wanting the substance. But of course, these substances are illegally available within the system, and that does not help with reintegration into society. Now, with regards to that report, New Democrats actually filed a dissenting opinion because despite all of the testimony that was heard, the report only came down on one part of a proposed solution. And in the dissenting report, New Democrats said the report, Drugs and Alcohol in Federal Penitentiaries, An Alarming Problem, is fundamentally flawed and fails to adequately represent the testimony heard at committee in a fair manner. Critical information is missing, and as a result, many of the conclusions and recommendations are incomplete or insufficient. For this reason, New Democrat members of the Public Safety Committee have submitted this dissenting opinion. The most startling example of the information missing from this report is the failure to note evidence that clearly demonstrated the $122 million of conservative spending on interdiction tools and technology since 2008 has not led to any reduction in drug use in prisons. The Commissioner of Correctional Services of Canada, Mr. Don Head, admitted at a meeting number 16 on December 1st, 2011, that this spending has been largely ineffective according to the CSC's own report on drug testing, but this information is not reflected anywhere in the committee report. Of significant concern is the appearance that the committee's report reached a predetermined conclusion that the solution to the problems of drug and alcohol in prison is increasing interdiction measures. This conclusion does not reflect the testimony that the committee heard describing the complexity of the problem of drug and alcohol in federal prisons. As many witnesses affirmed, a narrow focus on interdiction measures alone will not serve the purpose of reducing the use of drugs and alcohol. New Democrats believe that the problems facing Canadians' prisons, including mental illness, drug use, and the spread of disease, including HIV and hepatitis, are complex and interrelated. Violence and increased population pressures, gang and drug trafficking in prisons are as interrelated as well. In order to move towards real solutions targeting the use of drugs and alcohol in prisons, a balanced approach that is based on a complete understanding of the problems that exist is required. And, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, that report was another example of where the Conservative majority on the committee used their majority to actually subvert the recommendations and the witness testimony so that it came out with a very narrow conclusion that simply did not reflect the other work that was done. Now, I want to turn for a moment to the correctional investigator, and the correctional investigator provides an annual report talking about the state of prisons in Canada. And in a report from 2012 on the previous fiscal years, he indicated a number of problems, and I'd like to take a few moments to raise that. In his report, he said more offenders are admitted to federal penitentiaries more addicted and mentally ill than ever before. 36% have been identified at admissions as requiring some sort of psychiatric or psychological follow-up. 63% of offenders report using either alcohol or drugs on the day of their current offense. With a changing and more complex offender profile come accumulating pressure points and needs provide for safety and secure custody, meet growing mental health and physical care demands, and respond to the special needs of aging, minority, and Aboriginal offenders. This is a compromised population which presents some very complex mental health, physical health, and criminogenic issues. As I report here, these needs often run ahead of the system's capacity to meet them. And he does some numbers, and people love to talk numbers in this House, as they should. And he indicated that the annual cost of keeping a federal inmate behind bars has increased from $88,000 in 2005 to 2006 to over $113,000 in 2009-10. In contrast, the annual average cost to keep an offender in the community is about $29,500. At a time of widespread budgetary restraint, it seems prudent to use prisons sparingly and as a last resort, as it was intended to be. Now, later on in the report, Mr. Speaker, the investigator, the correctional service investigator, is outlining some of the challenges with mental health because, as noted, mental health and substance abuse often go hand in hand. He's again quoting some stats. He says the CSC, that's the Correctional Service of Canada data, indicates that the proportion of offenders with mental health needs identified at intake has doubled in the period between 1997 and 2008. 13% of male inmates and 29% of women were identified as at admission as presenting mental health problems. 30.1% of women offenders compared to 14.5% of male offenders had previously been hospitalized for psychiatric reasons. CSC's use of computerized mental health screening at admission indicates that 62% of offenders entering a federal penitentiary are flagged as requiring a follow-up mental health and assessment of services. Offenders diagnosed with a mental illness are typically afflicted by more than one disorder, often a substance abuse problem, which affects 4 out of 5 offenders. 4 out of 5, that's 80% in custody. 50% of federally sentenced women self-report histories of self-harm. Over half identify a current or previous addiction to drugs, 85% report a history of physical abuse, and 68% experience sexual abuse at some point in their lives. Now, he reviews the progress with regards to dealing with some of these matters, and the correctional investigator indicates in a series of reports and investigations over the last 3 years, the office has identified gaps in CSC's mental health framework and has further recommended a series of measures where progress is necessary. The following are among the most urgent needs in the federal system that speak to capacity and resource issues and raise questions of purpose, priority, and direction. Number 1, create intermediate mental health care units. 2, recruit and retain more mental health professionals. 3, treat self-injurious behavior as a mental health issue, not a security issue. 4, increase capacity at the regional treatment centers. 5, prohibit the use of long-term segregation of offenders at risk of suicide or serious self-injury, as well as offenders with acute mental health issues. 6, expand the range of alternative mental health service delivery partnerships with the provinces and territory. And 7, provide for 24/7 health care coverage at all maximum, medium, and multi-level institutions. Now, with regards to drugs in prison, Mr. Speaker, he indicates that there's no question that the presence of illegal substances is a major safety and security challenge. He says the smuggling and trafficking of illicit substances and the diversion of legal drugs inside federal penitentiaries presents inherent risks that ultimately jeopardize the safety and security of the institutions and the people that live and work inside them. Almost 2/3 of federal offenders report being under the influence of alcohol or other intoxicants when they committed the offense, and a very high percentage of the offender population that abuses drugs is also concurrently struggling with mental illness. The interplay between addiction, substance abuse, and mental health functioning is complex and dynamic. Living with addiction or managing a substance abuse problem in a prison setting creates its own laws of supply and demand, which in turn is influenced by gang activity and other pressures. And so, Mr. Speaker, you can see that there is a very, very serious problem within the prison system. We've got a number of experts who have testified to that in a variety of circumstances, and yet this bill does nothing to deal with that problem. He goes on to say that I know I'm running out of time, so I just want to touch briefly on he recommends a comprehensive and integrated drug strategy should include a balance of measures: prevention, treatment, harm reduction, and interdiction. The office's analysis suggests that CSC's current anti-drug strategy lacks 3 key elements. Number 1, an integrated and cohesive link between interdiction and suppression activities and prevention, treatment, and harm reduction measures. Number 2, comprehensive public reporting mechanism. And number 3, a well-defined evaluation, review, and performance plan to measure the overall effectiveness of its investments. With respect to performance indicators and public reporting, a more balanced score sheet might include consideration of these measures: decreased gang activity lead to the institutional drug trade, reduction in the number of major security incidents, and so on. Mr. Speaker, I know I'm running out of time, so I want to just conclude by indicating that the correctional investigator said, on balance, the facts surrounding and impacts of substance abuse and addiction in federal prisons suggest a different approach. A zero-tolerance stance to drugs in prison, while perhaps serving as an effective deterrent posted at the entry point of a penitentiary, simply does not accord with the facts of crime and addiction in Canada or elsewhere in the world. Harm reduction measures within a public health and treatment orientation offer a far more promising, cost-effective, and sustainable approach to reducing subsequent crime and victimization. So, Mr. Speaker, although we are supporting this bill, I would urge the Conservative government to take a more detailed and complex look at the problems of substance abuse within the prison system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Burlington.
Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague from the other side for the speech. I've been here all morning, and now it's a little after 1 o'clock. And my understanding, Mr. Speaker, is that everybody in the House, let's go through the process. We had, it's introduced by the Minister. There was a second reading debate. Everybody in the House agreed. It went to committee. Everybody, there was a discussion at committee. They had witnesses. Kev's back here. And there's been comments about why the Conservatives have not been up to speak to this. And the fact of the matter is the whole House agrees with the bill. You know what they're arguing about today, Mr. Speaker? The short title. They don't like the short title. And that's only one party is carrying the debate from 10 o'clock till 2, is my understanding, Mr. Speaker. Then, on another day, we'll hear issues about not having enough time to debate issues. There is other legislation, Mr. Speaker, that we could have introduced that they may actually disagree with, and then we can have a real debate in the House. So, based on the respect that I have for the member who just spoke, who's been around here, would it not have been better use of the House's time to deal with legislation which actually had a debate other than the short title? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Well, I want to thank the parliamentary secretary or the chair of the Justice the chair of the Justice Committee for that question. And of course, I know he was listening intently to my speech. And as I pointed out in my speech earlier, the reason that we are here debating this is because we have so little avenue in this House because of the lack of democratic process to raise valid concerns about legislation. Now, what we know about this particular piece of legislation is, yes, it was referred to committee. There was only a couple of meetings allocated for it. We have clearly stated in this House that we are supporting this very narrow bill, and we are raising concerns about the fact that this Conservative government has been in power since 2006, and they've had 9 years to deal with the very serious problems within the correctional service system with regards to drug and alcohol abuse, and they've done nothing about it. What they've done is they've introduced interdiction techniques, $122 million around security measures that has not looked at prevention, harm reduction, and treatment. What are they doing in order to make sure that when prisoners are released, that they're reintegrated into a community that, in a way that keeps our communities safe? And what are they doing to keep the staff who work within the Correctional Service of Canada safe? We know that trafficking in illegal substances makes the workplace unsafe for staff, and it makes the living arrangements unsafe for the prisoners.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Following my colleague's comment and her speech, does she not believe that this was a missed opportunity by the Conservatives and the government to truly find solutions, real solutions, not just apparent solutions or the appearance of solutions? She said many things, but in the bill there really aren't any solutions at all to eradicate drugs in prisons. And so does she think that the Conservatives lost a great opportunity to really attack this problem and find tangible solutions to solve it? And will today's budget also give them a real opportunity to do something about this? And does she think it's all a missed opportunity?
Or Nanaimo Cowichan.
Yeah, I want to thank the member for that question, and I'll start with the tail end with regards to the budget. I'm under no illusion that this government is actually going to take some of its responsibilities for some of the most disadvantaged people in this country seriously, and put the resources in order to work with offenders. I didn't get an opportunity to talk about Aboriginal offenders who are seriously overrepresented in the federal correction system. And whether they'll put the resources in with a view to keeping our communities safer. I mean, that everybody has to remember what the ultimate goal is to keep our communities safer, to reduce recidivism. I have no confidence that they're going to put any resources into the correctional service that will help us as a country meet that goal. You know, with regards to this bill as a missed opportunity, what's unfortunate is this is not new information about drug use within the prison system. It's not new information. The Correctional Service of Canada itself has information that suggests that it's a serious problem, and that really the work that's being done, the Office of the Investigator actually took a look at the stats, and although they claim that there's been a slight reduction in the number of urine analysis that are showing positive tests for drugs, in fact, when you removed some other things like prescription drug use, legitimate prescription drug use from that, in fact, they've plateaued. So really their methods are not affecting drug use within the prison system. We also know that so the Correctional Service of Canada, the Office of the Correctional Investigator, mental health professionals, John Howard, Elizabeth Fry. The list goes on and on and on and on to talk about the serious problem around substance abuse within prisons, both with people entering the system with mental health and substance abuse and when they exit. And yet this was an opportunity to actually do something meaningful instead of putting forward a bill that misleads the Canadian public about what they are actually doing, the Conservative government is actually doing to create an environment where there is a drug-free prison. So yes, it is a missed opportunity.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Carrying on the theme of the budget that's coming up this afternoon, I know a lot of seniors are concerned about the pensions they're getting. And this is another topic that I've heard many, many times in my community where seniors are living in poverty. But I'm going to stick to the topic at hand here in regards to this particular bill, Bill C-12, Mr. Speaker. I was glad to see the Conservatives get up and actually ask a question. And rather than asking a question, the member went on a rant about the title. Yet he did not provide the answer, which we've been asking all morning. How does this title relate to the actual content of the bill? Because the title say drug-free prison. Yet what we've heard in this House from member after member from the official opposition, the NDP, is that this bill actually will do very little, or if anything at all, to curb any sort of drugs in our prison system. So, yes, the government has an opportunity to allocate, to invest in rehabilitation programs, treatment programs in the prison system. Yet I know I'm also not very optimistic of this government taking any sort of leadership role, which they have failed over the last 9 years. My question to the member from Caution Nanaimo is, is this a trend with this government in regards to fancy titles, yet having hollow legislation that actually don't address some of the very issues that we need to address in this House?
The honourable member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Surrey North for that question. It's a very troubling trend, and I can't speak for the government, and it's unfortunate that the Conservative government would not get up and explain how this piece of legislation actually contributes to a drug-free prison. As I noted in my speech, the legislative summary clearly pointed out that drug testing has been going on in the prisons since the 1980s. And we haven't seen a decrease in the use of drugs. And again, I need to point out that a lot of these drugs are smuggled in or brewed on site. It hasn't led to a decrease in the use of those illegal substances. They're illegal within the prison context. And there's nothing in this bill that indicates that simply by continuing to do the drug testing that they've already been doing since the 1980s, simply by informing the parole board, who may or may not, the parole board still has the option of granting release depending on the conditions. So it's not clear to me from this piece of legislation or any analysis that I've seen on it how this is going to contribute towards a drug-free prison. And the Conservative government has not stood up in this House and explained it to us. And so they wonder why we want to debate this. It's because they're asking us to roll over on a piece of legislation that doesn't do what the title says it's going to do. And we have a responsibility to the Canadian public to raise concerns when legislation is brought forward, and that's simply what we're doing here. We're exercising our democratic right to highlight concerns with a piece of legislation. And I want to reiterate, we are supporting it, but we do believe that much more needs to be done in order to keep our communities safer.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise in the House today to talk about Bill C-12, and obviously my colleagues have already said, and I reiterate, that we will support this bill, but we feel that it's just a small piece of paper that will not really solve the problem. It's a small step, but the problem of drugs in prisons is a massive problem. And what we're being faced with today, what's proposed today, is just a very small part of the solution. Now, obviously, this bill will amend how parole is granted following the results of testing of a urine analysis or the refusal of providing a urine sample. Now, that's already a practice. These kinds of screening tests are already something that's used, so that doesn't really change much. However, let's say it's a step in the right direction. At least they're talking about the problem. But we think that what's important, Mr. Speaker, is that we're creating a safer environment for correctional services staff, an environment in which offenders can, in the long term, be reintegrated into society. And that would be the case if they could follow programs to deal with their drug addiction. So we need programs and resources to help people who are addicted to drugs, but also to be able to fight the problem or deal with the problem of gangs in prisons. I forgot to say that I'll be sharing my time with my colleague from Timmins, James Bay. So I'll speak for a shorter length of time, and we'll leave the floor to him afterwards. Now, as I was saying, it's also important for us to deal with the issue of street gangs in prison, because often those gangs are the ones who are going to produce drugs and alcohol within the prisons, or in some way will arrange to get the drugs into the jails, which means that the problem continues to expand and get worse. Now, we know that gangs and drugs can really increase bad situations within institutions, and that really is a concern to me. There are 3 federal prisons in my riding, Terrebonne-Blainville, and many people work in one of those 3 institutions. And I spoke with several of those workers, and they're very worried. They don't work in a safe environment because we're not really dealing with the problems of violence and gangs within the prisons. Their budgets are being cut. The programs to help these people are being cut. Addiction programs are being cut. And they're putting more and more offenders into jails with practices such as what we call double bunking, and that can result in an increase in violence, and that can result in more street gang activities within the prisons, and that makes the working environment for correctional officers more dangerous. And we have to think about those people, because they are the ones who do an extremely difficult job. Not just anyone would be in a position to do that work. They work in a very tense environment, if you will, and they work with offenders. They also, of course, have to ensure the protection of the people within the institution and society. So we need to ensure that, of course, there are no drugs in the prisons and that there isn't violence or gang activity. And I don't presume we're going to eliminate gangs, but at least reduce their activities in jail.
But what we've seen with this government, in spite of this bill that might be well-intentioned, they've cut the budget for drug treatment by $275 million, so a 10% cut to the budget. Obviously, that's going to have consequences for those programs, because when there are cuts to public safety budgets, often those cuts are made to programs. If an inmate is to return to civilian life, We want them to be a productive member of society, and we have to give them the opportunity to take rehab, to try to kick their habit. We have to give them opportunities to improve their mental health. So there have to be programs so that a person gets good support so that they can deal with their mental health issues. But unfortunately, these programs are the victims of the Conservatives. Now, some $112 million was invested in an attempt to deal with the problem of drugs in prisons. It was invested in technology, but unfortunately, it had no real effect. So the desired outcomes were not achieved. So when that's the case, you try something different. It's only logical. Maybe this bill is an attempt to do something different, but it has no substance. It's basically just going on with the status quo, doing what's already being done. It doesn't have a comprehensive approach to the problem and all of its facets. So a drug user has an addiction. The drugs are available. They're out there in the prisons. So you have to ask, why are the drugs there? Well, because of street gangs. So let's deal with the problem of the gangs. But unfortunately, that's not what is being done here. Now, I talked about programs and the importance of having adequate programming to provide care for inmates, to help them rehabilitate and become productive citizens when they're released. But funding has gone down from $11 to $9 million at a time when the prison population has increased. So it doesn't make sense. Another thing I wanted to point out, this was raised by the union. Yes, we all want to get drugs out of prisons. That's obviously a sincere hope. I think we all agree on that. But I think it's also important to realize what's realistic. And what the union says, and many other witnesses as well, is that you can't get all drugs out of prisons 100%. That's not realistic. So that's important to keep in mind. This bill, the title is the Drug-Free Prisons Act, and it's sure, okay, over time we can try, but it's not realistic to think that we'll ever succeed 100%. So once again, perhaps this debate should be reframed so that it's more realistic. And as I said about programs, I talked about the $11 million in cuts to programs, drug treatment programs, as well as programs that would help deal with street gangs. But there's some data that suggests that in February 2012, only 12.5% of inmates had taken part in basic treatment programs, and there was a very long waiting list. So we have wait lists for drug treatment programs. I think it's essential to deal with that problem. And I'd like to wrap up by repeating that we support the bill in principle. We support the idea of getting drugs out of prisons. But I have to stress that we need more resources, more funding, more programs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député David Eby, Témiscamingue.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Ce que j'aimerais demander à ma collègue...
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague to put herself in the minister's shoes. If it was your job to get rid of drugs in prisons, if my colleague had to come up with a solution, would she have tabled a bill with only 5 clauses in it? Or would she have taken a more comprehensive approach? What steps would she have taken to come up with a more comprehensive solution to the problem of drugs in prisons? The honourable member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. Normally, well, we don't often answer hypothetical questions, but this time, I guess it's logical. If I were minister, would I table a bill with only 5 clauses in it and think that that would get rid of drugs? Would that be a big enough response to such a huge problem? No, of course not. It takes more than that. It takes resources. It takes programs. It takes a more serious approach, a broader approach. There are mental health issues here. There are so many different things. This bill is maybe a baby step. It's a baby step forward. It just deals with one tiny part of the problem, and it's only one tiny part of the potential solution. So if we want to get rid of drugs in prisons, it's going to take a lot more. Thank you.
Comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député d'Abitibi.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm fortunate enough to have the opportunity to ask a second question. So if my colleague is willing to play along still, does she think it would be worthwhile speaking to provincial counterparts and stakeholders to get provincial buy-in in terms of dealing with drug addictions? Because very often addicts, in order to pay for their drugs, they may be more likely to commit crimes more often than other people. So does she think it would be worthwhile speaking to provincial counterparts and stakeholders, both drug experts and mental health professionals? The honourable member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Thank you, and I'd like to thank my colleague. Yes, you always have to work in partnership with the provinces, especially with such a broad issue as drug addiction, which affects a lot of people and involves a lot of people. When a person has an addiction, they may do things that they wouldn't otherwise do to feed their habit. So I think the answer is prevention. If we could have no crime in the first place, that would be wonderful. If we wouldn't need prisons, we wouldn't have inmates, it would be fabulous. If we had no drug addicts in Canada, that would be wonderful, marvelous. But in order to do that, you have to work on prevention. Prevention is key. And in order to draft a prevention action plan that's adequate, you have to consult. Consult with the provinces, with organizations that work in the community. You have to consult. And unfortunately, what we see from this government repeatedly is that they do no consultation. They do their little job in their corner, in their ivory towers. They don't consult anyone. And they just barge ahead without consultation. And I think it's really a shame, because there are opportunities to work together on prevention. And in this case, prevention is so key to dealing with this public safety issue.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great honour to rise in this House and represent the people of Timmins, James Bay. The bill we're debating today, Bill C-12, the so-called Drug-Free Prisons Act. I think this is a perfect bill for a Conservative government in the last tired, dying months of its senile reign. It meets the 3 main criteria of a Conservative crime bill. It has a bogus title, that they're going to somehow create drug-free prisons, when their own studies say that they're never going to deal with that. They need to come up with other solutions. Number 2, as a classic Conservative bill, it won't change anything. It's a windmill that they're going to run with their fake spears at, because the provisions already exist. They're saying that they're going to ensure that the drug tests are brought before the parole board to stop these bad people getting out. Well, the parole board already has those powers. So they're tying up more time in the House of Commons. But, Mr. Speaker, there is a third element that makes it a definitive conservative crime bill. Because these guys are not tough on crime, they're dumb on crime. It's more wasted money. Did you know, Mr. Speaker, and folks back home, the terrible financial record of this government that will blow money on anything that suits their ideology, like the F-35 that they were going to spend. How much is it? The incredible amounts on the F-35. They spent $122 million on this program already, claiming that they're going to stop the drugs in prison. We're going to get tough on those prisoners. After $122 million, they've come up nada, zero donuts. They haven't delivered on anything. So rather than going back and figuring out what they're doing wrong, they'll just come up with another fake bill with another fake title offering very little. Now, Mr. Speaker, why this is of concern is that this is a government that's ran on their so-called tough on crime agenda with one bill after another without ever coming forward with focused, coherent legislation that, number one, is charter, that can meet the tests of the charter. Our present Justice Minister has had more recalls than the Ford Pinto in terms of his legislation. But in the account of the waste of money, it costs Canadian taxpayers about $100,000 a year to incarcerate a prisoner. That's an enormous amount of money that's being wasted in prisons. Now, I'm not to say that we don't need prisons to hold people, but if you're going to spend up to $100,000 a year holding them, we could certainly divert a lot of that money to do smart crime prevention, which is to keep people out of the prison system. The fact that we don't factor in, Mr. Speaker, is the enormous financial and emotional and psychological damage, what happens to our society when someone gets into the system in the first place. So we need to look at where solutions exist, where good grassroots solutions exist, that we can actually find ways to cut the recidivism rates and to make sure that we're pulling people out of the prison system and out of the drug, the nightmare of drug addiction and drug trading. I've seen a few really, really good models, Mr. Speaker, at the grassroots of how we could actually be smart on crime. For example, just recently in Timmins, we launched a fentanyl task force. Now, fentanyl has become a major problem. It's replaced what was the Oxycontin epidemic, and what I've noticed in many of the communities that had never dealt with opiate addictions before, Oxy became very street available. A lot of people got caught up in Oxy that would not normally have got caught up in Oxy, and it created a market for heroin synthetic opioids. And now with the Oxy market being squeezed off, fentanyl has become the new drug of choice. Fentanyl is extremely, extremely dangerous, Mr. Speaker. It's a patch that is meant to deliver synthetic heroin over a 3-day period. If you cut it up and smoke it, you might end up getting the full shot in one go, which will stop the heart. I've seen young people who've died from fentanyl. And these are good young people. These were people with their whole lives ahead of them who thought this was a party drug, and it's not. So what we've done in the city of Timmins, like they've done in so many other communities, we started a grassroots response of bringing people together to say, how do we learn from each other? How do we start dealing with the trade in fentanyl? But obviously we need the federal government involved because we need a way of tracking the fentanyl patches. Because it's not simply a matter of someone taking their uncles or their grandmothers patch off them when they're getting cancer treatments. There is a trade that's going on in fentanyl that's much bigger. So the impacts here, Mr. Speaker, is that we have the demand of people who are being brought into the addiction thinking it's a party drug and that this drug can actually kill them. We have to do the public awareness on that. But there's the supply issue, which is if it's a lucrative enough market, then you're going to get into the gangs. Then you're going to get into a very, very illegal trade of people who do need to be put away. But we need a way of tracking them, and we need a way of working with police. So at the grassroots, what we've done in the Timmins area with the fentanyl task force is to try and find ways to come up with smart solutions from the grassroots up so that we are preventing, number one, the casualties, the deaths, the overdoses that are costing our families terrible emotional strains and certainly the medical system and the prison system, but also trying to find a way, and we need the federal government to show some leadership on this, so we can actually track these patches back to source so we can cut off that trade. So that's one important element. I was at a very fascinating conference just this past week in Timmins, Mr. Speaker. Brent Kalinowski, who's from the 27 years on the Prince Albert, Saskatchewan Police Force. And Brent was bringing to Timmins a program that's working very well in North Bay, and it's working in Saskatchewan and some other communities, where you create a community hub. And Brent explained this really well when he talked about the years he spent in policing, where you were going after the bad guys after the fact, after the damage had been done, after the families' lives had been ruined. And at that point, what can you do with these characters except you put them in jail? And you're dealing with enormous costs to the medical system, to the prison system, to families who might never recover if it's an act of violence. And Brent said after 25 years of doing this, he felt there needed to be a smarter way of actually getting people before they get too far into the system. And that's a really important issue, Mr. Speaker. There's nothing soft and mamby-pamby about diverting people out of the prison system. When you put someone into the prison system, you are putting them into a university of humiliation and a university of crime. That's not where we want our graduates coming from. So whoever we can divert from that, we're doing smart grassroots responses. So the hub response that was brought, that they're working very well in North Bay and that they've talked about bringing into Timmins, is where you bring the key organizations together, the school boards, the addiction experts, the police, and you will identify, you don't give the person's name, but you could say, we have a 13-year-old female who overdosed twice and was in the emergency ward. We think that this may be the scene of a need for greater intervention. And the school will say, we've actually had her and she's been missing school 5, 6, 7 days in a row. And then one of the counselors say, we've actually been dealing with her, and what's actually happening is the boyfriend's moved in and it's becoming an abusive situation. So all the little pieces of the puzzle around this hub become identified. We've got a problem here. This could end up flaming into a much more serious condition. So what they do is they actually put a team together and they'll go meet the family. They'll go meet the mother and daughter and say, how can we help? It might seem like an extremely simple solution, and it might seem like it wouldn't work, but it's amazing. They say how quickly people are willing to open their door and say, thank God, come in. Can we make you a coffee? How can we divert our child from this crisis? And it goes all the way up through various issues. You start to see the symptoms in someone who's starting to miss school when they're young, or starting to get in trouble, or starting to appear again and again in the emergency ward. These are people who either become victims of violence, or become victims of crime, or become criminals themselves. And once you've identified someone who had, months and months and months of skipping school, well, I know certain schools will say, okay, well, we'll just suspend them permanently. So then they're suspended, then they're out there, they're not being helped. Or the emergency ward who just puts them back on the street. We need a smarter way because, Mr. Speaker, if we're going to get them to the prison system and waste $100,000 a year, plus all the other costs that it costs the system, and then we're spending $122 million to stop them doing drugs in prison, there's got to be a smarter way of doing this. And I think that we're seeing some really good grassroots models coming from police, coming from community organizations. And I think that that's where our House of Commons needs to start working to say we can be a lot smarter on crime than always spending the enormous amounts of money after the fact, after it's too late. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with interest to my colleague across the way, and certainly we have a lot of differences on many of these issues. But one thing we do agree on is the importance of investing in programs that will help reduce recidivism. And just during the break weeks, Mr. Speaker, I had the honor of announcing some large funds for a group in my riding that's doing work in that area, helping prisoners who have been released to re-enter society in a way that will help them to not reoffend. But a very fundamental question, Mr. Speaker. First of all, it's important to note that currently there are 1,500 drug seizures each year in their prisons. Now, it would seem like common sense that we shouldn't have drugs in our prison, but the reality is that we do. But I have one simple question for my colleague, and it's this. If inmates are doing drugs in prison, what do you think the likelihood of them successfully staying off of drugs after they're released from prison or when they're on parole? What's the likelihood of that happening if we're actually providing drugs for them while they're in prison? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague. I think my honourable colleague would agree with me that if we have prisoners doing drugs in prison, it's a problem. But we certainly have a huge problem when they've spent $122 million trying to stop drugs from prison and they're still in there. And the solutions in this bill, which is to allow the parole board to look at the drug tests, well, they already have those powers. So we need to look at other options. And the concern that I have is if we have people who are dealing with drugs in prison, we see a high percentage of people with mental illness. But it's also, where are the plans in place to make sure that we're getting the training? We need to be re-educating them in prison, because to have them doing drugs, certainly, if they're doing drugs in prison, they're going to come out doing drugs, and we're going to be carrying on this cycle of violence. But the fact is that simply naming a bill, drug-free prisons, will not stop this problem. We need to look at the smart solutions, and the smart solutions are going to be dealing with the prison population and making sure that we've got ways of retraining them out of this destructive lifestyle.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député d'Abitibi.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
To the opinion of my colleague, what are the best objective if we want to stop addiction to someone? We are talking about people in jail, but in a normal community, what are the best treatment? It is to just say it's illegal and you should not, or to give them a professional resource that they will benefit from and maybe really stop their addiction.
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you. I want to thank my honourable colleague. As a nurse, she certainly knows the impacts of fentanyl if you're doing with misusing this drug. We do not want people playing with these drugs because these are killers. And this is a differentiation between people going to a party and smoking pot. When you're smoking a synthetic opioid, you can die immediately as soon as you do it. So number one is we need to work with our communities to do public awareness to say these aren't party drugs we're talking about here. We need to make sure that we don't have the supply going into the community, because I think what we're seeing in the rural areas, which is surprising us, is the rise of hard drugs, where before, you know, we knew of cocaine, we knew of other drugs, but to see the heroines coming in is going to bring gangs. And when you bring in the gang violence, you're bringing in heavy organized crime. So we need to get back to source. So again, on the issue of fentanyl, we need to find out where these patches are coming from and cut off the source, because we do not want that kind of organized gang violence bringing into our communities. But at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, I think we got to go back to this model that I talked about, the hub approach, where we start to identify people when they're young, the people who are getting themselves into trouble. If we can divert any of those from the system, it will save us enormous amounts of financial money, but also the emotional heartache that it brings to families, and also the lost opportunities that we're seeing in our communities when people fall into this and end up losing or ruining their lives.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if I may, what I'd like to do with C12 is first go over the summary of the bill, provide a few specific possible quotes, and then give some observations. In regards to the summary, this enactment of C12 amends the Corrections and Conditional Release Act to require the Parole Board of Canada or the provincial parole boards, if applicable, to cancel parole granted to an offender if before the offender's release, the offender is tested positive in a urinalysis or fails or refuses to provide a urine sample. And the board considers that the criteria for granting parole are no longer met. It also amends that act to clarify that any conditions set by releasing authority of an offender's parole, statutory release, or unescorted temporary absence may include conditions regarding the offender's use of drugs or alcohol, including the cases when the use has been identified as a risk factor in the offender's criminal behavior. In reading the summary, Mr. Speaker, it's quite, I believe, obvious as to why it is that the bill will likely receive support from all parties inside the chamber, Mr. Speaker, in terms of its passage. But what I'd like to be able to do, Mr. Speaker, is take a bit of a different approach at debating Bill C-12. And let me start off by talking about the short title. And I've often talked about where these short titles come from. I've suggested in the past, and will continue to maintain today, that the short titles come from the individuals sitting inside the Prime Minister's office when they come up with the legislation, that it goes directly to the PM's office, where they then come up with the title. And the short title of this particular bill is the Drug-Free Prison Act. Well, Mr. Speaker, think in terms of the implications of making a title of a bill. What sort of impressions are you giving to Canadians? What I'd like you to do is to focus on the 2011 and 2012 annual report by the correctional investigator, which made the following observation with respect to the prevalence of drugs within our federal prisons, I should say, Mr. Speaker. And I quote, "A zero-tolerance stand to drugs in prison, while perhaps serving as an effective deterrent posted at an early entry point into a penitentiary, simply does not accord with the facts of crime and addiction in Canada or elsewhere in the world." Mr. Speaker, and that is one of the biggest issues that I have with this government, is in regards to the type of propaganda and political spin that they put on legislation that they bring into the House of Commons. And yet again, this is what we see in Bill C-12. The Government of Canada, this Prime Minister, is trying to give the impression, we pass this legislation and we will have drug-free prisons. Well, Mr. Speaker, if they were honest with Canadians, which is a rarity, I must say, with this government, but if they were honest with Canadians, Mr. Speaker, they would acknowledge that achieving a drug-free prison is not as easy as just saying it in the title of a bill and then having 308 members of Parliament voting in favour of the legislation. Mr. Speaker, I've had the opportunity at the provincial level to take on the responsibility of being a justice critic. I've had the opportunity, through being a justice critic, to be able to tour the prisons in the province of Manitoba, or a number of prisons in our province. Whether it's the remand centre, where individuals will often be brought to, whether it's overnight or it's while they're awaiting a trial, whether it's the Headingley, which is a provincial jail, so that if you're sentenced for under 2 years, this is the environment in which you're going to be living in. And I've also had the opportunity to visit federal penitentiaries, Stony Mountain, Mr. Speaker. And I can tell you, because I believe that this government has not done its homework in dealing with our correctional institutions, or our jails and prisons, Mr. Speaker. And I suspect Manitoba is not that unique, that the issues that I'm referring to in regards to the province of Manitoba are applicable no matter where you go, Mr. Speaker, in Canada. And in fact, even beyond Canada's border, as we have been told by our professionals, Mr. Speaker. And that is that drugs is a reality in our prisons. And there is a need for government to do more. In fact, Mr. Speaker, and I'll go to another quote, if I may. And again, this comes from the Office of the Correctional Investigator, who has called for, in his most recent annual report, once again, and I quote, "a comprehensive and integrated drug strategy that should include a balance of measures, prevention, treatment, harm reduction, and interdiction." Mr. Speaker, this is in the 2011-2012 annual report. You know, the information is actually there. If the government really wants to be able to deal with the issue, there is plenty of information that is there to be able to assist us in bringing forward not only legislation, but I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, especially today, of all days, we're talking about crime, we're talking about prisons. This is something in which Canadians as a whole are very much concerned about. And today we have a budget being released in a few hours from now. And the government's going to set its priorities, Mr. Speaker. Well, wouldn't it be a wonderful thing if we saw a government that actually had the common sense to understand
that it takes more than just the Prime Minister and his minister that's responsible to wave a wand and to improve the system. That you need and you have an obligation to meet with the different stakeholders. You have an obligation, there's an obligation to work with our provinces and the provincial ministers, Mr. Speaker, that are responsible for the administration of justice in those jurisdictions. We need to look in terms of how it is that we can work with our correctional officers. I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that our correctional officers are one of the greatest assets that we have as legislators in terms of being able to deal with the issues that we need to face in our prisons. And when we ignore the potential of consulting and working with those correctional officers, we set ourselves up for what I would suggest to you is a situation that could ultimately cost lives. When I was an MLA, we had a riot in Headingley Jail, Mr. Speaker, and there's a number of factors that were involved. Now, I can't say 100%, but I would be surprised if drugs were not incorporated in one fashion or another in terms of what had taken place in that particular riot. I suspect, Mr. Speaker, that if you were to actually take the time and meet with our correctional officers, that you will in fact get a better understanding of how it is that that the drugs are continuing to be such a significant factor in our prisons today. But we haven't seen that. We haven't seen this goodwill from this majority government. And it goes right from the Prime Minister's office, Mr. Speaker. You know, how many times we have been critical of the Prime Minister because he doesn't even recognize the need to have first ministerial conferences. What message does that send to his ministers in having ministerial conferences, Mr. Speaker? You know, to what degree has the Minister of Public Services met with the Attorney Generals or Ministers of Justice in different provincial jurisdictions? After all, the Prime Minister feels he doesn't have to meet with the premiers on a regular basis. The first Prime Minister in a generation plus that has ignored the need of a confederation meeting with first ministers. Well, I suspect, Mr. Speaker, that has a lot to do with the same attitudes that the ministers across the way have. So the Minister of Public Service is not working with our provincial ministers, Mr. Speaker. And if he worked and consulted with the different stakeholders, including our provincial ministers, I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that we would be debating better legislation than what we have today, Mr. Speaker. Instead of having a piece of legislation, you know, we're getting close to an election, and the Prime Minister's motivation nowadays, it actually has been for a number of years, Mr. Speaker, is how do we get re-elected? It's all about power. It's all about power. And, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, what we want to see is good governance. And this Prime Minister, more than his predecessors, has been found wanting in being able to deliver to Canadians solid programs that will, in fact, make a difference. They want to talk about drugs in jails, and yes, we're concerned, my constituents are concerned about drugs in jail, but I can tell you that the Liberal caucus is concerned about what are we doing to prevent crimes from taking place in the first place, Mr. Speaker. These are the types of issues that I believe that Canadians want us to be debating inside the chamber, as opposed to a piece of legislation that is meant to do one thing, and one thing alone. And that is, yeah, we'll make a couple of modifications, but this legislation and the PMO's office has come up with a wonderful name, the Drug-Free Prisons Act, to give the impression that, you know, the Conservatives are really tough on crime, and they're really tough on these convicts, Mr. Speaker, and they're going to deal and get rid of drugs in prisons. Have I got news for the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker? And that is that his plan is not going to work. Canadians are more and more seeing, in terms of just to the degree in which this government talks a lot, but its actions, Mr. Speaker, have been found in need. They've been wanting. Canadians have a higher expectation of a government that's going to be able to deliver, Mr. Speaker, on the issues that are important to them. And we're going to see a very good sense of that today, Mr. Speaker, when the budget comes down. Where is the government's emphasis going to be? The other day I was standing here and dealing with crime, and what we were talking about is the exploitation of children. Cyber technology, Mr. Speaker, was the issue. You know, the internet and the impact that it is having on the exploitation of children in Canada continues to grow. And the government, again, had a piece of legislation that tried to give the impression that they were actually doing something on the issue. But in reality, the RCMP that was tasked with the responsibility of dealing with the issue was underspending their budget by 10%, Mr. Speaker. Millions of dollars were not being spent in order to be able to create what I would suggest to you is going to be a false impression of a budget that we're going to be seeing in terms of a balanced budget. Well, Mr. Speaker, it's the same principle here as it was there. On the one hand, we have legislation that talks tough, but their actions in terms of their budget says something entirely different. And what was so horrendous about that private member's bill, Mr. Speaker, is that we were talking about children that were being exploited through the internet, and the government was underspending on the RCMP that was investigating and trying to lock up individuals that were, in fact, leading that exploitation. Well, Mr. Speaker, now we have legislation that's before us. And to what degree has the government actually done its homework? Have there been any members outside of the Minister of Justice? And I'm only making the assumption, and Mr. Speaker, sometimes that could be a big mistake in itself, especially if it's related to this particular government. But to what degree have they actually gone in and visited, Mr. Speaker, some of our prisons in Canada? You can gain a lot by going out and taking the time to get a better understanding of what's actually taking place in the real world. And, Mr. Speaker, that applies to more than just prisons. And I know, Mr. Speaker, that I, for one, when I have had the opportunity to talk to correctional officers, they are very much concerned about the issue of safety, not only Mr. Speaker, the safety of the prisoners, but I would suggest to you equally, and in the minds of many, more importantly, is the safety of the institution and the guards themselves, Mr. Speaker. You know, we have seen in many ways double bunking, triple bunking that has been taking place. To what degree is the government bringing in programs that is ultimately going to take some of the pressure off of the need for these convicts to be taking the drugs that they're actually taking in prisons, Mr. Speaker? What kind of actions is the government prepared to do? To what degree do we have, for example, drug detection dogs that are going through prisons? What about new detection equipment in itself? If you talk to correctional officers, they'll talk to you about the need for searches and how important those searches are. But they will also talk to you about, Mr. Speaker, the importance of being able to look at the issue in a holistic approach. So when I think of a holistic approach in dealing with our prisons and jails, what I think about is that it's not just Ottawa that is responsible. The administration of justice goes beyond Ottawa. It incorporates our provinces too, Mr. Speaker. And the provinces play a vital, critical role in regards to what's happening in our jails. And so do other stakeholders. Whether it's law enforcement officers, different groups that are out there, Mr. Speaker, many stakeholders. So the message I have for the government in summation, Mr. Speaker, is that it's great to see this particular bill. I question the motives of the naming of the bill, and I'd sure love to see actually some resources allocated that's going to make a real difference for Canadians in dealing.
The order.
The chair regrets that it must interrupt the honourable member from Winnipeg North at this point. He will have 3 minutes remaining when this matter next returns before the House. Time for government orders has expired. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Wild Rose.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Mr. Peter Pouquet of Airdrie, Alberta on receiving the French Legion d'Honneur. The Legion d'Honneur is France's highest honour and is being awarded to all living Canadian veterans of the Second World War who participated in the D-Day landings and therefore contributed to the liberation of France. Cet honneur représente la relation.
This honor represents the special relationship between France and Canada. It's found in our shared values and the freedoms that we have.
Mr. Peter Pouquet's proud family, his comrades at the Royal Canadian Legion Airdrie Branch number 288, as well as his many friends from the Balzac United Church in celebrating this very prestigious honour on April 7th. And I thank he and all of the other Canadian heroes who have served and sacrificed so that we could remain free.
Hear, hear. The
honourable member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Mr. Speaker, on April 26th, we'll celebrate World Intellectual Property Day with this year's theme, Get Up, Stand Up for Music. The music we listen to today comes from artists from around the world, but in an era of globalization and the internet, we have to ensure that Canadian creators can make a living from their art. That is why the NDP believe that increased protection for intellectual property is necessary, and we have long criticized the government's lack of action in this issue. Experts are clear. Intellectual property and high-quality patents promote innovation and the creation of good, well-paid jobs. So it is critical today to see this protection as a way for Canadian businesses to succeed in the digital era. Canadians deserve a dynamic digital economy that benefits from opportunities. On World International Property Day, let's be proud of our Canadian creators and make sure their work is protected.
Calgary Northeast. Mr. Speaker, as a proud Indo-Canadian and as a member of International Trade Committee, I was very encouraged by the positive results for Canadian businesses from Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi's bilateral visit to Canada last week.
Hear, hear.
Not only 16 commercial agreements worth over $1.6 billion and 6 significant initiatives between Canada and India were finalized, both Prime Ministers also agreed to complete the roadmap to finalize a comprehensive economic partnership agreement by September 2015.
Outstanding.
This agreement will significantly expand trade between Canada and India. On behalf of 1.2 million Indo-Canadians, I would like to thank Prime Minister Modi for his visit and thank our Prime Minister for extending Canada's hospitality. I am proud of our Prime Minister's leadership in strengthening Canada's relationship with India and opening trade opportunities in this growing market of over 1.2 billion people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Mississauga, Brampton South.
Throughout our history, Liberal governments in particular have welcomed immigrants from across the world who chose Canada as their home. Immigrants who worked hard not only for their families, but for our country. In return for their help to build a stronger Canada, we've offered a pathway to citizenship and a chance to more fully join the communities they helped to create. Across the GTA, I've heard from many communities who are feeling abandoned as they wait to be deported after working so hard here in Canada. I heard in particular from the Portuguese community, many of whom support families back home with their earnings, who will not be allowed to come back and see their extended families for at least 4 years. And now they're back to square one. Many applied for permanent residency and should be allowed to stay through that process and have their work permits extended. These women and men came to Canada to provide a better life for their families. They worked hard and they deserve new pathways to citizenship. Instead, this Conservative government is turning away these nation builders.
The honourable member for Brant.
Mr. Speaker, to kick off Earth Week, I had the great privilege of taking part in a tree planting event at Brantford's new Forest in the City. The community has embraced the wonderful idea to develop a new urban forest inside an existing industrial park. The project has become a reality thanks to the hard work of the Brantford Brant Tree Coalition and project champion Chuck Beach. With 37,000 trees planted, 2015 marks year 4 of a 5-year plan. with the project well on its way to surpassing the goal of 50,000 trees planted in 5 years. The new forest includes walking trails so that residents can hike and appreciate the diverse ecosystems that are being created. The project has also been supported generously by the City of Brantford, the Grand River Conservation Authority, and local businesses, as well as a grant from CN. Mr. Speaker, new forest in the city, an idea that is growing into a very special place in beautiful Brantford.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, last week was Volunteer Action Week in Saint-Bruno Saint-Hubert. We're lucky to have hundreds of volunteers who work daily to facilitate and improve the lives of their neighbours. Every minute of involvement on their part contributes to making our community richer and more fulfilled. This year, once again, the Action Centre teams or Meals on Wheels teams have roamed the streets of Saint-Bruno and Saint-Hubert to offer hot meals and help to organizations. They also have helped people with their tax returns and have accompanied residents to the hospital, as well as many other small gestures that mean a lot to our community. On behalf of all of the people of Saint-Bruno and Saint-Hubert, I say thank you, thank you, thank you. I invite all of my colleagues present in the House to salute the work of volunteers that work in our ridings. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Due to the competence of our Canadian forces, we are punching above our weight alongside our allies in this important mission. Recently, Colonel Sean Boyle of 22 Wing CFB North Bay has been elevated to Canada's Air Task Commander, Operation Impact in the Middle East. Our former wing commander has an exceptional record of service that will ensure Canada continues to perform above expectations. Operation Impact aims to halt and degrade ISIL's presence in Iraq and Syria. To date, Impact has degraded ISIL's control by 25%. Commander Sean Boyle, your community and your country are solidly behind you. Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues in this House to join with me in recognizing the leadership of Commander Boyle and many Canadians in uniform who continue to serve and protect our great nation.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, 1.2 billion people live on less than $1.75 a day. 45% of all child deaths have malnutrition as an underlying cause. A child who gets proper nutrition is 33% more likely to escape poverty as an adult. Mr. Speaker, each year a number of organizations, including Results Canada, encourage Canadians to become more aware of the cause of fighting world poverty. One way to highlight that fight is for people to take the Live Below the Line challenge and limit their food and drink for 5 days to whatever they can buy for $1.75 a day. Along with hundreds of Canadians and some colleagues in this House, I will take that challenge next week. Mr. Speaker, my 5-day budget of $8.75 will include 2 bagels, 3 cups of oats, 1 potato, 1 yam, 1 bunch of carrots, 1 onion, 4 cups of beans, rice, lentils, and peas, 5 tea bags, which will get very well used, and all the tap water I can drink. Heck of a way to start a summer diet, Mr. Speaker, but I invite colleagues and all Canadians to Google Live Below the Line, take the challenge, or simply donate to the cause of fighting world hunger. My stomach is growling in anticipation already. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Brassard-la-Prairie. Mr. Speaker, last week the government announced its choice of consortium to rebuild the Champlain Bridge. Unfortunately, the Conservatives are still insisting on a toll that no one wants that will cause monstrous congestion and result in major economic losses for businesses and the people of the South Shore. Moreover, we still don't know how much people will have to pay to cross the future Champlain Bridge.
Brassard-la-Prairie want to know how much profits these 3 Ps will be making on their back.
The Conservatives' poor management doesn't stop there. Whereas we're talking about a $3 to $5 billion project, they refuse to assure us that there will be economic spin-offs for our communities. In the face of this bad management and lack of transparency, only the leader of the NDP has the experience and necessary solutions to replace the government and repair the damage they've caused.
The Honourable Member for York Centre.
Speaker, this month Jews in Canada and around the world will mark three historical events. On April 15th, Yom HaShoah, Holocaust Remembrance Day, was an opportunity for Canadians to pay tribute to the 6 million Jews who were murdered at the hands of the Nazis and their collaborators. It is also a time to raise awareness about the Holocaust and to combat anti-Semitism. Tonight at sundown begins Yom HaZikaron, Israel's day of remembrance for fallen soldiers and victims of terror. On this solemn day, we pay tribute to those who tragically lost their lives defending Israel's right to exist in peace and security. Yom HaZikaron concludes with the start of Yom HaAtzmaut, Israel's Independence Day. This year marks 67 years of independence for the Jewish state. Our Conservative government is proud to celebrate not only Israel's independence, but the strong friendship between Canada and Israel that is based on shared values of freedom, human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. Am Yisrael Chai.
Member for British Columbia Southern Ontario.
Mr. Speaker, as I ride off into the sunset later on this year, I'd like to pay tribute to all those who have made the past 9 years the most enriching experience of my life. My wife Anne, my staff, both past and present, for their loyalty and service to our constituents, to those frontline activists who are advocating for a better world. It's been an honor to stand by you. To the members of my party who are always there for every election, thank you for your confidence in me. One such person is my brother George, here with me today, who together with his wife Gloria have been truly an inspiration to me. And to all those in Ottawa who make this a very pleasant place to work, custodians, maintenance workers, restaurant and cafeteria staff, security personnel, post office staff, House of Commons and NDP staff, thank you for your professionalism and dedication. Et finalement,
and finally, I really want to thank all of my colleagues, members of all political parties, for the respect they have shown me. It has been and continues to be an honor to work with them. I wish them all the best in their future endeavors. Thank you.
Kitchener-Waterloo.
Mr. Speaker, my constituents know that our Conservative government believes in keeping more money in the pockets of Canadian families. That's why we continue to lower taxes and why the Minister of Finance will table a balanced budget in the House today. For example, the new family tax cut and enhanced universal child care benefit will benefit 100% of families with kids. The vast majority of benefits going to low and middle income families. The Liberals and the NDP want to raise taxes on the middle class. That is why we are the only ones Canadians can trust to lower taxes and balance the budget.
The honourable member for Cardigan.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to remember a great man, a great Prince Edward Islander, and a great Liberal. Born in Mount Herbert on February the 5th, 1926, Bud Ings grew up on his family farm and later established his long-running, well-known and successful veterinary practice on Prince Edward Island. First in Fortune, then in Montague, and finally in Brudenell. Along the way, Bud was elected in 1970 to the Liberal government of Ali Campbell and served as Minister of Agriculture, Health and Social Services. He later became president of the Liberal Party of Prince Edward Island, contributed to the establishment of the Atlantic Veterinary College and the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, was a member of many community boards, and an avid musician, photographer, and author, writing 2 award-winning books documenting his successful veterinary career. With Bud's passing, our province lost one of our greatest sons, and his family lost a wonderful father and grandfather. There was no one else like Bud, and he will be sorely missed.
Bravo. The honourable member for Don Valley West.
Mr. Speaker, our government increased the amount Canadians can earn tax-free and removed over 1 million Canadians from the tax rolls. We cut the GST, we introduced pension income splitting, and created the family tax cut with benefits to help 100% of families with children. We created important tax credits, like the credit for first-time homebuyers and the credit for family caregivers. Our government's tax relief will save the typical family of 4 in Don Valley West nearly $6,600 this year. But the Liberals and NDP would raise taxes. According to media, the Liberal leader has claimed he can convince Canadians to accept a tax hike. Meanwhile, the NDP would raise the cost of gas, groceries, and everything else with their carbon tax. Mr. Speaker, stay tuned. Despite the opposition's high tax plans, our government will table a budget today that will continue to make life more affordable for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Yesterday in question period, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister did again what Canadians find reprehensible. He ran away from serious questions. Just a few months ago, Canadians were outraged by this member's refusal to answer clear questions from the Leader of the Official Opposition about Canada's mission in Iraq. Now, he eventually gave a theatrical and tear-filled apology. But yesterday, in response to clear questions from New Democrats about Senate residency requirements for a senator who campaigned for him in the last election, he went back to his cynical old tricks. So much for his full apology and the tears he shed in this House. Now, the lack of respect Conservatives have shown this House is a new low. Canadians deserve better, and they can trust that an NDP government will answer questions in question period, will give Parliament the respect it deserves, and will fix the damage the Conservatives have done. Respect for Parliament is only an election away, Mr. Speaker, and that's good news for Canadians.
The honourable member for Lotbinière-Chutes de la Chaudière. Mr. Speaker, our low-tax plan for families is working, and under our Conservative government, the tax burden on Canadians is at the lowest level in more than 50 years. As part of that, every family with children will benefit from the new family tax cut. The family tax cut and enhanced universal child care benefit will leave 100% of families with kids with more money in their pockets. We know the Liberals and NDP would raise taxes on the middle class. Canadians know that it is only our government that they can trust to lower taxes. I look forward to reading what further measures there are for families in the balanced budget this afternoon.
Oral questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, is it still the position of the Prime Minister that Mike Duffy was a resident of PEI when he, the Prime Minister and head of government, appointed him to the Senate? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the rules have been in place for some 150 years.
The member refers. They are really Mr. Duffy's expenditures, as we know, are right now before the courts. And while the government is assisting the Crown with its case, we're not going to comment on testimony before the court.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Actually, what we're talking about is the Prime Minister's decision to name him. We're not talking about Duffy's expenses. So the Prime Minister is going to have to talk to the lawyers who are now pleading this case, because you see, Mr. Speaker, they say that it was the government that named him irregularly. The lawyers right now, the 74 députés qui ont été
74 MPs were helped out by Mike Duffy because he was doing something extraordinary. He was appointed to the Senate when he didn't live in PEI, and he helped 74 Conservative MPs. Doesn't the Prime Minister see that everyone now knows that was the sole reason for Mike Duffy's appointment, to do fundraising for the Conservative Party and his government? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. We followed the usual practice that has been in place for some 150 years.
The issue before the court, as we know, is expenditures, Mr. Duffy's expenditures. Just as, Mr. Speaker, when we're talking about residents, the issue is also expenditures with the Leader of the NDP. The residence of the Parliament of Canada is Ottawa. It is not Saskatchewan or Quebec or everywhere else where he tried to use parliamentary funds to establish party offices. That was obviously incorrect. That money should be paid back.
Mike Duffy, Nigel Wright agreed that if asked, the Prime Minister would make a public statement confirming that Mike Duffy met the residency requirements to sit as a senator from Prince Edward Island. The Prime Minister went ahead and made that very statement 5 days later on February 27, 2013, when he claimed that Duffy was a PEI resident. But now, the government's own prosecutors are saying just the opposite in court. In fact, they're saying that it wasn't true. Is the Prime Minister claiming that the government's own lawyers are now misleading the court?
Once again, Mr. Speaker, what I'm saying is that there are a whole series of charges against Mr. Duffy that relate to his improper use of public funds. Obviously, I'm not going to comment on those matters. We have assisted the RCMP in their investigation. We haven't been assisting the Crown in its prosecution of this case, but obviously I will leave the evidence before the court to be decided on its merits.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Canadian business leaders are speaking out against the Conservatives' Bill C-51. Quote, "The proposed legislation will undermine international trust in Canada's technology sector, thereby stifling the kinds of business our companies can generate. Operators of online platforms fear the risk of criminal sanction for activities carried out on their sites. With senior business leaders now siding with the NDP against the Conservatives' Bill C-51, will the Prime Minister finally withdraw this attack on Canadians' rights and freedoms?"
Mr. Speaker, we know the NDP has never supported one serious anti-terrorism measure ever in any parliament in this country. Mr. Speaker, the reality is these measures are strongly supported by Canadians. These measures parallel the kinds of authorities that other national security and police agencies have in other countries, Mr. Speaker. And as a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, it is absolutely unacceptable that websites or the Internet would be used for terrorist recruitment purposes. That should be a crime, and it will be a crime when this legislation is
Mr. Speaker, all of civil society is opposed to Bill C-51. And rightly so. Academics have shown it will violate our rights. Environmentalists fear for their freedom of expression. And now business leaders say it'll be bad for business. The only ones supporting the Prime Minister, the only ones, are the Liberals, Mr. Speaker. Why is the Prime Minister refusing to listen to reason? Why is he ignoring everyone? And in this case, why is he ignoring the most highly respected business people in Canada? Mr. Speaker, the vast majority of Canadians support this bill, and the Liberals know how to read polls. That's the fact, Mr. Speaker. We expect our law and order, our police, to have the tools they need, and that is only to be expected. We will continue to protect Canadians, and I would like to salute the arrests and the work of the Montreal police very recently.
According to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, the government's plan to double tax-free saving account contribution limits is regressive, with benefits mostly going to wealthy Canadians. In fact, the PBO says that under this plan, gains for the wealthy will be 10 times those of other Canadian households. First, income splitting, now this. Why does the Prime Minister continue to prioritize tax breaks for the rich?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Of course, Mr. Speaker, of the I think it's 11 million Canadians who have been involved in TFSAs, the vast majority are people of modest or middle-class income, the vast majority, Mr. Speaker, and it's fulfilling a promise we made. I know why, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party and the NDP oppose these tax reductions, because they want to hike taxes on hard-working middle-class Canadians, because they need that money to give to bureaucracy to fund their priorities. Well, Mr. Speaker, hard-working middle-class Canadians want more of their own money in their own pockets.
honourable member for Papineau.
Mr. Speaker, this government cynically plans to spend billions on income splitting and increases to TFSAs, both of which overwhelmingly benefit wealthy Canadians. At the same time, they are increasing the retirement age to 67 from 65, putting the retirement security of our seniors at risk. Why is the Prime Minister giving tax breaks to the wealthy instead of ensuring that our seniors can retire in dignity?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Tax cuts will allow all Canadians to have more money in their pockets. We have brought in income splitting for seniors, and the Liberals voted against that. We have brought in the greatest increase to the GIS for our seniors, and the Liberals voted against that too. They always vote against benefits for the middle class, against tax breaks. They always vote against putting money in taxpayers' pockets. They want the money for themselves. Mr. Speaker, the government is planning to spend billions of dollars to help the rich with income splitting and a higher tax-free savings account limit. At the same time, the retirement age will jump from 65 to 67, putting the financial security of many seniors at risk. Why is the Prime Minister handing out tax breaks to the richy rich instead of helping our seniors to retire with dignity? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have cut taxes for all seniors in Canada, especially the biggest breaks go to the middle class and lower income Canadians. Those are the facts. But the Liberals and the NDP always oppose tax cuts because they want bigger bureaucracy. We want that money to stay in taxpayers' pockets and seniors' pockets.
The honourable member for James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Former Senate law clerk Mark Odsant has testified that it was the business of the Prime Minister's office to vet Senate appointees to see if they were actually eligible to sit in the Senate. And on the day that Mike Duffy was nominated, the media pointed out that Duffy, as a resident of Canada, didn't actually have the right to represent Prince Edward Island. And in response, the Prime Minister's spokesman, Dimitri Soudas, assured Canadians that Duffy would take the steps to become eligible, but that didn't happen. Can the Prime Minister explain why he failed to follow through on the promise to ensure that Duffy actually became a resident of Prince Edward Island and therefore eligible for that housing allowance?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the constitutional practice on this has been clear for almost 150 years. But what it suggests to me is that this member is actually trying to make a victim out of Mike Duffy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Duffy is not a victim here, Mr. Speaker. He is accused after an independent audit, after an RCMP investigation, Mr. Speaker, and ultimately the Crown believes that he committed fraud. Mr. Speaker, we'll see what the court says on that matter, but I'm very surprised now to hear the NDP trying to make a victim out of this senator accused of such serious crimes.
And the honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, maybe I'll have to start this again because it's the issue of Duffy's eligibility, which the Senate has said was the role of the Prime Minister. And it was his eligibility to sit that was the center of the negotiations in the back room with Nigel Wright in the Prime Minister's office, which led to the bribery charge. According to the RCMP, the audit was whitewashed on the issue of residency. Then the Prime Minister stood up on February 27, 2013 to state that, quote, all senators conform to the residency requirements. Those residency requirements have been clear for 150 years. So can the Prime Minister explain on what basis did he consider Mike Duffy to be eligible for this housing allowance and a resident of Prince Edward Island?
Again, Mr. Speaker, as I just said, and as the Prime Minister said, the constitutional practice on this has been clear for almost 150 years, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Duffy is not a victim here. I cannot believe now that the NDP are trying to suggest that Mr. Duffy is a victim.
Is it because, Mr. Speaker, the NDP are accused of doing the exact same thing, Mr. Speaker? Pretending that they were hiring people to work in an office in Ottawa when really these people were being housed in Montreal in a partisan office using House of Commons resources against the rules, accumulating $2.7 million worth of illegal expenses, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, the government must comply with constitutional requirements when appointing senators. The parliamentary secretary told reporters it was the Senate's responsibility to follow the rules, but that's false. The Prime Minister's the one who has to follow the rules. Why didn't the Prime Minister follow the rules? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I already said, the constitutional practice has been clear for almost 150 years.
Is that you're not allowed to use House of Commons resources for partisan political purposes. Now, this member used more than $25,000 of House of Commons resources for political purposes. The member for Scarborough Southwest took it to a different level. He took almost $140,000 worth of resources that would have been used in his constituent and funded it to an illegal office in Montreal. They should pay it back.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. I agree with my colleague, as surprising as it seems, the rules have been clear for 150 years, and it's the Prime Minister's responsibility to follow those rules. Mike Duffy's appointment broke the rules. Why was it so important for the government to break the rules in order to get Duffy appointed? Was it for his very efficient handling of the affairs of state? Or maybe the government wanted to use Mike Duffy for something other than studying bills? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
This is a member who owes Canadian taxpayers more than $122,000. In fact, he owes them $122,122. Now, Mr. Speaker, he can repay back that illegal money that he took from Canadian taxpayers by a money order. I'm not sure if they take credit card. I know he knows how to write checks because he wrote 29 separate checks to the Separatist Party in Quebec. I would encourage him to use one of these methods to repay back the money he took illegally from the taxpayers of Canada.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. When it comes to food safety, this government is taking unacceptable risks. The Meat Inspectors Union is sounding the alarm. There's a critical shortage of inspectors in Quebec. Quebecers want high-quality food on their plate. But the Conservative government would stubbornly prefer to leave it up to the meat packing companies themselves to do their own inspections. Why are the Conservatives abdicating responsibility for Canadians' food safety?
Canadians want high-quality food on their plates, and that's exactly what they have. Dr. Stuart Smythe from Bioresource Policy, University of Saskatchewan, said, Canada has one of the top food safety systems in the world. Other countries look to our system as a model of food safety. Food products that are available for purchase at our grocery stores are as safe as they possibly can be.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. History has taught us that, unfortunately, we can't count on companies to do their own inspections. The Conservatives have probably forgotten that because they keep cutting the Canadian Food Inspection Agency's budget. According to the CFIA, the government will cut spending on food safety by 21%. Mr. Speaker, is food safety for Canadians of no concern to the Conservatives, or are they waiting for yet another serious crisis before they react? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the premise of that question is totally inaccurate. Food safety is at the highest level in Canadian history. Budget 2014 committed to 200 more frontline food safety inspectors. And I think I'd like to give you another quote from Dr. Sylvain Charlebois, University of Guelph. Canadian Food Inspection Agency method is the right way to approach inspections.
The Honourable Member for Welland.
Mr. Speaker, I find it ironic that the parliamentary secretary should tell us so because, quite frankly, in the city of Toronto, there is one inspector, just one, for consumer protection for the entire city of Toronto, who's responsible for every restaurant, every retail store. Just one inspector, Mr. Speaker. But that government says just one's enough. 4.5 million people should be looked after by one inspector, the parliamentary secretary says. And so when it actually boils down to the bottom line is, when will this government actually get serious about food protection in this country, look after consumers, and make sure their food is safe?
Speaker, the Conference Board of Canada ranks our food safety system #1 out of 17 OECD countries, which includes the U.S. And the fear-mongering is unacceptable from that side. Again, I'll provide another quote. Dr. Keith Warner, University of Guelph, suggestions that the meat sold in Canada is unsafe is scaremongering.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are no more concerned about the safety of interns than of food. Young people far too often have to work long hours with no pay or protection. And without internships, they'll never get a job. That's why I tabled a bill to protect interns against sexual harassment, exploitation, and dangerous work. Why do the Conservatives refuse to work with the NDP on providing interns with these basic protections? The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Said before, this government is committed to the safety of all workers. The Canada Labour Code states that employers must ensure that individuals, including interns, are informed of, protected, and informed of health and safety hazards in the workplace. Let's be very clear. We're supporting interns, actually providing them jobs and opportunities, things the opposition vote against every single time.
The honourable member for Davenport. So let's actually be very clear. We're talking about unpaid interns. And the fact is that unpaid interns have no basic workplace protections like health and safety. They don't even have access to provisions under the Canada Labour Code that protects paid employees, paid interns, from sexual harassment in the workplace. Now, if the government was serious about this serious issue, then we could get the job done and pass the Intern Protection Act now. But instead, why are the Conservatives once again putting politics ahead of the health, the safety, and the well-being of young workers in this country?
Mr. Speaker, I'll repeat what I literally just said. Under the Canada Labour Code, it states that employers must ensure that individuals, including interns, are informed and protected on health and safety hazards in the workplace. It's very clear.
The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, leading seaman Robin Young was misdiagnosed and went through needless surgery because of negligence by the military. The quality of care decision rendered yesterday glossed over this most significant point. This government claims to look after servicemen and women, but is failing to do so on so many fronts. The minister promised to support leading seaman Young and hasn't done that. Will the minister finally do the right thing and restore Robin to full-time Class C status so she can finally get the benefits that she needs and deserves?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Well, the member, Mr. Speaker, quite, I think, deliberately asks a question that's impossible to answer because she knows that I'm conscribed by the Privacy Act. If the member would like me to release the details of the report of the Surgeon General Review Committee, I would be very happy to do so, Mr. Speaker. The findings in that report are not consistent with what the member just said. And I believe the member should respect the professional opinion of the physicians on that panel, including the external physician who reviews these matters. The forces have given extraordinary medical care and treatment and consideration to leading seaman Young and has offered a transition plan to this individual as well. Mr. Speaker will continue to support leading seaman Young.
The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
That's a lot of words, but no answer and no heart. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the tragic death of Sergeant Doiron calls for a full and transparent explanation. Canadians deserve to know the truth. We've been waiting for 6 weeks for an in-depth investigation and findings, and all we've had so far is contradictory reports. Will the Defence Minister call a commission of inquiry so that Canadians and Sergeant Doiron's family can find out what really happened? The Honourable Defence Minister. Mr. Speaker, apparently the member wasn't here yesterday because I said there were 2 investigations conducted by the Canadian side. There was the Special Forces Commander, and secondly, the National Investigation Service. I said yesterday, a number of times, that those 2 reports would be released as soon as they were available, except, of course, any parts that had to do with confidential military information. The Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Louis. Mr. Speaker, Quebec is currently experiencing a shortage of food inspectors. There is a shortage of about 30 inspectors in Quebec. In Alberta, slaughterhouses and meat packers are operating with 33% fewer inspectors than the bare minimum set by the Canadian Food Inspection Agency. The damage is done, Mr. Speaker. Why has this Conservative government, in one budget after another, neglected food safety for Canadians to the point that we're now in an inspection crisis that will not be easy to get out of? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I understand that that information is very inaccurate. Economic Action Plan 2014 it committed to hiring over 200 more frontline food inspectors. And I think it's important to point out again to the public is the OECD, the Conference Board of Canada. We are first out of 17 countries, and that includes the U.S. in terms of a strong, robust system.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, we still don't have clear answers on the circumstances surrounding the death of Sergeant Doiron. The government, first of all, said that it was the USHQ for the coalition that would conduct an investigation. Then we heard, no, in fact, it was the U.S. Special Forces. And now we've learned that journalists are being refused access to the site where the incident occurred. What does the government have to hide? Will it proceed with a public inquiry? The Honourable Minister. Absolutely nothing. Mr. Speaker, as I've said on several occasions, there are two Canadian investigations underway, one conducted by the NIS, which is part of the military police, and we will provide information from that report unless the information deals with operations. The same situation occurs from the report for the Special Forces Commander. Mr. Speaker, as regards a summary report from the United States, if we receive an approval from the U.S., we will provide information on that as well.
Mr. Speaker, there are confusing and contradictory reports about how Sergeant Doiron died in Iraq. Some reports say he was on the front line, others say he was far back. Canadians should have the answers by now, but don't. And the government seems interested in keeping us in the dark. The one thing is clear is that as of now, there won't be a board of inquiry by the Canadian Armed Forces. And despite the fact that these boards are common after the death in action, will the Minister commit to a board of inquiry and to making the results public?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence. Well, Mr. Speaker, the position of the NDP is entirely contradictory because the member has asked for a quick review of this tragic incident of friendly fire. But a board of inquiry typically takes months, sometimes years. This is why several years ago the military moved to having summary investigations of military deaths so that lessons can be learned and the facts can be public much more quickly. And that is why the National Investigation Service is conducting a summary investigation, as well as the Special Operations Force Command. Both of those reports will be released publicly when they are available, except for those elements that touch on confidential military operations.
And the Honourable Member for St. John's East. Boards of inquiry have certainly taken years under this government, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Robin Young, a 24-year-old reservist, displayed symptoms of a brain tumour for 4 years, but instead was sent by the Department of National Defence for corrective eye surgery. The department now refused to take responsibility for misdiagnosing her, and Young is now left to fend for herself despite this minister's assurances of support. Can the minister promise the House today that he'll do what's necessary to make sure that leading seaman Young gets the help she needs?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can't take that question as being posed in good faith because I've offered that member a briefing on this matter. The member, in order to get briefed, would have to obtain a privacy waiver from the individual in question. If he received that briefing, he would find that the premise of the question that he just posed is not accurate.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Another example of the minister's incompetency when it comes time to helping our soldiers. Leading Seaman First Class Robin Young has been abandoned after having undergone surgery that wasn't necessary, that worsened her problems. Says she's without assistance, and the Canadian Forces, under this minister, are washing their hands of this serious mistake, and that is frankly deplorable, Mr. Speaker. Will the minister respect his promise and help Reservist Young? The Honourable Minister.
President.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member, we're truly interested by this case. She would agree to attending the briefing that we offered the member to all members in the opposition who are concerned, Mr. Speaker. But first of all, they need to obtain from Ms. Young an approval, an authorization to disclose details on the issue. The Canadian Forces are there to provide medical support and other services to Ms. Young, as we have done to date. There was an investigation conducted by the Surgeon General, and I would be very happy to share the results of that report with the member if she obtains the necessary approval.
Mr. Speaker, the strong leadership of our Prime Minister has delivered remarkable results for Canada. Since our government was elected in 2006, Canada has had the strongest job creation in the G7. What's more, the International Monetary Fund and the OECD expect Canada to be among the strongest growing economies in the G7 this year and next. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance please tell the House how our government's plan for the economy differs from that of the opposition parties?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to thank the member from Brant for that excellent question and his great work as chair of the Human Resources and Skills Development Committee. Delivering leaders' same old high tax, high debt agenda is perhaps underpinned by his position that a budget can simply balance itself. Meanwhile, the NDP continues to push risky, high-tax schemes like a $20 billion carbon tax that would hurt Canada's economy and kill Canadian jobs. To the contrary, our Conservative government remains steadfast with our low-tax plan, a plan that has provided over 1.2 million jobs for Canadians across the country since the recession. Stay tuned, Mr. Speaker, because in less than 2 hours, Canada's Finance Minister will table a budget that will keep...
Honourable Member for Scarborough-Rouge River.
Mr. Speaker, it seems that even in an election year, the Conservatives just can't break their addiction to partisan appointments. Just last week, it was revealed that the government appointed a former Conservative candidate and donor to the Public Servants Disclosure Protection Tribunal. It's critical that judges in this position are truly independent and impartial. They're deciding cases that involve public servants blowing the whistle on the government. Why did the minister insist on a partisan Conservative nomination for this important post?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, all candidates are vetted for their appropriateness and high caliber, and that is the case in this case as well.
The Honourable Member for Pontiac. Clearly, the Conservatives have no shame when it comes time to placing their friends in important jobs. They've just appointed their former candidate in Ottawa Centre to the Public Servants Disclosure Protection Tribunal. Come on, Mr. Speaker. These kind of groups don't even trust him, and that's not how we can encourage public servants to disclose bad practices. Why did the Conservatives appoint one of their close friends to that important position? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Mr. Speaker, each candidate is an appropriate one. And I can say that in this case, it is the situation.
The honourable member for Halifax.
Le gouvernement répétait qu'il a un plan pour réduire nos émissions de GES, mais le dernier rapport d'Environnement Canada indique plutôt que nos émissions.
The government likes to say that it has a plan to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, but the most recent report.
But I think it's fixed now, so if the member wants to restart the question, I think some members may have missed the beginning.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government likes to repeat that it has a plan to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. But the most recent report from Environment Canada indicates instead that our emissions increased in 2013. They didn't go down, Mr. Speaker, they went up. Perhaps the Conservatives are happy or congratulating themselves on that, but not Canadians and not our international partners. Will the government finally take action and respect our commitments with other countries? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government is the first government in Canadian history that reduced greenhouse gas emissions and will continue to do so without introducing the NDP carbon tax. We'll continue to implement a responsible sector-by-sector regulatory approach that is aligned with the United States that protects Canada's economic competitiveness. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, falling further and further behind is not showing leadership.
Hear, hear.
Environment Canada clearly shows that our emissions are growing, thanks to this government's refusal to take climate change seriously and breaking its own promise to regulate the oil and gas sector. Any hope that this government could meet its targets, well, they're fading, Mr. Speaker. So why is this government ignoring our international commitments and putting our health, environment, and economy at risk because of climate change?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our record is very clear. We have reduced emissions while growing the economy and creating good, well-paying jobs. We'll continue to implement a responsible sector-by-sector regulatory approach that is aligned with the United States to ensure that Canada's economic competitiveness is protected. Our government is also the first government in Canadian history that has seen reductions in greenhouse gas emissions on a net basis and will continue to do so without the job-killing carbon tax.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, well over 1,000 young Aboriginal girls and women have gone missing or have been murdered, and we have had individuals from premiers' offices to mayors' offices to chiefs and councils. Many stakeholders are calling on this cold-hearted Conservative government to recognize the need for a public inquiry. The Prime Minister and the Prime Minister alone needs to explain why this government is not calling for a public inquiry. Does he have the courage to stand in his place today and explain to those individuals and the stakeholders why he refuses to call that public inquiry?
The Honourable Minister for South and Women.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I've said before, these are terrible crimes against innocent people. The RCMP has said in its own study that the vast majority of these cases are addressed and solved through their police investigations. We don't actually need another study. There have been 40 that have already been completed. What we do need is the police to catch those responsible and punish them. Our government is focused on making sure we take action to make sure individuals are supported, that these crimes are prevented, and also making sure these individuals are protected. Unlike the opposition who vote against matrimonial property rights that could protect these people, we're here taking action to support these people.
The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Mr. Speaker, it's National Victims of Crime Awareness Week, yet the Victims' Bill of Rights ignores an important group of victims. At committee, Maureen Besnicki, whose husband was killed in the 9/11 attacks, pleaded for Canadian victims of crimes committed abroad to be included under the bill. This government rejected those pleas. Why are Canadian victims like 9/11 widows being ignored? Conservatives claim to be focused on terrorists. What about the victims?
The honourable minister from Quebec.
Mr. Speaker, far from being ignored, victims in Canada have never had more attention, more support, more legislation, more funding than from this Conservative government. This historic bill, Mr. Speaker, as the honourable member and members present will know, for the first time entrenches in Canadian law rights for victims across the country. Mr. Speaker, this is a historic piece of legislation. We hope to have that bill back before the House for royal assent, and I hope the member and his party will continue to support it.
The Honourable Member for Argenté-Corneau-Mirabel. For the past 2 years, no women have been appointed as candidates to the Canadian Science and Engineering Hall of Fame. However, there's no shortage of talent. 2 eminent scientists resigned from the selection committee, add to the Museum of Science and Technology, protesting the lack of will to acknowledge the contributions of women to science. Will the government show leadership and take action in order to promote the success of women in science? The Honourable Minister. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. To clarify, the Engineering Science Hall of Fame is located in the museum. The selection committee is separate from the government and uses candidacy that comes from the public. I wanted to clarify that, Mr. Speaker, to say that it's not the museum that makes the appointments, and we are very proud of all women in science, and we encourage them to continue.
Mr. Speaker, the people of Newfoundland and Labrador rely on Marine Atlantic. It's a critical transportation link that people and our economy cannot live without. Yet in the main estimates, the government showed a cut of $97 million in operating funding to Marine Atlantic. This is unacceptable to Newfoundlanders and Labradorians. The federal government has a clear obligation to protect this ferry service under our terms of union. Mr. Speaker, will the minister ensure that this budget has full funding for Marine Atlantic?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can speak to the main estimates. Of course, I can't speak to the budget because we all have to wait a few more minutes in order for that to be unveiled, and the honourable members should know that. But I can tell you that, Mr. Speaker, of course, main estimates are just that. They're estimates with the information that we have at that point in time. But I can let the House know that since 2006, we've provided Marine Atlantic with significant new funding that allows them to provide a superlative service. I'm very proud of the men and women at Marine Atlantic and everything that they do every day to serve the needs of Newfoundland and Labrador.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Families in my riding of Kelowna Lake Country are looking forward to the enhanced universal child care credit and family tax cut. I'm proud to say that it was our government that introduced these measures because we understand that all Canadian children deserve support. This includes children living with disabilities. Mr. Speaker, can the caring and compassionate Minister of State for Social Development please inform this House how our government is helping these children? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I thank that member for his consideration for the families in his riding. Mr. Speaker, our government is helping children with disabilities by launching our Enabling Accessibility Fund program to help make playgrounds more accessible for children with disabilities. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, I was very pleased to announce that the Starbright Children's Development Centre in Kelowna that we're going to be funding that specific program. Families were thrilled to hear that and to hear about our expanded universal child care benefit and family tax cut. We're cutting taxes for Canadian families with children. The Liberals and the NDP want to increase taxes, increase debt, increase burdens on Canadian families.
Member for Trinity Spadina.
Speaker, during the debate yesterday, we learned that in the middle of a disastrous oil spill in Vancouver, nobody in the federal government thought it was necessary to contact Vancouver City Hall. Apparently that was somebody else's job. It's not much different when it comes to rail. The mayors of Oakville, Burlington, Milton and Halton Hills are pleading with the Minister of Transport to help stop CN as it starts to expand its services in those areas in a very dangerous way. The Minister is not only in charge of this file, it's her riding. This is the question. It's her job. It's not someone else's job. Maybe it will be soon. But will the minister sit down with those cities? Will she start working with cities across this country to protect public safety?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, indeed, I do exactly that through the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and every single one of those cities that the honourable member quoted. I actually met with last week in a roundtable sitting in my riding at the brand new velodrome, which is funded by this government as part of Pan Am Parapet. I'd like to thank the Minister of Sport of all the good work he does in that issue.
Non-Abri député de Trois-Rivières.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, for 4 years now, the victims of pyrrhotite in my riding have been abandoned by this government. The Coalition for Assistance to Victims has been told no by the Conservatives when it comes to helping them out financially. Mr. Speaker, it's unacceptable for the government to be involved in part of the problem and to refuse to be part of the solution. At a time when the government is moving to introduce a budget, it could do something for the people who need help, the thousands of people who are victims of pyrrhotite. Can they hope a minimum of compassion on the part of the Prime Minister? The Honourable Minister.
President.
Mr. Speaker, the problem with pyrrhotite is a provincial jurisdiction. In fact, the Quebec government launched a provincial program to offer financial assistance to owners grappling with damage caused by pyrrhotite. I would invite all people who are concerned by the matter to contact the Société d'Habitation du Québec.
The honourable member for Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, unlike the previous Liberal governments who balanced their budgets by slashing transfer payments to our territories and cutting programs and services, our government is making record levels of investments in the North. We're giving Northerners the opportunity and the tools that they need to shape their own future. And I'm wondering if the Minister of the Environment can update this House on what our government is doing and how we're investing in the great people of Canada's North.
Yeah. The Honourable Minister responsible for Northern Development.
Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague from the Yukon. I'd like to take this opportunity to list all the things that we have invested in that the member from the Northwest Territories voted against. He opposed the Inuvik-Tuk Highway. He opposed the health transfer monies. He's opposed to infrastructure investments. He opposed job training. He opposed the establishment of Health Canada office in Yellowknife. He also voted against Aboriginal women having the same matrimonial rights as other Canadian women. He also didn't bother to show up to vote against the long gun registry. That's the record for the member for Northwest Territories.
The Honourable Member for Bar-Richelieu-Nicolet-Bécancourt. Mr. Speaker, after having invested in Churchill Falls, which will compete directly with Hydro-Quebec and Quebec's revenues, after having imposed a toll on the New Champlain Bridge, after having tolerated the comments made by a member who stated that he was fed up with unanimous statements and declarations from the National Assembly, now the government is taking unilateral action again in reforming the Foreign Temporary Worker Program, despite repeated requests from the Quebec Minister of Labour. Is the new way of collaborating by the federal government with Quebec imposing everything as it sees fit and simply brushing Quebec off? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, clearly we work with all of our provincial partners on all matters. With the Quebec government, we have excellent relations and a partnership for our common priorities, and we will continue to maintain that partnership. The Honourable Member for Hunsett. In December 2014, the government lifted the moratoria on the removals of some 3,000 Haitian and Zimbabwe nationals, demanding the regularization of their status by June 1st, 2015. Despite the hard work of organizations that help refugees, processing has begun on only 400 files, and a mere 25 have been sent on to federal authorities of a total estimated at 1,500. The complexity of the process is at stake and part of the problem. Will the Minister of Immigration extend the deadline by 3 months and ease the procedures required for completing these permanent residency applications? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are one of the most generous countries in the world. We accept 1 in 10 of the world's resettled refugees. We do everything we possibly can to assist the refugees once they are here. They know the rules, they abide by the rules, and we're very, very pleased to say that this year, in our levels plan, we are extending an invitation to some additional we're sponsoring an additional 10% of our levels plan will be coming through the refugee processes, Mr. Speaker.
That concludes question period for today. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Comments. Resuming debate of third reading stage of Bill C-12, Drug-Free Prisons Act.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North has 3 minutes left to conclude his remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With only 3 minutes, it puts a lot of limitations in terms of what I might be able to say. But having said that, I do think that it is important to maybe highlight an aspect of the legislation in which I believe speaks volumes in terms of just the way in which this government approaches legislation, Mr. Speaker. And that is, of course, in something that I've made reference to in other pieces of legislation, and that is the way in which this government determines how to name its legislation. And, Mr. Speaker, in naming legislation, this government's attitude seems to be more about political spin than anything else. That is no doubt its first priority. Much like, Mr. Speaker, we see a government that's going to be introducing a budget in about an hour's time, and they're going to be wanting to promote it by spending millions of public tax dollars in order to tell Canadians how wonderful their budget, and I will suggest to you that there will be many misgivings in that budget, I must say, Mr. Speaker, but that they're more concerned about promotion, self-preservation, and trying to communicate a message than they are about substance and content. And this is yet another bill in which we see a great example of that. In the bill, the Conservatives are titling it Drug-Free Prisons Act, trying to give the impression to Canadians that they have a mechanism or a way in which they're going to be able to ensure that our prisons across Canada are drug-free. Well, Mr. Speaker, if they consult or they talk or they look in a mirror behind a closed door where no one else will see, I'm sure that they will find that there is no one that could possibly suggest legitimately that it is achievable to get 100% drug-free prison. Mr. Speaker, we need to do what we can, and as it's been suggested through our correctional officers, we need to strive to do what we can to make sure that we minimize the amount of drug abuse that is taking place in our prisons, and I'm all for that. Mr. Speaker, the substance of the legislation, there is some merit to it, there is some value, and that's why the Liberal caucus will, in fact, be voting in favour of the legislation. But, Mr. Speaker, it fails to deal with the broader issues. It doesn't necessarily deal with the issue of how do we prevent, for example, crimes from taking place in the first place. It doesn't show any or doesn't give us any reason to believe that the government has actually done its homework on the legislation in itself. To what degree did they work with the provincial governments, for example, the ministries of justice and safety in the different provinces? After all, it is a joint responsibility in the sense that it's not only Ottawa that deals with justice-related issues, but also our provinces, Mr. Speaker. And yet this government, through the leadership of its Prime Minister's office, I must say, who never sees merit to having a First Minister's conference, also, I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that the Minister of Justice, in this case, for Public Safety, has not done his homework in terms of consultation, because if he had, I suspect we would even see better legislation than what we have here.
Order. If before we proceed with questions and comments, if members who are leaving the chamber could do so. Also, those in the gallery, if there's an extended conversation, for those in the gallery, if they could either take their seats or vacate the chamber. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech. But you know, Mr. Speaker, the situation that we've seen in our prisons currently is in part a situation that's inherited from the Liberal government, who were in power for 13 years. And while they were in power, offenders complained about long waiting lists for psychiatric programs. It was already a problem at the time, and I recall when I had my first campaign in 2006, it was a problem then too, these long waiting lists for the unemployed as well. So what I'd like to know from my colleague is why the Liberal government at the time, the party for which he's running and that he represents, and please don't say it's at a time when he wasn't there, but why did they not take steps to correct the problem at the time?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, had the member been listening, he would have caught on to the fact that at the end of my comments, I started talking about the need to be able to work with provinces, and that's very important. I started my speech by talking about I was the provincial MLA in which I was the justice critic. Do not underestimate the role that provinces have to play. So if you want to make partisan shots or attempt to be partisan in terms of the former Liberal government, I can tell the member that when I was a critic, it was a NDP provincial government, and you wouldn't want me to, there's not enough time for the rest of the day between now and the budget for me to give you examples of just how bad the provincial New Democratic government was unable to deal with the issues facing our prisons. In fact, Mr. Speaker, one of the issues that I highlighted earlier was in regards to the Headingling riot. That was in most part because of the provincial government. The bottom line is, Mr. Speaker, that we need to see a higher sense of cooperation dealing with our prisons. That's the way in which we are going to be able to deal with some of those core issues that need to be developed. That means you're going to have to work with different levels of government, and that also means different political parties, Mr. Speaker. I don't believe that the New Democrats are any holier than any other political party in trying to achieve justice and making sure that we have safe prisons that are there for our correctional officers and others, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member did talk about in his remarks the way that the government names these bills. This one being the Drug-Free Prisons Act, and it really is more impression than reality in terms of getting to results and having them drug-free. But there is some elements of the bill that will actually prevent some use of drugs in the prison system. But my question's a little bit broader, Mr. Speaker. What about crime prevention strategies that need to go beyond this bill that would actually keep people out of prisons so that they don't have to really fall under that act? What about crime prevention strategy itself?
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the question from my colleague, because I think that that's the type of attitude that we need to be bringing into the House in dealing with justice-related issues. That, yes, prisons and jails are an absolute in modern-day society, but there is so much more that we could be doing, so much more emphasis that we could be playing on how we can prevent crimes from taking place in the first place. And let me give you a very specific example, Mr. Speaker. In the city of Winnipeg and in many other municipalities across Canada, what we have seen is a growing and an increase in the number of individuals getting involved in gang activities. Ultimately, Mr. Speaker, that activity will lead them to becoming incarcerated. Why not see more resources or a government that's more progressive in terms of taking actions that are necessary in order to get other programs that youth can get engaged with, Mr. Speaker, so that there's more of a challenge of their abilities, as opposed to having our young people being more so challenged by gang opportunities to get involved in those, and by doing that they end up in jails, which creates all sorts of other social issues for us, Mr. Speaker. I think we need to be much more proactive, and hopefully we'll start to see something of that in the upcoming budget. I know that's something in which the Liberal Party would like to see, as a more proactive approach at dealing with prevention.
The honourable member for HoC. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you know, there has much research that shows that marijuana really is detrimental to concentration and decision-making powers of particularly young people and even adolescents, but even young adults. It's not good. Medical marijuana is another story, because any medication can have secondary effects. But as a recreational drug, that's something else. So more and more research has shown that, and we know that the Liberal Party wants to legalize marijuana and make money from that through taxes on marijuana. What I would like to know from my colleague is that given that his party wants to legalize marijuana, does that mean that they also want to provide marijuana to offenders in the institutions, because that is the drug of choice in institutions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The political party that the member is going to be running for in the next election, all one has to do is take a look and maybe do a little bit of Google search. You'll find some interesting comments from former leader Jack Layton in regards to the whole issue of legalization of marijuana. She might find that quite interesting if she takes the time to investigate that, Mr. Speaker. What I'd like to be able to do is in relation to the bill itself, because of the bill, C-12, talking about Drug-Free Prisons Act, and I'd like to give a specific quote in which I made reference to earlier, and that is in 2011-2012 annual report, the correctional investigator made the following observation with respect to the prevalence of drugs within our federal prisons, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, a zero-tolerance stance to drugs in prisons while perhaps serving as an effective deterrent posted at the entry point of a penitentiary simply does not accord with the facts of the crime and addiction in Canada or elsewhere in the world. Mr. Speaker, I think that the bill in itself might make some modest movements forward, but at the end of the day, what we need is a much more comprehensive approach at being able to deal with drugs in our jails and prisons. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's really unfortunate to see the member just not really answering the questions that have been put to him. My colleague from HoC had an interesting question, and I want to move on to different ground. Talking about the consumption of drugs in the institutions and the link to mental health issues is a link that can be made. And we'll have to talk about this in light of the next election campaign. But the number of inmates suffering from mental health problems doubled under the Liberals. And you'll recall that earlier today, I mentioned that more than half of the prison population has received help for mental health problems. It's a huge problem, a major problem. And this is directly linked to the problem of consumption of drugs and the trafficking of drugs in the prison environment. So how can he defend that record when they formed the government at the time?
Speaker, the member might not like the answer, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the answer in itself doesn't ask, at least in good part, the question that has been posed. The member just made reference to the fact of mental health. Well, the mental health and the budget for mental health is administered through our provinces, Mr. Speaker, and many of the individuals that are not getting the required mental health attention that is necessary at the provincial level, Mr. Speaker, ultimately will end up into our prison system. And that's why I say, if you want to look at governments, I think that all one needs to do is look in my own backyard in the province of Manitoba. Whether it was Gary Dewar or Greg Salinger, you will find that the whole issue of mental health has not been dealt with to the degree in which it could have had a more positive impact within our prisons. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I suggest to members that we need to see a higher sense of cooperation between the federal government and our provincial governments, because both have a role to play in terms of doing what we can to improve the conditions of our prisons. And that should, in fact, be our first goal, Mr. Speaker. That is something in which the leader of the Liberal Party and the Liberal caucus is committed to doing, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise in this debate today to discuss Bill C-12. And furthermore, I would like to respond to a few comments made by my honourable colleague from Winnipeg Centre talking about cooperation between the Liberal Party and the provinces. Well, I recall at a certain point in time, in 1995, for example, the federal government, the Liberal government, decided to cut millions of dollars in transfers to the provinces in order to balance their budget. Exactly what the Conservatives are doing right now. So in terms of federal-provincial collaboration, I don't think we can count on the Liberals too much to work hand-in-hand with the provinces and offer better services to Canadians and to Quebecers. On that note, Mr. Speaker, today we're discussing a bill that for some of my Conservative colleagues, represent something that is really important. But really what this bill does is to legislate a practice that is already currently in use. It's an existing practice. And so my government colleagues who want to tell Canadians that this bill is going to change some things, in fact create miracles, I would like to tell them that's not true. This bill all is doing nothing more than legislating and setting out in the law practices that are current. And furthermore, and would be to add to the Correctional Services Act the ability of the parole board to found its decision on the positive result of a urinalysis sample provided by an offender.
Or if they refuse to submit a sample. But these are things that we've already had around 4 years. The parole board is already doing that. So writing it down in legislation, I guess I can understand that. It's a good objective. But for the Conservatives to stand up and sermon us, lecture us on how they're getting drugs out of the prisons, well, I'm not so sure. If there's a problem with the board, that's one thing, but this bill is a page and a half long, Mr. Speaker, so it's pretty sparse on the details, but so it's misleading. This isn't going to do much to get drugs out of the prison system. These measures are measures that have been around for years already, so writing it down in legislation, I don't see what that's going to change. I don't see how that's going to solve any problems. And the problem is drug use and mental health issues in prisons. That's the real problem. I'd like to suggest some possible solutions, but the Conservatives refuse to listen to that kind of thing. They would just prefer to put the money elsewhere in the pockets of the rich and big corporations. Witnesses before the committee who spoke to these issues said unanimously that this bill would have very little effect, if any, on drug use in prisons. So the government uses this bill, quite simply, to pander to their grassroots. They're not solving any real problem here. This is the situation in federal penitentiaries is very different. A study that we're currently doing at the Justice Committee heard from the correctional investigator who said that over 45% of the inmate population had mental health problems. So we're talking almost half the prison population. Those people are generally victims of mental health issues, so unfortunately they tend to use drugs, to self-medicate, if you will. So all this bill is going to do is require a person to take a urine test in order to get parole. Is that really going to go to the root causes of mental health issues and drug addiction? We're not just talking about 1 to 5%. We're talking about almost 50% of the prison population in penitentiaries and federal institutions. Almost half the inmates have mental health problems. So I think we have here a problem that C-12 will do absolutely nothing to remedy. There's no concrete support being offered to those people. Cuts are being made to programs for drug treatment. Cuts are being made to projects and programs to help people, support services for people with mental health issues. But they are saying that writing this down in law, that a person will or won't be eligible for parole, to me that's ridiculous. If you want to solve a problem at its root, at the core, For example, a lot of my colleagues here have children. When a children's not, if you want a child to stop doing something, you educate them, you support them, you talk to them about it. You don't leave them without any support. You don't cut out all the support out from under them and then say, you've made a mistake, so you're going to be punished. That's not how you teach a child. And if you do that, you're failing in your role. And that's what's happening here. Parliament is failing in its role to help society, to help the vulnerable. Someone who unfortunately has mental health problems or neurological problems. And this is interesting because the government's wrong-headedness when it comes to public safety has led to increased sentences against people with drug or mental health issues. For example, mandatory minimums. I'll come back to this later in my speech. So many inmates who are drug addicts or have mental health issues, they wind up in prison, and the correctional investigator told us that unfortunately we can no longer provide specialized, individualized services to those people. We no longer have the means to detect their problems, to diagnose their problems, and so on. And so we're doing a study at the Justice Committee on fetal alcohol. People with FAS, there's no specific statistic on this because it's hard to diagnose them, but around 5% of the inmate population in federal penitentiaries suffer from fetal alcohol. And according to the testimony we heard at the Justice Committee, almost 50% of inmates have drug problems, addictions. These are people who have a limited capacity to understand the consequences of their actions. People with fetal alcohol have trouble analyzing situations and learning from their mistakes. It's been established that many of these people should not be in prisons because they're not necessarily responsible for their situations. And what's being done with them? Is C-12 going to help them? If the government decides to write down that they're not going to be eligible for parole, no, this is not going to help them because these people will not get the help they need. They won't get the support they need to solve their addiction problems. They won't have the support. And I'd also like to talk about the fact that the Conservatives have never followed through on the many reports from the Correctional Service of Canada in 2006, 2008, and the Correctional Investigators Report in 2011. They talked about the problem of gangs in prisons. And what the Conservatives have done is leading to more and more double bunking, which leads to more and more crime, gang problems, and drug trafficking. So in order to solve the problem of drugs at the source, you need to provide support to people, and you have to equip prison guards so that they can do their job. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Drummond? Oh, no, Saint-Hyacinthe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her excellent speech, very impassioned, and she raised a key point, that is rehabilitation. You have to help people with various illnesses, various pathologies in the prison system. It's important because if you could do that, you could prevent the unfortunate consequences, and you could help people do a better job of returning to civilian life once they get out of jail. So I'd like to ask my colleague, what would society gain from doing a better job of rehabilitating people and providing greater resources, both in terms of time and people, money and people, to the Correctional Service of Canada? The honourable member. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. It's fundamental. Besides, all the experts say so. The root of the problem is that almost 50% of inmates in federal penitentiaries have mental health problems. And most of those people also have drug problems. So the resources have to be there. Correctional service officers need the resources to provide programs that are tailored to people with drug problems, so that eventually those people can return to society and lead productive lives in a positive manner. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Compton-Stanstead. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to follow up on that. Our institutions lack proper resourcing. When you want to prevent a crime, you need to have a public safety plan. So a plan is lacking here. Legislation is not going to prevent crime. And when it comes to gangs, too, you need resourcing, you need a plan. So I'd like to ask my colleague, what type of resources are needed to implement a plan to prevent various types of crime, including recidivism? The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. That's a very broad, complex question. But the justice system and the prison system form one whole. For example, mandatory minimums will send people to prison, people who are unfortunately very often dealing with mental health and drug problems. Because there have been more and more mandatory minimums put in place by this government, stiffer penalties, you have more and more people in jail with drug and mental health issues. So what do the Conservatives do? They just come up, they draft legislation to say, well, we won't let those people get parole. Well, you must think people are pretty stupid to think that's going to solve anything. You need to increase funding for diagnosis, for treatment. You have to provide services. You have to know who you're dealing with, because currently, correctional service does not have the resources or the ability to diagnose and treat people. And this puts guards in danger, but also inmates in danger of greater violence in the prison system. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno-Saint-Hubert. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We are debating Bill C-12 at third reading, which adds to the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, adds a provision that would enable the Parole Board of Canada to cancel parole. I have to say, Mr. Speaker, that no correctional service anywhere in the world has been able to completely eradicate drugs. This title is like a headline. It really doesn't belong in legislation. Legislation that basically makes a tiny amendment to the Corrections and Conditional Release Act. This bill says that the National Parole Board can take into account a positive drug test or an inmate's refusal to submit to such a test when making decisions on eligibility for parole. Mr. Speaker, that's what the Parole Board is already doing. This change, this amendment, stipulates that the Parole Board can impose conditions on the offender's use of drugs or alcohol, including in cases when that use has been identified as a risk factor. So this would apply to drug use during a period of parole, and the Parole Board would have discretion to decide. And so we support that, Mr. Speaker. The National Parole Board is at arm's length. It's independent of government and is always in the best position to make this kind of decision on parole where drug use may or may not be involved. Let's talk about the government's approach. The Conservative government's approach and their zero tolerance to drugs. The parole board devotes a lot of time and effort, and the correctional service devotes a lot of time and effort to reducing drug use in prisons with very little success. Correctional Service Canada admits that hundreds of millions of dollars spent on equipment and technology to detect drugs in prisons has not, and I repeat, Mr. Speaker, has not led to a significant decrease in drug use in prisons. Based on a study in 2012, we know that drug-free prisons are not likely to exist in the real world. And yet, the Conservative government continues to pander to its base by investing money in an attempt to achieve this unrealistic goal. The wrong-headed approach to public safety taken by this Conservative government has led to no fewer inmates with drug addiction problems and mental health issues in our prison population. The NDP is consistent. We support steps to strengthen safety in our prisons. To the contrary, the Conservative government has ignored the recommendations of the Correctional Service and the correctional investigator. All those recommendations seek to reduce violence and drug use in our prisons. In addition to ignoring those recommendations, the Conservatives have cut the budget. In 2012, the government announced that it planned to slash the budget for Correctional Service Canada by $275 million by 2015 at the latest, and that is what they did, Mr. Speaker. The budget for Correctional Service Canada was cut by over 10%, while at the same time the prison population rose from 14,000 to 15,000 inmates. And so the consequences of those cuts have been an increase in double bunking and the closure of treatment centers and treatment programs for people with serious mental health issues, and thus has resulted in an increase in violent incidents. It has done nothing to reduce the number of inmates with drug addiction problems and mental health issues. As a result, 45% of inmates have seen their mental health problems exacerbated, and yet the Conservative government has still not accepted the recommendations of a Correctional Service report that would improve the treatment of prisoners with mental health issues. Instead of focusing on that, the Conservative government has come up with this very narrow bill, and instead of investing in rehabilitation, our priority should be a correctional service that provides rehabilitation programs that are effective, such as ongoing training, prevention of drug addiction, and help for returning to civilian life. These are the only ways to reduce the recidivism rate once inmates are released. In order to truly tackle the problem of drug use in prisons, the Correctional Service of Canada must be able to do an appropriate initial assessment of an inmate's drug addiction issues on entry and has to be able to diagnose those problems and design a treatment program. Former inmates also need support when they are released back into society to make them less likely to reoffend. Drug treatment and appropriate rehabilitation measures would be the best way of avoiding having an inmate return to their criminal ways after release. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say that the studies done in the community are not done just to be shelved. They should be analyzed, and they should lead to legislation to improve society. I find it dishonest that the Conservative government is coming up with a bill that doesn't even heed the recommendations made by witnesses who are experts. A number of witnesses have said that C12 would not do what it claims to do. The Conservative government should show some common sense and stop its vote-getting propaganda. In the NDP, we listen to our constituents, we listen to the experts and the stakeholders who do the work out in the field. This bill wholly disregards the real needs of stakeholders and inmates. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de la Pointe-de-l'Île.
The honourable member for La Pointe-de-l'Île. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, this is very interesting, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her remarks. In my remarks, I talked about the problem, the basic problem, the root of the problem. Everyone understands it. I'm surprised that the Conservatives don't. Everyone agrees that inmates who face mental health issues make up almost 50% of the prison population. And at present, there's no plan, there's no budget, there's no system to adapt the programs and the services for support for them. So C12 is a drop in the ocean in terms of what can be done. So I'd like my colleague to tell me what other solutions she sees for putting an end to this problem. The honourable member for Saint-Bruno-Saint-Hubert. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her question, her pertinent question. As I have mentioned, unfortunately, what we're seeing with this Conservative government is in the budget, and I can tell you, in fact, what the Commissioner for the SCCP said, in fact, as part of the coroner's investigation into the death of Ashley Smith. The organization does not even have the resources it needs for that purpose. In the report on women who are committing suicide and self-mutilating, 6 years after the death of young Ashley, who was 19, the group is ill-equipped for dealing with inmates who do self-harm themselves. So we can see why in the NDP we are advocating a treatment program, awareness, education, and rehabilitation programs for these victims of their drug dependency and addiction. Most, if not all, or two-thirds rather, of the prison population suffers from mental health problems, and that's why we need treatment programs for drug addiction and substance abuse addiction. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Montmagny-les Kamouraska-Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her remarks. She is a doctor. She's from the hospital, has a hospital-based background. Now, when I see the figures that talk about some 2,400 people being on a waiting list before they have treatment for their addictions. Well, that makes me angry, but on the other side, oh, well, he's just in favor of the criminals. Well, what that reminds me of, Mr. Speaker, is a situation whereby if we treat these people like animals in prison, well, they're going to reoffend, and they're going to create other victims. So in the long term, Mr. Speaker, this is a highly complex problem. I'd like to know what my colleague thinks about that aspect of the problem. That requires some long-term thought put into this so that we don't create more victims here in Canada. The Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno-Saint-Hubert. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Look, as you said, for any program, we need funding and human resources. But under this government, the current government, that is going in the opposite direction, counter to common sense, the only way of dealing with reoffending is going through substance abuse and addictions treatment. People are addicted to opiates, other things, and not all inmates have access to treatment. And there are waiting lists. Now, some people serve their entire sentences leaving prison the same way they were when they went in, or more hardened. When we know that they come out with the Conservative Zero Tolerance program, they are more likely to create more victims. The Conservative policies are simply not working. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel.
Ce projet de loi C12, il vise à ajouter à la loi sur le système correctionnel et la mise en liberté sous condition une disposition qui clarifie le fait que la Commission des libérations conditionnelles peut fonder ses décisions en matière d'admissibilité à la libération conditionnelle sur les résultats.
This bill, Bill C-12, contains a number of provisions, and it will enable the parole board to make some decisions. And this is already a practice that's underway, so I support that, but I would also like to say that I will support this bill. However, all it's doing, in fact, is incorporating provisions that already exist.
And relatively uncontroversial, I want to take the time to talk about related issues that I believe do need to be addressed. And so I will take the time that has been allotted to me to do so. Actuellement, le gouvernement amoindrit la sécurité.
At present, the government is affecting security by reducing treatment programs for substance abuse and addictions and by using double bunking. This is causing additional violence, and that's dangerous, not only for people who are in prison, but also for people who are working in the correctional institution. It can be detrimental to rehabilitation. So we're very concerned with these issues. We have to take focus primarily on the safety of all involved and our communities. And we have to encourage inmates to be less inclined to reoffend.
To be improved access to medical professionals and medical health services, and a continued focus on the role of substance use and self-harming behaviors as coping mechanisms, and that there are several issues regarding the implementation of programming, specifically related to the availability and accessibility of programs, the frequency with which programs are offered, and the wait lists of these programs. Our prison population is increasing at the same time as Conservative government is closing institutions, and this has resulted in Directive 55, which I'm sure all my colleagues are aware of, from the Correctional Service of Canada, which establishes procedure to normalize double bunking. So in my province of Quebec, that has led to now double bunking at 10%. Staff and the correctional investigator have repeatedly stated that this leads to increased violence and gang activity. Further, I want to underline that according to Kim Pate from the Canadian Association of Elizabeth Fry Societies, the rise in women serving federal sentences is directly related to cuts in social services, cuts to social programs, to healthcare, education, all those programs that traditionally help equal the playing field for those who are most impacted. And by those, we often mean, of course, Indigenous peoples, women, poor people, and those with mental health issues. Now, according to Corrections Canada data published in 2011, 27% of women incarcerated were convicted of a drug-related offense. And selon le rapport du Bureau de l'enquêteur correctionnel.
And according to the report of the corrections investigator for 2011-12, many people were under the influence of drugs when they committed the offense, leading to their incarceration.
I want to raise that, in fact, we are looking at people who are being incarcerated who are needing to deal with this issue. We also want to raise that the majority of women incarcerated, 86% to be specific, report having been physically abused at some point in their lives, with 2/3 of the women, 68% that is, reported that they have been sexually abused throughout their life. And so when we're talking about using drugs as a coping mechanism, especially in incarceration, we really need to keep this in mind. And a zero-tolerance stance to drugs in prison is proving to be a completely ineffective policy. Meanwhile, harm reduction measures within a public health and treatment within a public health system and treatment orientation offer a far more promising, cost-effective, and sustainable approach to reducing subsequent crime and re-victimization. That, Mr. Speaker, from the report of the Office of the Correctional Investigation in 2011-2012. According to a report looking at policy for offenders with mental illness published in 2010, compared to the general population, the rate of mental illnesses among jail detainees is almost twice as high for women. And detainees with a serious mental illness have a co-occurring substance abuse disorder. So that's why we're talking about both these things right now. We're talking about mental health and drug use as being correlated and as being major issues that need to be dealt with within the incarceration system. Not only for the betterment of these detainees and for their reintegration into society, but also to reduce violence in the future, to reduce violence within prisons, and therefore also to make correction officers' workplace a safer one. Individuals with mental illnesses are not only disproportionately represented in the criminal justice system, they are also disproportionately likely to fail under correctional supervision. In 2011, 69% of female offenders received a mental health care intervention. So when we're talking about being more likely to fail, we are talking about 70% of the women who are currently incarcerated being those who are more likely to fail, and those are staggering numbers. Pour vraiment s'attaquer à ce problème, alors,
to deal with this problem effectively, Mr. Speaker, we need to deal with the problem of addictions. And to do so, we need an initial assessment program that will make it possible to measure the addiction as such. There need to be programs as well for offenders who need them. We have said a lot about that today, and we need to ensure that programs and services are available for these women and men, but I'm speaking specifically to women in my remarks here, women facing mental health and addictions issues. When it comes to treatment and without treatment, these people run the risk of reoffending and creating additional victims. We want to prevent that from being the case. We need to ensure that there are effective rehabilitation programs, treatment programs for addictions and substance abuse. And that is really the only way that we can reduce the reoffending rate. The last point I'd like to raise, Mr. Speaker, is that we want prisons to be a safe workspace for people working there. And, Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, it starts by eliminating double bunking in the prisons. We also need to ensure that resources are earmarked for treatment for inmates suffering from mental illness and substance abuse and addictions problems.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her remarks. Now, we can't hide this fact, even though we're basically supporting this bill because it does have a positive aspect in it. We're very concerned with respect to the means that are being provided by the government, the Conservative government, for dealing with the scourge of drugs in prisons. As my colleague said, the problems have intensified in the prisons. It's unmanageable from certain perspectives, and correctional services have also faced significant cuts to their prevention programming, among other things, and these programs were designed to reduce addictions. This has reached such a point that the correctional investigator made a number of recommendations, including one which was to conduct an initial assessment of inmates in order to assess their addictions so that their needs can be met and that they can overcome the addiction. I'd like my colleague to comment on the means or the steps, in fact, that the government could take, or probably won't, but could take, to help inmates overcome their addictions. The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for having raised the question.
Corrections Canada have dramatically affected the availability of services and programs that do help inmates. And unfortunately, we can see them going down this path, making those cuts, and then also increasing prison sentences, and therefore the amount of people who are incarcerated. So this is a very dangerous situation where now we have, for just services such as dealing with mental health services, dealing with drug addiction, the wait lists are so long that an inmate can wait their entire prison sentence before getting the services, and so therefore are going back into society without the rehabilitation that was needed. And these individuals are at a much higher rate of récidivisation. Et comme je disais tout à l'heure, les femmes.
And as I said earlier, women, in fact, 70% of women in the prison system have mental health issues. So it's very important for these services to be provided, but unfortunately the federal government isn't doing anything to ensure that these services are being provided.
Hello.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to thank the member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel for her excellent speech on C12. I'd like to make a couple of comments here today about the bill. First of all, I'd like to say that the title of the bill is quite misleading when we think about what the bill actually contains. Saying that this is a drug-free prison act is quite misleading because, in fact, there's nothing to deal with substance abuse, addictions issues in the bill in our prisons at present. So I would have expected more from the federal government. I would have expected them to deal with this issue more respectfully, but they did not. Now, secondly, as regards mental health and substance abuse, as my colleague mentioned, it's a problem we're facing. There's nothing in this bill that will deal with that problem directly. There are men, women, members of First Nations dealing with addictions, and unfortunately, their issues are not being dealt with.
It's becoming a little bit difficult to hear the members speaking, so I'll just ask members to come to order.
The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for her question, and I'd also like to thank her for the excellent work that she does for the people of Alfred Pellan, of her riding, as our deputy critic for public safety in the NDP. She does fantastic work, and we have great admiration for her. She's raised some accurate comments, and as I said at the beginning of my remarks, that this bill simply incorporates into the act something that's already being done. Now, I didn't devote all of my speaking time to identifying all of the problems, but substance abuse issues are problems for people incarcerated, but also for the people working in the prisons. So this is an issue that really must be addressed. It must be made a priority. And mental health services and programming to deal with Addictions must be included in this bill and must be dealt with. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Time for questions and comments have expired. Is the House ready for the question? Yes? Mr. Blaney, the question is as follows. Mr. Blaney, seconded by Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North, move that Bill C-12, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, be now read a third time and do pass. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. Agreed? Yes. Agreed. I declare the motion carried. I think as we've done in previous years, we'll wait patiently. order. The House will now proceed to the consideration of Ways and Means Proceedings number 18 concerning the budget presentation.
Government orders, Ways and Means number 18, budgetary policy of the government.
Monsieur Oliver.
Mr. Oliver, seconded by Mr. Sorensen, moves that the House approves in general the budgetary policy of the government.
Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I rise before this House today to table budget documents for 2015, including notices of Ways and Means motions.
The details of the measures are contained in these documents, and I am asking that an order of the day be designated for consideration of these motions. I also wish to announce that the government will introduce legislation to implement the measures in the budget.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I am proud to present Economic Action Plan 2015, our government's plan for growth and opportunity. It is a prudent and principled plan that will see Canadians more prosperous, more secure, and ever more confident in our country's place in the world. The story of Canada has always been the story of opportunity. Opportunity is what has drawn people here from around the world, generation after generation. It is what draws them still. Opportunity for themselves and for their families. The opportunity to work hard, dream big, and achieve those dreams. On a personal note, I will be forever grateful to my grandparents for their fateful decision to immigrate to Canada more than 100 years ago. Like so many others, they chose liberation over oppression, opportunity over stagnation, a bright future over a gathering storm. The federal budget is, on the face of it, about dollars and cents. But on a more fundamental level, it is a path to opportunity, and it is in this spirit that I present it today. I do so acknowledging that we live in what continues to be challenging times. Partout dans le monde.
Around the world, many nations, including some of our friends and allies, remain mired in a struggle for fiscal security. Global growth coming out of the Great Recession has been lackluster. Geopolitical uncertainty continues to hobble the recovery. And of course, the dramatic plunge in oil prices has taken its toll on our economy.
Still, the news for Canada is by and large good. Amid the tumult, our country remains a beacon of economic stability and security built on a foundation of sound financial management. Now, I cannot go further, Mr. Speaker, without saluting the man who, through fiscal acumen, careful stewardship, and love of country, can take so much credit for this, my predecessor, Jim Flaherty. is because of Mr. Flaherty's efforts and the leadership of our Prime Minister that we are in a position to move forward. It is because of their disciplined and deliberate choices in dark times that rather than privation and painful austerity, we face a future of opportunity and possibilities. That path is the right path for Canada. I recall the words of another man who, half a century ago, served as Canada's Minister of Finance, the Honourable Donald Fleming. Like me, he was a proud member of a Conservative government, and like me, he had the honour of representing the good people of Eglinton, the predecessor to my own riding of Eglinton-Lawrence in the great city of Toronto. We have withstood the disturbing calm of recession, and the winds of prosperity again fill our sails, he told this House. With a united, determined, and confident population, Canada marches on unflinchingly towards its bright destiny. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, our economy is now substantially larger than it was pre-recession. A performance that remains the envy, indeed, yes, the envy of the G7. International observers expect Canada's growth, already ahead of our peers during the recovery, to continue to be solid, and that our net debt to GDP ratio will continue to be the lowest in the G7.
The causes of global financial challenges are complex and largely beyond our control. But our responses, the choices we have made, have been direct and unambiguous. We have cut taxes to their lowest level in more than half a century. We have made the largest, longest federal infrastructure commitment in our country's history. We have negotiated free trade deals that encompass more than half the global economy. We've increased transfers to the provinces and territories to record levels to support health care and education. And we have done all this while controlling spending. For generations, Canadian families have understood the path to prosperity. Don't compromise tomorrow by spending recklessly today. Don't pile on debt you can't afford, and invest sensibly for a secure future. For governments, the principles are the same. We have been prudent, we have been practical, and we have stuck to our plan. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to announce this budget is balanced. This year, we are forecasting a $1.4 billion surplus and growing surpluses thereafter.
Mr. Speaker, I am proud to announce this budget is balanced. This year, we are forecasting a $1.4 billion surplus and growing surpluses thereafter. Now, this did not just happen. It took hard work, unwavering focus, and firm resolve. Some underestimate the discipline involved, suggesting that budgets, quote, balance themselves. They do not understand what it takes or why it matters so much.
they never will. But a balanced budget is the only way to ensure long-term prosperity for Canadians. It clears the path for further tax relief. It bolsters our top credit rating, supports lower interest payments, and inspires greater consumer and investor confidence. It protects health care and education. It strengthens our ability to respond to the unavoidable and the unexpected in a volatile world. And it means importantly that we can leave our children and our grandchildren an even more secure and prosperous country, not a hangover from reckless selfishness. When our government first came to power, we worked hard to reduce Canada's substantial federal debt, and we did it in short order by more than $37 billion. Right. Then, in 2008, the world was rocked by the greatest financial meltdown since the Great Depression. It was not a crisis of our making, but it was nevertheless one we could not escape. So we undertook extraordinary measures to protect the financial security of Canadians. But we did it with a clear and prudent plan to return to balance. You cannot borrow our way to prosperity, no matter what our opponents might say. Their path, the path of spending money we do not have on bureaucratic programs we do not need, leads to the crushing structural deficits that plagued this country for years. Mr. Speaker, when our Liberal opponents tried it, they found themselves in an economic swamp of their own creation. And by the time they figured out the disaster the country was facing, the only way out were brutal cuts to programs Canadians counted on. George Santayana said, "Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it." Et pourtant,
still, given the chance, they seem determined to try it again. Ignoring the lessons of history, they would take the well-trod road to economic decline, a journey that will not end well.
Will not end well.
When our government launched its stimulus program, we made a solemn promise to the Canadian people.
Promise made, a promise kept. Mr. Speaker, this budget is written in black ink. This is the responsible way forward for Canada, which is why we also have introduced balanced budget legislation. This legislation will recognize that in times of crisis, a deficit may be the appropriate action, but only with a plan to return to balance and only with an accompanying freeze on operating spending. Mr. Speaker, I would now like to talk about tax restraint. Our approach has been clear and consistent. Take as little as possible and give back as much as you can. It all starts with the bedrock of our country, the family. Raising a family is hard work, and like our opponents, we prefer to leave it to the experts, Mom and Dad. It also costs a lot of money, which is why in recent months we expanded the universal child care benefit, introduced the family tax cut, increased the child care expense deduction limits, and doubled the children's fitness tax credit. These measures will make life more affordable for all Canadian families with children. Grâce à ces mesures,
For a typical two-earner family of four, these measures mean up to an extra $6,600 in their pockets in 2015. Helping families now is vital, but just as important is helping them plan for a secure future.
Tax measures are extremely important, and one that I am particularly proud of is the tax-free savings account. When we introduced TFSAs in Budget 2008, it was the most significant boost to Canadians' ability to save for their future since the creation of the RRSP. Since then, close to 11 million Canadians, mostly low and middle-income Canadians, have opened a TFSA. Who are these Canadians? They are the people you see in the coffee shop and at the rink and in your place of worship. Half make less than $42,000 a year. Some are saving money to buy their first home or start their first business. Some are saving to put their children through college or university. Others are putting away extra money to make their hard-earned retirement more comfortable and enjoyable. In fact, more than half the people currently maxing out their TFSA contributions are low and middle-income Canadians over the age of 55. Mr. Speaker, I'm also very pleased to announce, therefore, that we will increase the TFSA annual contribution limit from the current $5,500 to $10,000. This is another promise made, another promise kept. We are also making life easier for the almost 4 million Canadians living with some form of disability. Many Canadians with disabilities, as well as seniors, want to enjoy greater independence living in the comfort of their homes. To help, we will create a new and permanent home accessibility tax credit, which will support those who want to renovate their dwellings to make them safer, more accessible, and more functional.
Our government has a strong record of support for people with autism spectrum disorders and the people who love them. Our budget builds on this with funding to pursue a greater understanding of autism and the needs of those living with its unique challenges.
We will also implement changes to the Copyright Act to implement the Marrakesh Treaty, allowing the 1 million Canadians with visual impairments greater access to adopted books and other printed material. Mr. Speaker, we want older Canadians to enjoy the golden years that are their reward after decades of hard work and diligent saving. Our government has already greatly expanded the guaranteed income supplement for very low-income seniors. Today, I am pleased to announce that we will give seniors more choice when it comes to managing their retirement income by reducing the minimum withdrawal requirements for registered retirement income funds. For more and more Canadians, caring for family not only means making sure the kids get the best start possible in life, it means being there for parents and other elderly relatives through their final days. When someone you love is gravely ill, you should be free to focus on what matters most. And that is why we are extending the employment insurance compassionate care benefits period from the current 6 weeks to 6 months. Along with supporting Canadian families, our government's priority has always been the creation and protection of opportunity for Canadians. Indeed, since the depths of the global recession, Canada has had one of the best job creation records in the G7. How did we do this? We cut taxes and slashed red tape, and we will continue to do both. Now, it is no secret that small businesses are critical to the health of the Canadian economy. They employ half of all Canadians in the private sector and contribute over 40% of our private sector GDP. And that is why we've worked so hard to support them over the years and continue to do so. We've lowered the small business tax rate to 11% and increased the amount of annual income eligible for this lower rate. Today, I am pleased to announce that our government will reduce the tax rate further, all the way down to 9% by 2019. This will be the largest tax rate cut for small businesses in more than 25 years.
Small businesses across the country will be able to use these additional tax savings to fuel growth, invest in capital, and hire more people.
Manufacturing accounts for more than 10% of our GDP and over 60% of our merchandise exports, and employs 1.7 million people all across the country. Some have questioned the role of manufacturing in Canada's future economic success. We do not. For this government, the words "Made in Canada" continue to fuel pride and inspire confidence. But we must give manufacturers the tools they need to create the products and the jobs of the future. And that is why I'm pleased to announce that we will help to boost the sector's productivity by introducing a 10-year investment incentive that will allow a faster write-off for machinery and equipment. We are also launching the Automobile Supplier Innovation Program. This investment of $100 million over the next 5 years will support our auto parts industry as it meets the constantly evolving demands of automakers and consumers.
Mr. Speaker, we will continue our collaboration with the provinces and territories in skills training. We will also bring employers and educators together to make sure that the skills of our graduates match the needs of our economy. For Canada's best and brightest graduate and postgraduate students, we will increase our support for internships that allow them to focus on industry-related research.
Students who need to work to put themselves through school, the current in-study income limit of the Canada Student Loan Program is a barrier. We will remove it. reduce the program's parental contribution requirement to make it easier for middle-class families to finance the education of their children. We will make permanent our Foreign Credentials Recognition Loans program, which helps skilled newcomers cover the cost of having their qualifications recognized here. And we will extend the Working While on Claim Employment Insurance pilot project, which gives unemployed Canadians the ability to accept some work that could lead to learning new skills or even full-time employment while protecting their EI benefits. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is now attracting the best and brightest minds from around the globe in science, research, and development.
Build on this success, we will make a significant new investment of $1.3 billion over 6 years through the Canada Foundation for Innovation. And we will do that to ensure our researchers continue to have the leading-edge lab facilities they need to be the best in the world. While all their work is about changing lives, some of it is about saving them. A case in point, the Canadian Institutes of Health Research has been searching for a solution to drug-resistant infections. We will provide stable, multi-year funding for this important work.
Good idea.
And to help meet the challenges of an aging population, we will likewise provide stable, multi-year funding towards the establishment of the Canadian Centre for Aging and Brain Health Innovation based at Baycrest Health Services in Toronto.
Wonderful.
Since the era of the last spike, infrastructure has been vital to Canada's success as a country, which is why it is a key priority for our government. Our new Building Canada plan is the largest long-term federal investment in infrastructure in our country's history.
Our investments in infrastructure is 3 times greater than the previous governments. But building this great country is a project that never ends. Anyone who lives in or near a thriving and fast-growing cities knows the reality of traffic gridlock. So I'm pleased to announce the launch of a major new infrastructure program, the Public Transit Fund. This program, increasing to $1 billion per year by 2019, will be a permanent source of funding to provinces and municipalities for major public transit projects. This fund will result in more money for more transit projects by requiring a significant role for the private sector and by allowing for a more flexible payment approach. It will also drive efficiency in the design and costing of transit projects.
Canada is home to some of the world's largest and most experienced private sector infrastructure investors. This fund will require their involvement and expertise to deliver projects in a manner that is affordable for taxpayers and efficient for commuters.
Canada's prosperity has always been rooted in our wealth of natural resources. From the bounty of our seas and the abundance of the earth, these riches provide good, well-paying jobs for almost 2 million Canadians. Measures we will take to support this sector include the Forest Innovation Program, an expanding market opportunities program to help Canadian forestry companies adopt emerging technologies and develop new markets for Canada's wood product exports. And Mr. Speaker, when someone makes working the land or the sea their life's work, they have earned everything they have put into that enterprise. So we will raise the lifetime capital gains exemption to $1 million for those we will do that for those who make their living in farming or fishing. We are proud of our record when it comes to the responsible development of our natural resources and will continue to pursue the vast opportunities with which we are blessed. At the same time, we will only proceed with projects that are safe for Canadians and safe for our environment. Mr. Speaker, we take this stewardship seriously. We are the only government in our nation's history to reduce Canada's greenhouse gas emissions. Proof that emissions can decline even as economic growth continues. To build on this record of good stewardship, Economic Action Plan 2015 includes investments to enhance marine transportation safety in the Arctic, as well as to strengthen environmental protection, spill prevention, and response measures in Canadian waters. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to address the dangerous world we live in. We say this often because it is true. Government has no greater responsibility than protecting the lives of its people. Our government understands the present dangers and is determined to respond responsibly without ambiguity or moral equivocation. Therefore, this budget includes measures to ensure the continued safety of Canadians. D'abord, il faut le dire.
First, it must be said, the jihadist terrorists who proclaimed a so-called caliphate in the Middle East have declared war on Canada and Canadians by name. In response, we have taken up the fight both overseas and here at home.
Extremely grateful for the men and women in uniform who put their lives on the line every day defending our freedoms. Our government will ensure they continue to have what they need to accomplish the dangerous tasks Canadians ask of them. We will increase the annual escalator for national defence budgets to 3% starting in 2017-18. As a result, our spending on Canada's military will increase by $11.8 billion over 10 years. Meanwhile, the RCMP and CSIS will have new resources to not only investigate and prevent further terrorist attacks on Canadian soil, but to protect vulnerable young people susceptible to the lies and manipulation of ISIS recruiters, preventing them from throwing away their lives by traveling abroad to join the terrorists' reprehensible cause. Thanks to Canada, threats to Canada, I should say, are not limited to jihadis with guns and bombs. We will also protect Canada's most vital and essential services, including financial systems and communication grids. Our government is also focused on making our streets and communities safer from crime and putting the concerns of victims at the head of our justice system. Notre gouvernement a toujours soutenu.
Our government has always supported strong communities, firm in our belief that they are the foundation of the nation.
Making our communities great is the willingness of Canadians to help others. Today, I'm happy to say we will make that easier to do. We will create a capital gains tax exemption for public-spirited Canadians who wish to donate private shares or real estate when the proceeds of their sale are directed to a charity. For Canadians who support loved ones in other countries, we will take steps to make sure more of their money makes it to the recipient and less is gobbled up in administrative costs. Et pour aider les entreprises canadiennes.
And to assist Canadian businesses that want to invest in developing countries while helping pull those countries out of poverty, we will establish a development finance initiative to provide financing, technical assistance, and business advisory services to firms operating in developing countries.
Mr. Speaker, this entire budget is about our unflinching march into the future. So we must never forget our rich and inspiring history, because that history guides our future. As our 150th anniversary approaches, we have set aside substantial funds for the celebrations, both on a national scale and at the community level. Almost 150 years ago, the Fathers of Confederation had grand dreams and ambitions. If they could see us now, I think they would be pleased with the Canada we have become. We have been through some trying times, but now our hard work, the hard work of all Canadians, is paying off. Those winds of prosperity are powering us to an even brighter future. These are times of immense opportunity for Canada, but also of substantial risk. The choices we make can assure a secure and prosperous Canada for generations to come. Together, let us make the greatest country in the world even greater. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Skeena-Boku Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Finance Minister for his first budget. I think we understand why now it took a couple extra months to write this document, because on the job growth strategy, he had to borrow and, in fact, endorse the NDP's job growth strategy by our leader not 60 days ago. It's a curiosity why they voted against the NDP's idea to lower the small business tax rate, why Conservatives voted against the NDP's idea to help out the manufacturing sector, and why they voted against the idea to help out innovation in this country. But I'll allow the Minister to answer that. My question is the following. After 10 years of failed economic strategy from these guys, billions of dollars going out to corporations, 400,000 lost manufacturing jobs, 300,000 more Canadians out of work than before the recession, and youth unemployment at twice the national rate. That if handing out billions to the wealthiest corporations doesn't work, why is the Conservative government stubbornly going ahead and handing out billions more to the wealthiest few with their income-splitting scheme?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I have outlined the great success story, which is Canada. And integral to that, of course, is our low-tax plan for jobs and growth, the 1.2 million net new jobs. Now, the NDP, which seems to like part of our budget, which might suggest that perhaps they'll vote for it, which we would of course welcome, completely and continually attempt to mischaracterize the family benefit program. 2/3 of the benefits of the family program will go to low and middle income Canadians, 25% to Canadians earning less than $25,000. The TFSA, which is a tremendous savings regime for Canadians, is going to benefit Canadians right across the country, as is the flexibility and the choice provided by the new RIF structure.
The honourable member for York West.
In 2012, the Conservatives said they had to raise the age of OAS because the program wasn't financially stable,
right,
which we all know is not true.
That's right.
That takes money away from each of Canada's poorest and most vulnerable seniors. Now, this budget doubles the TFSA limit, but because the TFSA contributions...
Something not to be proud of.
Are you finished? Because the TFSA contributions are not considered in calculating OAS payments, this will result in allowing wealthier seniors to get billions of dollars in extra OAS payments.
Right.
Why are the Conservatives so concerned with cutting OAS for low-income seniors in order to give more OAS to the wealthier seniors? Don't they realize how unfair and un-Canadian that is?
Here, here. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the TFSA is the most popular savings plan that's been introduced since the RSP. 11 million Canadians partake, and of those who have maximized their contribution, 60% earn less than $60,000. The member opposite would focus on one small part of the program. It's not a problem at all, but if it ever becomes a problem in the future, we will, of course, deal with it. Right now, what is important is that this is providing savings opportunities for Canadians right across the country from every walk of life, and advantaging in particular our seniors.
The honourable member for Mississauga South.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of all members of Parliament and all Canadians, I would like to thank Canada's Minister of Finance. Our government has done a lot for families by putting more money in their pockets, by expanding benefits like the universal child care benefit, by introducing the family tax cut, by raising child care exemptions, and by doubling the children's fitness tax credit. But, Mr. Speaker, across Canada, and especially in my home province of Ontario, Canadians are sick and tired of being stuck in gridlock that delays them from being with their loved ones or catching their child's soccer game. I ask the Minister, what does Economic Action Plan 2015 do to help these frustrated commuters?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for her question. The people of Mississauga South are fortunate to have such a dedicated... the best in over 20 years. Economic Action Plan 2015 builds on our government's impressive record of providing the largest and longest infrastructure fund ever. We've listened to Canadians in our urban and suburban centres across the country. They are tired of traffic gridlock and long commutes that keep them from their families. So I'm proud that our budget introduced the Major Public Transit Fund, which will provide amounts rising to $1 billion every year for major public transit projects. It will be a permanent source of financing and bring in private sector discipline so projects will be delivered on time and on budget. Again, the opposition is opposed to an initiative that will create jobs and economic growth relieve traffic jams, and reduce smog and pollution.
The honourable member. I would like to congratulate our former colleague Olivia Chow, who fought for years to get bigger investment for public transportation. When you look at the recent commitments made by the NDP, we said that we would invest in public transit. Since 2011, we proposed to reduce the small business tax from 11 to 9%. We proposed to extend the deduction for machinery and equipment. These are measures which had been proposed by the NDP and which are now in the budget. Now that the Minister of Finance has implicitly admitted that the Conservative approach has been a failure so far, why does he not look to the social economy measures such as a national $15 a day daycare program, and why does it not bring in a minimum wage for employees in federal institutions, $15 an hour? This would help workers and the middle class, and it would also stimulate the economy. The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I am very pleased that the member is supporting some of the measures we are proposing in our budget. And I certainly would hope that he will support the entire budget. Now, regarding low-income Canadians, Mr. Speaker, we have created over 1.2 million jobs. We have ensured that over 1 million low-income Canadians do not pay taxes anymore. We have reduced the tax burden to its lowest level in 50 years. We have also created a tax benefit for low-income Canadians who are at work. We have transferred payments to provinces for social programs, and we have done so to an unprecedented extent. The minister understands very well that if we are to give something to someone, well, we have to take something away from others, especially in a context of non-economic growth, as is currently the case. In spite of this reality, the minister seems to want Canadians to believe that he is giving them gifts, but that at the end of the day, somebody has to pay the piper. And again, this is especially true when the economy is not growing, as is the case today. For instance, the government will spend billions of dollars on income splitting, but it increased the age of retirement. Does he believe this is a fair and balanced approach? I would also ask the minister whether if those people who will retire later will actually benefit from a TFSA. We only have 30 seconds left. The minister only has 30 seconds. Mr. Speaker, as I said, with regard to RIFs, we are offering choice by reducing the minimum amount for withdrawal for a person aged 45 or older. We are also going to decrease the taxes on small business, and as far as the TFSA is concerned, we will double the maximum contribution amount. We are also creating funds for public transit projects, and we are also going to increase compassionate care leave from 6 weeks to 6 months, and we have created a tax credit for accessibility so people with mobility issues can better live in their homes, and that way they can stay at home. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as custom, I just have a few comments before we adjourn the debate today. It's remarkable to watch the Conservatives stand today. It must be the eve of an election, because just before, suddenly they're consumed with the notion that job growth might be an important thing for Canadians, that the 400,000 lost manufacturing jobs is now consuming the government, that the 300,000 Canadians more that are out of work today than before the recession suddenly are an interest of Canadians, that seniors, as was recommended by my friend from Thunder Bay, Rainy River, and adjusting the way that RIFs work in this country is now a concern for the Conservatives. And you know, imitation is a nice form of flattery, but certainly the Conservatives have missed an opportunity to give up on their stubborn and arrogant push on the $2.5 billion income splitting scheme that does nothing for 85% of Canadian families, overwhelmingly helps the wealthiest few, and have compounded the problem today, Mr. Speaker, by adding further help to the wealthiest Canadians by doubling the TFSA, which all studies have shown us, again, skew towards wealthier Canadians and away from those that need the help. The NDP in the following days and weeks and months will continue to put down ideas in front of Canadians. Now, the Conservatives picked up a few, but they missed the big ones. And we know that Canadians are looking for affordable childcare. They're looking for true environmental protection. They're looking for a manufacturing strategy to help get Canadians back to work. I look forward to illuminating some more of these ideas for the House and for Canadians. I look forward to the debate on the budget, Mr. Speaker. But I will now move, seconded by the member from Gaspé, Île-de-Madeleine, that the debate now be thankfully adjourned.
Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Toon, moves that the debate be now adjourned. Pursuant to Standing Order 83-2, the motion is deemed adopted and the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m.